Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Brave the Tempest by Karen Chance, narrated by Georgina Marie. Chapter 1. The small poof was a little overly excited. It was jade green velvet and a bit worn in the center, where years of feet had left a permanent divot. But the gold silk tassels at the corners were still fat and sassy, and the little round feet were polished to a high shine. Not to mention the personality, which was, happy. "I think it's trying to hump your leg," Billy told me. "It is not." "Okay," he said, eyeing the little thing warily. It was currently up on its back 2 feet, jumping up and down like an overly emotional puppy. Probably because nobody used poofs these days, and it wanted out of the small shop we were in. "It's jumping," I told him. "It's excited." "Oh, it's excited, all right." "Billy," I whispered and glanced around. "There are children in here." Normally that wouldn't have mattered, since Billy Joe had been among the life-challenged for something like a century and a half now, and ghosts didn't have to watch what they said. But the children in question were part of the Pythian court, and were all seers of one variety or another. Not that all of them could see Billy. Gifts differ, but some could, and more could hear him. "I'm just saying, maybe a perverted footstool ain't the best thing to have around the palace." I frowned. Our current living arrangements were a sore spot. "It's not a palace. We don't live in a palace, it's a penthouse, which covers a whole floor and is full of marble and shit. And I told the girls they could pick out their own stuff." It was the least I could do, considering that their former furniture had gone up in a fireball, like their former house. Now that had been a palace, an old charmer of a mansion in London full of priceless antiques and crystal chandeliers, a fit home for the Pythian court. Unlike a still mostly empty penthouse in a tacky Vegas hotel. Some days, all right, most days, I wondered if I'd ever get the hang of this Pythia stuff. Chief Seer of the Supernatural World sounded like a great title, until you saw the job description. Not that I had. I think they were afraid to show it to me. My name is Cassie Palmer, and I'd been Pythia for 4 months. 4 very long months. You'd think by now that I'd have some kind of a grip, and I did. Sort of. I was still alive, which lately felt like an accomplishment in itself. But elegant? Imposing? One of the awesome Pythias of legend who decided the fates of kings and never blinked? I caught sight of myself in a large standing mirror that wasn't standing so much as mincing by, reflecting back a wobbly image of a young blonde with flyaway curls, worried blue eyes, and a t-shirt and jeans combo. The t-shirt was pretty cool, being red with black crossed swords on the front and a caption that read, "As you can see, the assassins failed." But there was a spaghetti sauce stain from lunch on the jeans. I tried to pull down the tee to hide it, but it wasn't long enough and bounced back up. I sighed. The little poof humped my leg some more. There was probably a metaphor in there somewhere, but I didn't get a chance to look for it. Because a small girl of maybe 5 had come up and started tugging on Billy's jeans. He jumped, not surprisingly since the jeans were just a projection. It was all Billy, like the red ruffled shirt and the cowboy hat that completed the ensemble, and the cigarettes he smoked because lung cancer wasn't an issue for him anymore. So she'd basically just grabbed part of his spirit and started tugging on it, which, yeah, I'd probably jump too. But Billy was surprisingly good with kids, maybe because he'd come from a large Irish family back in the day, or maybe because it was fun to have someone to interact with besides me. He went down on one knee to see what the child was trying to show him. "Emily, right?" Billy said, and she nodded. There were so many kids around these days, I kept getting their names confused. but he always knew.
For you.
She held up a book so big that she needed 2 hands to lift it. For me? Billy smiled and ruffled her hair. Some of it even moved, so he was exerting some power. And why would you want me to have that, sweetheart?
Look.
She tried putting the massive tome down on the poof, but the little thing was going ballistic. It didn't seem to like the book, maybe because it was a rival in the get-out-of-Dodge camp. And the poof was going home with us, goddammit. Or maybe it was something else, I thought, getting a bad feeling suddenly.
Emily,
I began. But it was too late. She must have worked the heavy buckles on the sides open before she came over, so all she had to do was drop the thing on the floor and flip up the cover. Oh, shit, I said, earning me a disapproving glance.
Rhea says you have to say poo,
Emily told me seriously. Oh, poo, I said and pulled her behind me because that was a seriously messed up book.
Ghost,
Emily said happily, peering around my legs. Yes, there's a ghost in there, I agreed, looking around for something, anything to use to shut the damn thing. I couldn't use my hands because the boiling mass of magic, dark by the feel of it, swirling around in there was not a good thing to touch. Not for anyone, but especially not for me. Touch clairvoyance is a bitch, and while I wasn't sensitive enough for everything to trigger it like some poor people, that would probably do it. Oh, pooh, I said a little more forcefully, because the ghost had just noticed us. What looked like black smoke started to leak out of the book's pages, and Billy predictably freaked. Vengeful ghosts were not something to play around with. Shut it! Shut it! With what? There was nothing within reach. With your shoe! Take off your shoe! I'm trying! And I was. But instead of my usual keds, I'd decided to be fancy today and was wearing cute little open-toed sandals with a buckled strap. One that was stubbornly not coming off. Just rip it! Billy yelled. It's elastic, I told him, hopping around on one foot. If it's elastic, then just pull it off. It's tough elastic. And then somebody slammed the book closed for us. I looked up, shoe in hand, to see the shop owner holding a heavy wooden walking stick. He had mutton chops, jowls, small piercing blue eyes, and incongruously pink cheeks that would have been perfect on Santa, only he didn't look like Santa. He looked like what he was, a guy who ran a magical second-hand shop and intended to make a sale. Gaylord, he told me on a little explosion of air. What? Gaylord. That's what we call him. He's a rotter. He bent over the book and buckled the buckles. I can show you some much finer tomes, lady, including several first editions. What's wrong with that one? I asked, because I'd never seen anything like it. I knew ghosts could haunt things as well as places. I was wearing proof of that around my neck. But that hadn't felt like a haunting. At least not a normal one. Oh, nothing, he said, waving it away. They get like that when you leave them in too long. Leave them in where? He looked at me through little half-moon spectacles that, again, would have looked good on Santa. Only the eyes behind them weren't nearly so nice. And neither was the oily smile that he clearly thought was charming. Sorcerers sometimes imprison ghosts in books to use their souls to power an enchantment, he informed me. They typically let them free after a while, once they no longer need a perfect lock or an unbreakable cipher or what have you. But sometimes they forget. I swallowed hard and stared at the book. You're saying that somebody didn't let Gaylord Out? No. The mage died, you see, quite unexpectedly, and his relatives inherited the house, only they had no use for the contents and sold the lot to me. Some good items most went fast, as the better sort usually does. But Gaylord here— But if the sorcerer died, I interrupted, because I didn't care about his stock issues, shouldn't that have broken the enchantment? For a regular spell, certainly, he agreed. Once there was no more magic being funneled into it. But Gaylord isn't a spell. He's a power source, bound to the book with no one to set him free, since the only one who could have done it is dead. I stared. That's horrible. Yes, indeed, the shop owner agreed. Ruins the resale value. Billy Joe whispered something rude and stared at the book, probably remembering his time in a necklace at the bottom of the Mississippi. Even unbound ghosts could only go so far from their resting places. For most, that was a graveyard, where the life energy shed by visitors kept the hungry ghosts going. But for some, like Billy, it was an enchanted item, like a talisman, that collected enough power to let a ghost survive. Although survival kind of loses its luster when you're stuck in the middle of nowhere, buried underneath a river. Billy had been lucky. Some fishermen had trawled up the gaudy ruby necklace he lived in, which had eventually ended up in the magical junk shop where I'd stumbled across it. But what if they hadn't? And what if, instead of being able to explore the area for 50 miles or so around his home, his usual range when I wasn't topping him up, Billy had been trapped inside, all alone, for who knew how long, only to slowly realize that the person who had put him there was dead, and that he'd never get out. I felt a hard shiver go down my spine. I guessed Billy did too, because he rippled all over just once, like a gust of wind had blown through him. Cassie. I'll take it, I told the salesman, who had started toward a large bookcase, the tome under his arm. But at that he turned around. And suddenly I was looking at Santa Claus after all. The man was positively beaming. Oh, of course, so useful for any number of things. I'll add it to the pile, shall I? He looked at the counter, which a delighted bunch of little girls had already piled high. I nodded, and he started off again, only to have me call him back a second time, because the poof was losing its tiny cotton mind. And that, I said. What the hell? I'd gift it to one of my bodyguards if it was too much of a nuisance. Excellent choice, the salesman said, his eyes gleaming, and hurried off before I changed my mind. Thanks, Billy told me quietly. I nodded and bent down to pat the little hassock, which started running around in circles excitedly, as if it somehow knew it had found a home. Lady? That was Rhea, my acolyte. Rhea was in jeans today, too, having been persuaded, not that it had taken a lot of talking, to give up the white, Victorian-looking dresses that the Pythian court had worn for more than a century. I'd been told they were an improvement on what had gone before, but found that hard to believe. The girls were now dressed in shorts, because Vegas in the summer is scorching, and various brightly colored tees with cartoon characters on them, because they were kids. Rhea, on the other hand, was 19, and could choose her own clothes. And somehow she'd continued to look serene and otherworldly, despite the lack of traditional attire. Her long, dark hair was in a messy chignon today, and her jeans had been paired with a soft blue lace shirt with a high neck. If you didn't know her, you'd never guess that the neckline was to cover the scars from a recent accident in which she'd been held captive while a dark mage tried to blackmail me with her life. So Rhea had taken what she'd thought was her only option. And my timid, soft-voiced, sweet-faced acolyte, who wouldn't hurt a fly, had cut her own throat on his knife blade to ensure that he didn't have anything left to bargain with. Yeah. People aren't always what they seem. Only, at the moment, Rhea was looking a little less timid and a little more outraged, which probably meant that something was up with the kids. She was the type who would never stand up for herself, but was a lioness in defense of the talented tots who made up the court. She had, after all, been one herself once. What is... Oh. I stopped after glancing behind her, because of course. Hilda? Rhea nodded, looking over her shoulder at my not at all timid, frequently made other people timid acolyte, Hildegard. Hilda was... something else. The exact opposite of Rhea's soft motherliness, Hilda could have been a Valkyrie in another existence. Admittedly, the cap of silver-white curls and the wrinkles, not many despite her almost 2 centuries, because the body was, sturdy and filled them out, might have worked against her, but the tude would have gotten her in anyway. Hilda was a force of freaking nature. She'd joined the Pythian court only recently, coming out of retirement to return to the organization she'd belonged to many years ago, before her sister was chosen as Pythia instead of her. Gertie had gone on to have an illustrious career, and to train my predecessor, Agnes. Hilda, on the other hand, had eventually gotten married, popped out a couple of kids, and had several careers of her own. And then retired, never mentioning to a soul along the way, including her 3 husbands, that she'd never really left the court at all. She'd become a failsafe, one of only 2 currently living, who were former acolytes selected by the Pythias to take over the court in case of emergency. And since an emergency might include an attack on the court and anybody supporting it, the failsafe's existence had to be kept quiet. Nobody knew who they were, or even that they existed at all until needed, and it was up to the failsafes themselves to decide when that might be. Since the whole supernatural world was currently at war, and the Pythian court in London had recently blown up, and the hotel and casino we were currently calling home had been attacked by an army of dark mages, Hildegard had finally decided, this looks a lot like an emergency. And unlike Abigail, the other failsafe appointed by Agnes, Hilda no longer had young kids, or even young grandkids, to go home to when the immediate threat was over. I suspected that she'd been a little bored, messing about with her garden when she'd always led a very busy life. And then we came along, a court as she saw it, in serious need of straightening out. Hildegard had found her calling. I still wasn't sure if I was happy about that or not. But I was pretty damned sure that Rhea wasn't. I doubted that Hilda had noticed, because Hilda rarely noticed anything less subtle than a bat to the head, but Rhea was not on board with some of the changes she'd been making around the court. Not on board at all. "What now?" I sighed. "I am sorry, lady," Rhea said, dropping a curtsy, and damned if she didn't make it look elegant even in jeans. "But I think you should hear this." "Hear what?" I asked, only to have Hilda's booming laughter float across the room from where she was holding forth over a display case. I looked at Billy. He looked back at me. "You're Pythia, kid," he reminded me. As if I could forget. I pulled up my big girl panties and went off to see what had Rhea looking flushed and bothered.
"No, you do not age the knife,"
Hilda was saying to a cluster of the older girls, while waving around a wicked-looking weapon.
"It is metal. It will take a very long time.
and thus a great deal of your energy, to do it any harm." "Then what do you do?" one of the oldest, who was maybe 12, asked. Her name was Belvia, because magical families hadn't gotten the memo about modern names, but everybody called her Belle. Some of the other girls looked scared or intimidated, which wasn't surprising considering the array of weapons in front of them and everything they'd been through lately, but she was grimly determined. I felt my own face fall into a frown. No kid should have to look like that. But Hildegard regarded her approvingly. "You age the hand holding the knife." She thought about it. "Unless it's Fey, in which case you're probably better off aging the knife. Those bastards live forever." "Hilda," I said brightly, "can I see you for a minute?" Hilda didn't curtsy, but she agreed affably enough. "When I come back, we'll discuss magical restraints and how to get out of them," she promised the girls. I led her out of the shop, to the cracked sidewalk in front where several of my vamp bodyguards were trying to look unobtrusive. Armani suits and Gucci loafers were working against them, as were the chiseled, model-worthy profiles. Mircea, the master vampire who'd loaned them to me, normally worked in diplomacy, and he'd discovered centuries ago that his own good looks were a useful tool. So he often changed handsome men. I'd once asked him why he bothered when a glamoury could make anybody look good. He'd just laughed and said yes, but that men who were attractive from birth knew it and had a confidence that was virtually impossible to teach. They also ventured in where angels feared to tread, because they were used to getting away with things. I'd also asked him why he never changed women, but didn't get an answer there. As the one-time diplomat to the North American Vampire Senate, Mircea's secrets had secrets. I'd found out the hard way that I actually preferred when I didn't know what he was up to. The guards smiled at me, and one stubbed out a cigarette before they disappeared inside. Not that it mattered. They could hear us perfectly well from there or from a couple blocks away, but that sort of thing was intended to put people at ease. They shouldn't have bothered. Hilda struck me as the type who'd never been ill at ease in her life, and who never let anyone else take the lead. "You're going to tell me the initiates are too young," she began, before I could get a word out. "Because they are, and they've just been through a trauma." "Exactly so." She looked at me kindly, but with resolve. "It's been made very clear that our enemies will not take their youth into consideration, other than to view them as easy targets. They have to be able to defend themselves." "We have to defend them. It's our job. And what are we to use to accomplish this job, she demanded, her head tilting. "There's you, and you're always away battling gods. There's me, and while I am certainly formidable, I'm not as young as I used to be. There's a bunch of vampires, God help us, who are good enough for the simple things, I'll grant you, but they helped," I said, remembering the battle on the drag, as it had come to be known, the recent assault on our home base by several hundred dark mages. "Yes, they did," Hilda agreed. "But it was your ability with the Pythian power that saved the day. We must have more adepts. We have Rhea." Hilda harumphed. I stared. I'd never heard anyone actually do that before. "Something might be made of that girl eventually. It's true, if she has anything of her parents in her," Hilda said. "But right now, she's almost as ignorant as the rest of them. They need training, not coddling." She sounded like somebody else I knew. John Pritkin was a war mage who had helped to protect me when I stumbled into this crazy new life. Well, eventually. Our first meeting had not gone well, and neither had a bunch of subsequent ones. But when he finally figured out that I was serious, that untrained as I was trying, goddammit, he got on board. And when Pritkin gets on board, he really gets on board. The guy doesn't know what half measures are, which had resulted in me hating my life more than I already did when he put me through a training regimen that would have done a Marine proud. Not everyone had agreed with that approach. Mircha, for one, preferred the wrap her in cotton balls and sit a ton of vamps on her method, which, to be fair, had helped me out more than once. But Pritkin's training had increased my self-esteem and my belief that I could maybe, possibly, eventually, kind of do this, and had allowed me to save myself. So I understood where Hilda was coming from, I really did, but there was one crucial difference. I was an adult and a Pythia, while the girls... I looked back through the shop window and didn't see warriors. I saw kids playing with toys and running around, finding new treasures with which to decorate their currently Spartan bedrooms, to make them their own, and laughing and talking in spite of everything, especially the little ones, because they were resilient as children tend to be. But there was a limit to what anyone could take, and suddenly a huge surge of protectiveness swept over me. I'd had to be an adult before I was ready, and it had left me with more scars than I could name. I passionately wanted these little girls to be able to be kids, as I never had. To live for just a few years free of worry, to be able to laugh and run and play, instead of looking over their shoulders every few minutes, lying awake at night riddled with fear, and walking on eggshells. War or no bloody war. I turned back around and realized that Hilda was watching me, and that her eyes had softened. "You've a good heart," she told me, "but you can't protect everyone all the time." "Neither can I." "No," I admitted. "I can't." Which is why we need help. Chapter 2. "You're sure this is it?" I asked as Hilda paid the cabbie. We were supposed to be here to see about getting some coven girls for the court, but I didn't see any, or much of anything else, unless you counted miles of unforgiving desert and a merciless sun beating down like it had forgotten summer was over. "It's here," a pink-haired witch said and piled out of the front seat of the cab. Her name was Sapphi, short for Saffronia, which she hated, maybe because I'd never seen a name less suited to its owner. There was nothing old-fashioned about her. She had blonde roots under short pink hair, a septum ring, and a half-sleeve of tats, at least 2 of which were magical, because I occasionally saw them moving. She'd been inside the shop helping with the kids, instead of outside with the vamps keeping an eye on the local junkies, but that was by choice. Sapphi was a badass. She'd proven that recently by helping to save the court during the battle on the drag. She and a handful of other witches had shown up and taken on a whole army of dark mages, at least long enough for me, Rhea, and some reporters who'd been caught in the crossfire to get out. The local coven leaders had afterward lent her little posse to my court because, as they put it, I obviously needed some competent help. That hadn't gone over well with the Silver Circle, the world's leading magical organization, which traditionally guarded the Pythian court, or with Mircha's vamps, who had protested both the mage and witch additions to the household. But they hadn't protested as loudly as I'd expected. I think the attack had rattled even them. Despite her badass demeanor, Sapphi had proven really good with the kids. She made their crayon drawings move, delighting the younger girls, and helped some of the older ones put rinses of various colors on their hair. She'd also let Belle wear her punked-out leather vest back to the hotel while we came out here, leaving her in a tank top, jeans, a wristful of charms, and some biker boots, and black nail polish on the finger she was currently poking at the air with. "I can wait," the taxi driver offered, watching her worriedly. And then glancing around at the sparse scrub and some vultures on a hill, looking at us hopefully from atop their latest carcass. "No, that's fine," Hilda assured him. "We're going hiking." The man took in Hilda's smart crêpe-de-chine flowered dress, sensible low-heeled shoes, and old lady support hose. She had a purse that matched the shoes in bright candy apple pink, and a little pearl brooch that kept the ruffled bosom on the dress properly in place. She did not have a hat, but looked like the kind of woman who should have a hat, or at least an ascot-worthy fascinator. "What?" the man said. Hilda sighed and waved a hand at him, and his concerned eyes went blank. "Go back to work and forget about us," she told him shortly, and the man obligingly drove off, the cab bumping a little on the rocky soil because we'd left the blacktop behind a few minutes ago. "Is that what everyone does?" I asked, worried about the man's suddenly slack-jawed, bespelled face. If every witch who needed a ride zapped him, I had to wonder what the long-term effects might be. But Safi didn't seem concerned. "Most of us don't take taxis," she assured me, still poking at the air. "What do you take?" "A portal from town." "Then why didn't we do that?" That got me a look I didn't understand from black-rimmed eyes. "Because none of them would recognize you. They're spelled to keep out unknowns. It's a security thing, like changing the location on a regular basis." "Changing?" I frowned. Portals had to be licensed out the wazoo, and the license had to include the location from fixed point A to fixed point B, because allowing people to just appear anywhere they wanted would make law enforcement impossible, and that was even more true since the war. "Unless—" "Safi, we are talking about legal portals, right?" "Legal by whose definition?" "Safi." That won me another look. "If you're going to rep the whole magical community, you have to understand that the world doesn't revolve around the Silver Circle," she told me. "No matter what they think." "I know that. That's why we're here." "You think you know, but you were born into a world the Circle controls." "I was born into a world the vampires control," I corrected her, because I hadn't been one of the clairvoyants identified early and popped into the Pythian court for training. Instead, a greedy mob boss of a vampire had co-opted me into his shabby little court and used my gift as a way to make him more of the money he craved. It hadn't been a fun life for a kid. Of course, it hadn't been a fun life for anyone else either. Tony was a dick. "That's rather like an agnostic saying they were born into a secular family when they live in the United States," Hilda said, because she'd never met an argument she didn't like. "Perhaps their parents didn't take them to church, but the culture of Christianity pervaded their upbringing, whether they realized it or not. Everything from the holidays they celebrate to the curse words they use revolves around the Judeo-Christian religions." "I'm not sure I get the point," I told her. I also wasn't sure we'd come to the right place, and sweat was starting to drip down my back. "The point," she told me, "is that the Circle won their war with the Covens centuries ago, and have been able to shape the overall magical culture ever since. And while I'm sure the effect was less pervasive at a vampire's court, if it had to do with magic, it was likely still done the Circle's way." Safi nodded angrily. "They did their best to erase coven practices, like they tried to erase the covens themselves, but it didn't work." "I know that." She cut me off. "No, you think you know. Now you really do." And before I could ask what she meant, reality bent around us, the desert colors all slurred together, and the heat was replaced by a wash of cool air, deep and dark and mountain-chilled. Maybe because we were suddenly standing in what looked a lot like the inside of a mountain, a huge hollowed-out one, leaving a sprawling cave-like area with dark reddish-brown walls rising up to a massive dome far overhead, like a mighty stone cathedral. It should have been impressive, It should have been breathtaking. But my breath was already being stolen by something else. "What is this?" I asked, spinning slowly around. I was looking in all directions because we'd just materialized inside a huge circle of portals. Some were on the ground nearby, thrumming hard enough to make my whole body shake. Others hovered in midair or overhead, forming a spotted dome half the size of a football field and multiple stories high. One through which people and things that might be people, were hurrying and sometimes flying at an alarming rate. Something came at me in a rush of huge, bat-like wings, but Safi jerked me to the side before I saw it clearly, and before I ended up as roadkill, although I barely noticed. I was too busy gawping like a tourist, because I'd seen portals before, and even been in a few. But nothing like this. Nothing even close to this. It was the grand central station of portals, I thought, in awe. They were all different colors. One electric blue, another neon green, one pink enough to rival Hilda's handbag, another a brilliant sunny yellow. There was a purple so rich it looked like it was laced with glitter, a white so bright it hurt my eyes, and an ebony so dark that no light seemed to escape it at all, like a black hole had opened up inside the room. There had to be 30 of them, maybe more. I couldn't tell because, while some were at least 2 stories tall, others were as small as my doubled fists, just tiny things, and hard to spot in all the moving light. It cascaded down from the largest as if through stained glass, increasing the cathedral-like feel of the place, and throwing a moving, watery rainbow onto the crowd, while the combined energy field vibrated the rock beneath our feet. But the fact that the portals were literally powerful enough to move a mountain wasn't the most impressive thing about them. That would be the fact that they were fritzing and sparking, with tiny lightning-like filaments, sometimes fighting with each other and occasionally arcing away to blow off this person's hat or to shock that person's backside. The wind generated by all that energy was also blowing people's hair and stuff around, causing them to clutch their belongings tightly as they plowed ahead. I could see it all, because the portals were just giant 2D semi-transparent circles hanging in the air, instead of being projected against anything. Passengers entered them from the interior of the circle and exited from the opposite side, often at the same time. That sometimes made it appear as if a man went in and a woman came out, causing me to do a few double takes. And then to do another, when a portal, roughly human height and bright green, suddenly winked out, causing a fey-looking woman barreling ahead and carrying a load of packages to hit a large something that had just emerged from the other side. She went down, her packages scattering everywhere, while the large, shaggy something with a head the size and shape of a buffalo's turned to regard her in surprise, and then to help her up with a giant paw and assist her in picking up her belongings. She shoved bright purple hair out of her face and thanked him prettily. I just stood there and blinked at them. "May I have your attention, please?" The announcement cut through the cacophony, loud enough to make me jump. "May I have your attention, please? We are sorry to announce that service to Lalaquay, Avery, and the Green Mountains has been disrupted. This is due to a roaming party having been sighted in the area. Management apologizes for any inconvenience this may cause." A groan went through the space, and a bunch of people broke off from the crowd and went grumbling back out of the circle of light, looking like travelers who had just missed their train. Which is basically what they were, I realized. It really was Grand Central, or at least the magical, highly illegal, the circle would shit a brick if they saw this equivalent. "Where are they getting all the power?" I yelled at Safi, while it blew my hair in my face. "I didn't think there was a ley line sink anywhere near here." That was the only thing I knew of that could fuel something like this. The ley lines, usually used for quick transport by people with the stomach for it, were rivers of magical power that flowed around the earth. Their source was debated, but one thing was sure. When a number of them crossed at the same point, they created pools of energy that were a coveted resource in the magical world. But the only place like that nearby was on the other side of Vegas, not to mention being in the Circle's hands. Safi said something, but I couldn't hear her. It was deafening this close. She must have thought so too, because she was already tugging me away, out of the cathedral-like central space and into... "What is this?" I asked, stumbling forward slightly, because the floor was uneven and I was too busy staring around to pay attention. The portal light was still bright here, but no longer blinding, allowing me to see that the main travel hub bisected a long, rock-cut corridor lined with shops, cafes, restaurants, and... "What's that?" I said, and hurried across the crowded causeway to a shop framed by large, glowing crystal formations in bright pink and yellow, where dwarves were hammering out something on giant anvils. The anvils were huge, as were the hammers they were using, but scattered around the cave-like shop, behind force fields covering depressions in the rock, were the most exquisite, delicate creations imaginable. Gorgeous necklaces in quivering gold flakes that scintillated fascinatingly when you breathed on them, daggers of chased silver set with what had to be talisman jewels, because they boiled with enough power to raise the hair on my arms, and I wasn't even that close. Chalices covered with runes that flashed different colors as various sorts of people passed by, one of which had an almost human-looking eye that opened and blinked at me when I accidentally brushed the pedestal it was on. I reached out, unthinking, to steady it, and Hilda grabbed my arm. "You bond with it, you buy the nasty thing," she warned me, as a dwarf rubbed his hands on his apron and came hurrying over. But the cup righted itself on its own, and I was already caught in wonder by the next shop in line. "Oh, wow," I murmured, running over to stare through the huge force field-like front window, behind which a trio of animated mannequins was slowly turning. They were interesting enough on their own, with scarlet lips that stretched into smiles when they noticed my interest, and bright jewel-like eyes that completely failed to look human. But I was more captivated by what they were wearing. "What is that?" I breathed, watching as the exquisite evening dress one of them had on, a light, floaty silken thing, like flower petals made into cloth, suddenly changed into scale-like armor that cascaded down the full length of it, turning it into a battle dress to match the shield that folded out from the purse she'd been carrying. God damn, I could use one of those! But I hardly had time to take it in before a little graffitied crab was waving its pincers at me from a nearby rock wall. It was bright red and blended in a little too well with the stone, but the movement caught my eye, and its urgency made me follow it from the front of the sushi place it had been decorating, across the bumpy floor, and over to the other side of the huge mall-like space, where I was promptly distracted by a magical tattoo parlor where powerful tats were being applied to several clients, and by a candy store where a kid had just dropped a package, releasing a cloud of buzzing taffy bees, and by a bookstore full of animated ladders that zipped around over stuffed shelves 5 stories high and advertised bookbinding in properly sourced dragon hide, certificates upon request. And by a florist, where gorgeous flowers spilled out of the shop and into the walkway in colorful profusion. The scent was almost overpowering this close, because I didn't know these fragrances, and because the baskets of dried herbs inside were adding their perfume to the fresh flowers piled around the door. But despite that, a group of bright pink blooms were so sweet that I couldn't resist moving in for a... Safi grabbed my arm. "Don't sniff those, unless you like fur." "What?" But then I noticed that my little red guide was waiting for me, just up ahead where, oh my God. "It's like shopping with a sugared-up toddler," someone said behind me, but I was already off, heading for a large force field of the kind that subbed for window glass around here, but this wasn't covering a window. It stretched from the bumpy floor to the rocky overhang of a ceiling, several stories up, and curved as if flowing around a corner. Only there was no bend here, just a wedge-shaped protrusion out into the corridor. One that was filled with... No, it couldn't be. I ran up and pushed a finger against the field, which bounced around like jelly, or like what it was, a huge slab of water jutting out from the stone like an aquarium, but it wasn't an aquarium because inside weren't fish, but... Oh my God! "Can you do something?" somebody asked. "You're the one who brought her here with no build-up, I told you." I wasn't listening. I was pressing my hands and face against the surface of the barrier, passionately wishing the kids were here to see this. We have to bring them, I thought, staring at a bunch of tiny yellow fish, because there were fish in there after all, zipping by in the light of more of those weird crystal formations. The crystals were blue and yellow this time, and spiking out from rocky promontories, and occasionally the floor, sending what looked like sunlight filtered through water cascading everywhere, enough that I could see flickers of silvertails, larger than any fish would have, flashing in and out of stalactite-like formations in front of what appeared to be an extensive cave system. But I didn't care about the caves. I cared about... There. Right there. I leaned in, trying to get a better look. Sure, I was seeing things, because it couldn't be what I thought it was. It couldn't. My face suddenly slipped inside the wedge. Oh, shit, I thought, and tried to back out. But before I could manage it, the rest of me was sucked in too, leaving me stunned from the sudden shock of cold water like jumping into a November pool. It was close to freezing, but the lack of air was more of a motivator. I started thrashing against the skin of the force field and panicking when it refused to let me through, before I remembered that I could just shift out. Spatial shifting was a perk of an office that desperately needed a few, and it had gotten me out of sticky situations in the past. But not this one, because my power didn't work. And okay, now I was panicking, and staring at Hilda's horrified, slightly distorted face outside the force field, only she wasn't looking at me, she was looking at something behind me. I spun around in the water, almost dropping the damned book I'd been lugging around, because Safi had said she knew someone who might be able to disenchant it, and then clutching it to my chest because the whole not being able to breathe thing had just been complicated by the arrival of... well... Call them what they are, I thought, staring in awe in spite of everything, because they were mermaids, or mer-something, I corrected, noticing the finely muscled torsos dipping low to thick, scale-covered tails, even with long filmy hair that floated out behind them like smoke, huge colorless eyes and weird, almost transparent filaments wafting from the sides of their necks and faces. They didn't look remotely female. They were also vaguely blue. Or maybe that was the light. I couldn't really tell and didn't care because I was drowning, and because they currently had strange-looking spears pointing at me menacingly. One of them, wearing a neckpiece of glowing crystals in some kind of metal, struck out with his weapon and stabbed violently at my chest. Or I realized a second later at the huge bound volume I was holding in front of it. I didn't think he'd missed since he was all of a few yards away. And then I really didn't when bright yellow-white glints of light started spearing outward from the book. I would have dropped it, but I was afraid he'd miss and hit me, because he was stabbing it again and again, causing cracks like lightning to run all over it and shedding more of that terrible light. To the point that I couldn't look at it anymore. I couldn't look at them. I couldn't look at anything with my eyes scrunched up in pain. Which is why I didn't see what was coming. But I heard it when a sound tore through the eerie quiet, like 100 whales all deciding to signal at once, and I felt it when something slammed into me, hard as a fist. It was just a current under the water, but it threw me and the book I was still clutching back at the force field, pressing us against it so hard that I opened my mouth to scream, before forgetting that I couldn't, sure that every bone in my body was about to break. But the field broke first. Suddenly, I was hitting the ground outside along with what felt like half an ocean's worth of water, leaving me gasping and heaving and coughing until I thought my lungs would come up. Which is why it took me a moment to notice several things. The field was back in place, and half a dozen mermen were on the other side staring at me with their huge, colorless eyes. Hilda and Safi were standing in front of me trying to give me a chance to recover while holding back what looked like a mass stampede of people, and the book was going insane. I finally gasped in some air and scrambled back a few paces, getting my feet under me in the process, and getting away from where the tome was writhing and jumping and spilling a searchlight's worth of radiance everywhere. It was strobing the faces of the panicked people flowing around us who were running away from... What the hell were they running away from? I couldn't see with all that light in my eyes and with taller people and things flowing around me, and it was so loud in here with people screaming and the loudspeaker blaring and my ears still half full of water that I also couldn't hear what Safi was yelling at me until my ears popped and her voice got through. "Over here! Do you hear me?" she screamed, grabbing and shaking me. "No," I said and threw up some more water. But then the light shifted, and the crowd parted for a second, and I was able to see past her shoulder. More specifically, I was able to see a bunch of light fae pouring through one of the portals down the hall, a big one, along with what looked like... "What the hell is that?" I yelled. "Time to go," Safi said, a wand in either fist. But there was no time to go. No time to process the few dozen impossible things that had just happened and were still happening, because one of said things was about to run us down. The silver-haired light-face soldiers streaming out of the portal were attacking people with the weird spears they like to use, which could deliver anything from cattle prod-like encouragement to fry-you-where-you-stand bolts, but that wasn't the main problem. No, the main problem was the elephant-like thing that a bunch of them were riding, and that had just torn its way through the portal. It was enormous, at least 5 times the size of the earthly animal, and suddenly made the huge space seem a lot smaller and more claustrophobic. And when it bellowed, the very air seemed to shake. Or maybe that was all the screams that suddenly joined in, like a chorus following the lead singer, because the thing was about to charge. Make that was charging right down the rock-cut corridor, giving people very few places to go, especially us, because the only shop within reach was full of mermen, who were still floating there, enjoying the show. Only they weren't looking at the crazed mutant elephant, I realized. They were looking at... "You have got to be kidding me!" I screamed, as something finished shredding the book and boiled out into the air, and unlike in Evil Santa's shop, I got a good look at it. "That's not a ghost!" Hilda yelled. No shit, I thought, staring upward, at the giant column of black smoke that had already filled the space above us, looking like an oil fire, except oil fires don't have glowing red eyes. Ones that turned on me menacingly a second later, as what I guess was a head stopped churning around the ceiling and dropped down in a sinuous, almost snake-like gesture, right in my face. I just stood there, trying to think where my power could send it, assuming I had any right now, which I wasn't sure of because I couldn't feel it. I couldn't feel anything but stark raving terror, which wasn't helped by the latest screeching bellow the damned charging elephant I'd somehow managed to forget about let out. I screamed, because that's what you do when you're trapped between a powerful pissed-off demon and 10 tons of charging fury, wondering which will kill you first. It looked like it was going to be the elephant, which was almost on top of us now, roaring and blowing and slinging people out of the way left and right with its huge tusks, and then trying to stop on a dime when it was suddenly confronted with an even bigger, even madder, even more destructive force that, for some reason, was now grabbing the Fae's huge ride and... "Oh, God!" I yelled, right before Safi tackled me and flung us both back against the mer-people's ward, causing several of them to rear back in alarm. But this time we didn't go through. This time we stayed put, Hilda and Zaffy warding like mad, putting a shield in front of us and several other people who had ducked inside that I'd have defied anything to get through. Including the elephant thing's guts, which were spraying all over the place like bloody rain. Some people were still screaming, and others were just standing there, covered in blood and watching in shock as Not a Ghost sliced and diced the ride, and then started on the Fae. And then the whole long concourse of traumatized shoppers gasped when the mighty group of Fae warriors turned tail and ran like all the demons of hell were after them. Or, one really big one. Only, he wasn't giving chase. He was coming back over to me, and bending down to get those freaky eyes on my level, and looking at me expectantly. Shadowland? I finally managed to say, naming the nearest hell region, and the easiest one to shift him to. The great smoky head inclined. "You got it," I said. And the next second, he was gone.
Chapter 3.
Half an hour later, there was still a lot of screaming going on. Most of it wasn't directed at me, surprisingly, but seemed to be generally spread around the several dozen women crowded into a small space. Coven witches, I'd already figured out, did not have a hierarchical structure to their culture the way the Silver Circle did. There, the Lord Protector, currently a man named Jonas Marsden, called the shots. And while there was a council that he led and had to get approval from for certain actions, everything very much flowed from the top down. It reminded me of a military, even in the areas that weren't part of the War Mage Corps, the Circle's military police branch. Everyone seemed to be slotted into a distinct place in the hierarchy, answerable to people above them and ordering about those below. It was all very organized. This was not the Circle. Hilda had gone out for tea a while ago without bothering to ask for permission, and nobody had stopped her. Maybe because everybody was too busy making sure they had a say in the general melee that passed for conversation. I'd expected to be a center point in that, considering that I, A, had just brought a demon into the middle of a bunch of women who hated demonkind, B, had trashed their shopping center, and C, wasn't supposed to be here anyway. I'd thought there was an outside chance that maybe, just maybe, I might be thanked for helping out with the invasion thing they'd had going on, although given past experience I wasn't counting on it. Probably just as well, I thought, as one of the women broke off her conversation to whirl about and face me. "You expect to be thanked?" she bellowed, loudly enough to make me twitch. Of course, her appearance was already doing that. I was getting the impression that the Covens intermarried with the Fae more than the Circle-led magical community. There were people in here with skin the color of peonies and fresh-cut rosebuds. There was a woman with antlers coming out of her head, which she'd draped with little bows and bells. There was a man with a human face but a cat's eyes. But somehow, this woman was the most impressive of all. I wasn't sure why. She looked pretty human, compared to some of the others. She had hair the same silver-white as Hilda's, only it wasn't cut in a cute little permed bob. Instead, it flowed like a mane over her shoulders before cascading almost to the floor. It also seemed to have a life of its own, churning around her on currents of magical power like the mermans had on currents of water. It was mesmerizing. Or it would have been had it framed any other face. This one, however, was up to the competition. It wasn't exactly beautiful, being old and weathered and bronzed, but it was arresting, captivating, and hard to look away from, especially the eyes, which were literally the color of sapphires. I had blue eyes, too, but mine had never looked like that. No humans did. I knew without being told that the woman was part Fae, like the little fiefdom she oversaw. Or maybe oversaw. She'd been bellowing the loudest, but I wasn't sure if that meant anything or not. Nobody had actually bothered to introduce themselves, and the few coven leaders I knew weren't in the room. And unlike her, I wasn't a mind reader. "No," I said, trying for a calmer tone that I was feeling. "I didn't come to cause trouble." "Too late," the witch with the antlers said. "Then why did you come?" the impressive woman demanded, and then her eyes grew round before I could answer. "You want us to do what?" "What does she want?" the rosebud woman asked, peering over her shoulder. "She expects. She actually believes."
"She wants us to fight with the circle in the war, doesn't she?"
This came from a tiny lavender-colored woman with pixie-like features.
"I told you this was going to happen, didn't I tell you? Just the other day."
"Damned Evelyn," someone said. "She never should have sent her help." "Yes, that's right. That's perfect," Safi said, butting in. "Let's do what we always do and retreat from everything. It's not our problem." "Everyone already knows how you feel," a human-looking woman told her. "We've heard it often enough. And you'll hear it again, until it gets through your thick skulls. This war concerns all of us." "This is your doing," the impressive woman said, looking at her angrily. "You brought her here." "Damn straight. Should have done it before." "Knowing full well what she is, what she'll do. You don't know anything about her." "I know she has no business here. She's no coven witch. She's as coven as any of you." There was a sudden, stunned silence. Maybe because of the decibel level. If I hadn't known better, I'd have thought Safi had used a spell to enhance her voice. But she hadn't so much as made a move toward the wands sticking out of the tops of her boots. I guess growing up in the covens, you learned to project. I looked around, the absence of yelling making my ears ring, and met maybe 36 pairs of eyes, because more people had been pouring in all the time, and now they were all looking at me. I said brilliantly. "Well," a grandmotherly type poked the impressive-looking woman. "Is she? Is it true?" "Beatrice said it too," somebody offered. "Well, where is she, then? She ought to be here along with Zara and that damned Evelyn." "Oh, please, not Evelyn," someone said. "Hasn't my day been bad enough?" "It's true," the impressive woman suddenly said. She'd been staring at me intently ever since Safi's declaration, but since I hadn't felt anything, I wasn't sure if she was attempting to mind read or just had a headache. If it was the latter, I could relate. "What?" That was the grandmotherly type. "What's true?" "She passed the gauntlet. She won her coven." Conversation suddenly exploded again. "It doesn't mean anything," the impressive woman yelled. "It doesn't mean anything." "Like hell," Safi said from next to me. "Don't let them get to you," she added. But then, before I could say anything or ask what the heck was going on, she was swept away on the tide of conversation. I didn't follow because I didn't know how to navigate these waters. I didn't know anything. Except that my towel was clammy and no longer helping. It had been nice when I first got here, but it had absorbed all the water it was going to, and it was getting uncomfortable. I pulled it off my shoulders and dropped it onto a nearby sofa, if that was the right name for something that grew up out of the floor and was made solely out of wood. But it had little butt-like indentations in the seat, so I guessed you were supposed to fill them in. Only I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure of much, because I was standing in a tree. It was another thing besides the people that kept throwing me off balance, because it wasn't a tree so much as a tree, huge and leafy and taking up pride of place at the end of the concourse with the portals. It was hollowed out near the top, creating a cozy room with none of the saw or chisel marks you might have expected. Instead, it looked as if it had simply grown this way, with a satiny, slightly uneven floor, where occasional knots in the wood poked up as if defying whatever spell had been used to make it, like the way a few tiny branches popped out here and there from the otherwise smooth walls. And from the sofa, I noticed. all around where I'd just dropped my towel. I picked it up, and sure enough, one little butt depression now looked like a chia pet, with the indentations full of tiny oak trees. I swallowed and glanced around, but everybody was too busy yelling at each other to notice. I put the towel back down and edged away, only to realize that hadn't really helped any, because the same thing was happening wherever I stood. My jeans had soaked up a lot of water, and gravity had carried it down my legs into my equally soaked shoes, and now it was growing a tiny garden wherever I stepped. I danced back a couple of paces, but that only made it worse. Small green footsteps followed me everywhere I went, and, oh God, now I was trashing their living room, too. I bumped into somebody, and thankfully it was Safi. I guess she'd gone off to fetch another towel, which she handed to me. "You okay?" she asked, seeing my worried face and bitten lip.
"I think I did something,"
I whispered, and nodded at the sofa, which was now more like a forested lump in the middle of the room, as the greenery spread across the seat. I could just imagine some of the ladies deciding to sit down and getting saplings up the bum. "What?" She looked confused, and then she seemed to get it. "Oh, don't worry. Happens a lot," she told me. "It's how they tell the tree what to make." "What?" "Water. You put it wherever you want something, and it grows up to meet it, like that." She nodded outside the window, at the staircase we'd climbed up on. It was a beautiful thing, winding around the outside of the trunk, with steps and banister flowing seamlessly out of the wood. If you climbed as far as you could, as we had at the invitation of a group of wand-wielding witches, it left you 6 or 7 stories above the concourse, which kept drawing the eye. At least, it drew mine. For my whole life, magic was something you had to hide, something done in secret behind closed doors and warded windows, something that human society could never be allowed to see, or at least to remember, because they outnumbered us so greatly that exposing ourselves would be a disaster. Magic or no, we'd be on slabs getting dissected in a matter of days, and probably wiped out shortly thereafter, like every other humanoid type who'd ever tried to inhabit this planet alongside the dominant species. Homo sapiens sapiens didn't share well, and they bred like rabbits. But we didn't, so we had to be careful. Only this wasn't careful. This was magic in all of its colorful, glittery, in-your-face glory. "Cool, huh?" Safi asked. She pulled out a wand and murmured a spell, and the saplings retreated back into the wood again, but she didn't move off. She seemed to be enjoying my reaction.
"I don't get it," I whispered. "How is this here? The portals alone."
"Are routed through fairy. That way the circle has no way to detect them, because the power isn't coming from here, or even from a source they understand."
"They go to fairy?"
I asked, because I didn't see how that helped. "They're routed through fairy," she corrected. "Some do stop there, others just use it as an anchor for the line and whiz on by." "What?" "It's clever, really," she said patiently. "The covens discovered that they could anchor a portal in fairy, then use it to spawn multiple portals elsewhere. They're all connected, like a train on the subway that uses a single track. But there's many stations on the line, and only one of them has to be in fairy in order to use its energy." "Its energy?" "Elemental magic. The covens use a bastardized version of fey magic, you know?" I nodded. That much I did know, mainly because Rhea had been raised partly by the covens before joining the Pythian court. I'd seen her fish for elemental magic the fey way, using a wand with a tiny blob of her own power at the end like a lure, which the natural magic of Earth glommed onto like a trout taking bait. In that case, it had been lightning from a storm outside, which she had been able to control and direct like a weapon against some very powerful magic users. Very powerful magic users who had subsequently been blown through a wall. The circle's form of magic also involved capturing the magical energy of the earth to supplement what their bodies made naturally, but they did it slowly, over time, using talismans like the jewel in Billy's necklace, which collected magical power and stored it like a battery. They viewed their method as sensible, safe, and responsible, and saw the coven's use of wild magic as unstable and dangerous.
rather like they viewed the covens themselves. But I had to admit, the coven's version was more exciting. Latching on to the wild magic of the world and taking it for a ride instead of waiting for it to build up in some battery. It also allowed the covens to outlast the average war mage in battle, formidable though the circle's mages could be, because they were mostly using wild magic against them. They only needed to expend a small portion of their own power with each spell to give the wild magic something to hold on to. It had always seemed strange to me that the Circle had won the war anyway, but then I didn't claim to be an expert on magical history. But aren't portals just doorways cut into a ley line? I asked. And there aren't any ley lines over this far. At least, I didn't think so. Oh, there are ways to extend them, Safi said without explaining what those were. And since the portals make a stop in Fairy, some of the Fae come here to trade, she added, nodding at the concourse, and at the large green creature heading our way. I stared some more, because that seemed to be all I was doing today. But he was worth it. He was only vaguely humanoid and huge, maybe 12 feet tall, maybe more. It was hard to tell from this angle. He had tiny ears that stuck out from his head, a big forehead, and enough muscles to make a professional powerlifter weep with envy. He was wearing a loincloth and had a normal-sized backpack as a wristlet. He also had a bunch of full-size loaded pallets in tow, on levitation charms floating through the air behind him, and chained together to form a train of what I guessed was his shopping. Of the other towns, Safi was saying. I refocused enough to blink at her. What? You mean there's more like this? She grinned. How many more? She started to answer and then stopped. You know, Hilda was right earlier. We might want to take this slow. Someone called her name, and she started to move away, but I grabbed her arm. But there are covens all over the world. Are you telling me there's places like this everywhere, too? I'm not telling you anything right now. Safi, look, you've had a shock, she said, not unkindly. I should have thought, but you needed to see this. We need you to see this. We've stayed apart from the world for so long, but we can't keep doing it. Not and win the war, which looks like it's headed to Fairy, which we know better than anyone. I glanced around the room. I can see that, I said, my mind going 100 miles a minute. But the mothers don't see that, she said. They won't have anything to do with the Circle, much less fight alongside it, not even with the world at stake. I've talked till I'm blue in the face, and when you ask to see them, well, I may have rushed things a bit. I'm sorry. I wasn't. I was flabbergasted. And still way, way behind. I also wasn't exactly sure what she was telling me, but it sounded like there were little towns like this scattered all over the world, where humans and Fae mingled like it was no big thing. Like there was this whole underground community that no one knew about if they weren't a member. One that defied pretty much every magical law there was. Safi, you can't just hide a whole community from the rest of the world, I told her. It's nuts. One blonde eyebrow went up. Really? We've been doing it to the humans for years. And then someone called her name again, and she was off, disappearing into the steadily growing crowd. I just stayed there, caught flat-footed like I'd been all day, and resenting it. Because every time I thought I had a grip on the magical world, it did something like this. No, it did something like that, I thought, staring out the window some more at the bustling crowd below. In less than a minute, I counted humans, dwarves, trolls, satyrs, a werewolf in full transformation, prowling along with its fur gleaming with reflected colors, several members of the Light Fae, standing a foot or more above the rest of the crowd, and faintly glowing, and a flock of tiny pixies who zoomed around shoppers' heads before flying into a row of exquisite little stores set into the rock above a tea shop. There are pixie-sized shops, I thought. Of course there are. It was enough to make me dizzy. Literally. I'd sat on the floor by the window because it was easier to see down that way, and now I rested my head on the smooth wood of the wall for extra support, feeling like I might pass out. Because it just kept coming. Like the magical 3D graffiti gleaming over and around the shops in ever-changing enticements. A tea shop, which I guessed was where Hilda had gone, had a pot that tipped over every so often, sending a flood of steaming liquid down onto the crowd that dissipated in the air above their heads before it scalded anybody. A sewing shop, likewise, had a needle that embroidered the rock face in beautiful patterns, creating rolling hills and 3D flowers out of magical thread, which disappeared after a few moments to leave a blank canvas for new creations. A bakery was positively ringed by graffitied pastries of all kinds, topped off by a grandmotherly figure that kept throwing dirty looks and napkins at the passionately embracing couple above an erotic bookstore next door. And then there was the cleanup crew. I got back on my hands and knees to see them better. But no, I wasn't imagining things. A squad of animated mops was weaving through the crowd, attempting to clear up the alarming amount of elephant guts, or at least to corral it into a pile. There had to be 50 of them. It looked like the sorcerer's apprentice down there. You know, except for all the blood. I'd seen magic before, even magical creatures, but that was in a world where the different species stayed apart in their own little enclaves. The vamps had their courts where they occasionally brought in a mage or two to help with warding, or a handful of wares for daytime muscle. Likewise, the mages stayed mostly to themselves, occasionally mixing with a few fae, although nothing like this. Nothing close to this.
"Did you hear me?"
someone demanded. I looked up to see the impressive-looking woman again. She appeared even more incensed than before, although I had no idea why. It was all over now. Well, except for the mopping up. "I need some of those," I told her.
"What?"
"The mops." I turned to look at them again in fascination. My bodyguards thought that cleaning was beneath them, but they were also seriously suspicious of any hotel personnel they didn't know. Things got a little odorous on the days that their approved cleaners were off. But the mops seemed to know what to do on their own with no custodian in sight. They were currently trying to chase off some fae, little dark things in robes that seemed to disappear when I looked directly at them, who were attempting to carve a slab off the fallen beast's giant haunch. There followed a tussle between the mops, who clearly had orders to get the concourse back to normal, and the tiny-robed guys who didn't see any reason why they couldn't have the meat. It resulted in mop handles battering small-robed heads and little spell bolts being thrown around, setting a couple of the mops on fire. I laughed.
"I'm glad you think this is funny."
I looked up at her. "I think it's awesome," I said, because she seemed to be waiting for something. Her face scrunched up, maybe trying to read my thoughts. But if so, let her. I was honestly enchanted.
"Is she all right?"
she finally asked someone.
"Of course she's all right."
That was Hilda, who I guessed had gotten back at some point.
"She's just had a shock, that's all." "She's had a shock?" The woman sounded furious. "She isn't even supposed to be here."
"It seems to have been a good thing that she was."
"Much less with a demonic monster in tow."
"One who saved your collective arses."
"As if we couldn't have handled the Svarestri."
The woman snapped.
"Are you in the habit of having to?"
Hilda inquired sharply. The woman's face flushed red.
"That's none of your business. None of this is any of your business. You've no right." "I have every right. The last time I checked, I was a witch, just like you." "You're nothing like us. She is nothing like us." An arm protruded from the flowing gray robes she wore. "The Pythias have never been witches." "I beg your pardon?" "They're pawns of the circle." "Or of the vampires," someone else added. "Everybody knows that. And now that you've brought her here, what do you think she's going to do? She'll run straight back to the circle." "That's a lie." "And we'll have to fight them off or have them crawling all over everything. Dealing with the Fae would have been easier." "If you'd listen for a moment instead of shouting," Hilda shouted, "perhaps you would learn something." "Oh, yes, another circle-trained witch about to instruct me. Not if I can't get a word in edgewise." "I think we should hear from the Pythia," someone said, and for the second time, everybody paused to look at me. I looked back, too bewildered to feel intimidated this time. "I'm not a pawn of anyone," I told them. "Then you'd be the first Pythia I ever heard of who wasn't." That was from the imposing woman again. Hilda started to blow up, probably because her sister had just been insulted as much as me, but she was cut off. "Jury's still out," a familiar voice said, and I looked up to see the only 3 coven leaders I did know making their way through the crowd. "Heard you were here," Evelyn, the imposing one in front, told me. "You have some lady balls to try this." "She has big fat lady balls," Hilda said staunchly. "I was looking for you," I told her. "Well, you found me. Let's talk."
Chapter 4. I finally got some tea. A sylph-like figure with a pair of small glittery wings that couldn't possibly have supported her weight brought around a tray. It took me a moment to notice that both her hands were busy preparing my cup over the top of it, leading to the obvious question of how it was staying in the air like that. The easy answer was a levitation spell, or some kind of charm. But there was also another possibility. I eyed the wings and wondered exactly how many arms she had. She started to hand me a cup, hesitated, then pulled it back and added something out of a bunch of little vials in a wooden stand. "Flavoring?" I asked. "Courage," she answered, and moved on to a group of witches behind me. I eyed my cup unhappily. I'd really wanted some tea. "It's okay," Safi said, sitting beside me. "I got restraint. See?" I peered into her cup and found that it was faintly pink and somewhat floral. Mine, on the other hand, was dark brown with a woodsy, almost earthy scent. I cautiously took a sip. I didn't feel more courageous that I could tell, but it was good tea. "They're giving some of the more combative ones calm," Safi said. "Think it'll help?" She shrugged. "Can't hurt." I glanced at the brouhaha going on behind us and hoped some of them had gotten a double. Zara, the youngest of the coven leaders who I knew, came over and pulled up a hassock. Not by grabbing one and dragging it over, you understand, but by holding out a hand and literally pulling it up from the floor. It was shaped vaguely like a mushroom with a fat base and a round, slightly indented for comfort top, and she settled onto it with a small sigh. I didn't even blink at this point, even though I hadn't seen her drop any water. But then, as powerful as she was, the tree probably figured it shouldn't piss her off. Not that she was looking particularly upset at the moment. I glanced in her cup. Calm, I guessed. "Peppermint," she informed me and took a sip. I was actually kind of relieved that it was Zara who'd come to talk. I'd nicknamed her Jasmine when we first met, because she looked like a beautiful Middle Eastern princess with slow dark eyes and golden skin, and black hair with a sheen to it that was looking faintly purple at the moment,
because a giant graffitied purple dragon had just stuck its glowing nose in the window and was looking around curiously. A couple of the witches shooed it off, after which it went back to preening over a nearby smoke shop and Zara's hair returned to normal, which, unlike the real Jasmine's huge bouncy ponytail, was a shorter, swingy style that matched her modern suit and bright blue blouse. She drank tea at me for a while. "You read the leaves?" she finally asked, and I realized that she'd finished her cup. No, sorry." She shrugged. "Worth a shot." I pulled a soggy pack of tarot cards out of my purse, because making a friend never hurt. But unlike normal, they weren't talking. My old governess had had them enchanted for me when I was young, to give the overall aura of a situation, and I'd found them to be eerily accurate at times. But not today. Today the cards, which were usually fighting, arguing, and trying to speak over each other, were a block of muttering, soggy paper, their voices so muddled that no one stuck out above the others. Maybe that was the message, I thought, glancing at the quarreling witches behind me. I put them back. "Perhaps another time," Zara said wryly, right before a graffitied bat flew through the window and fluttered around everyone's hair, causing another disruption. She sighed. "Annoying, isn't it?" "Cassie likes it here," Safi said staunchly. "It gets irritating after a while," Zara told me, taking out a small cigarette case. "That's why I live in town." "Then why have it like this?" She shrugged. "Makes the Fae feel more at home, so they come more readily. And we have to get potion supplies from somewhere." "You can't just get them at the usual places?" I asked, because there were potion shops all over Vegas. Just on the street with the used furniture shop, I'd seen no less than 3, 4 if you counted a charm store that also stocked a few ingredients behind the counter. To human eyes, they'd appeared to be closed and boarded-up storefronts, their interiors full of nothing but dust. But to anyone with magic in their veins, they looked like what they were, stores humming with shoppers and stuffed full of potion supplies, everything from the mundane stuff needed for cleaning and warding your house to stronger things used in medicine or pest control, or the little beauty tricks that didn't count as glamories, but still took 10 years off your face. There was even a Rothgaze, the Circle-owned potion shop that had its towering main store in London. I'd never been there, but everyone had heard stories of its pristine interior, gleaming old-world fixtures, and knowledgeable staff, any of whom could have headed up a store of his or her own, but who preferred to stay and learn from the truly brilliant alchemists in back. They experimented on new potions and elixirs all the time, the best of which quickly made their way to Rothgaze's many branches worldwide. Of course, there'd been a couple of derelict types lounging around outside the famous store, looking like panhandlers, but in reality serving as guards, because Rothgaze carried the kind of stuff you needed a license for. I wasn't sure a coven witch would get a license, considering it was the Circle that issued them. But even if not, there were plenty of alternatives. The presence of a large supernatural community and a sizable contingent of the War Mage Corps ensured that you couldn't swing a dead cat in Vegas without it coming back smelling like wormwood. Yet the covens needed more? "We don't like the Circle to know what we're buying," Zara said, lighting a small herbal cigarette. She smiled. I smiled back before I realized the implication. Zara," I said, trying not to look as freaked out as I was. "It would be a really bad idea to attack the Circle when they're in the middle of a war." "Is that what you meant?" Safi asked, sitting forward. Zara blew some fragrant smoke at her. "It's been mentioned." "Really, really bad," I added. Why would anybody even think of such a thing? Safi demanded. What good would it do to beat the circle only to have the gods come back and destroy us all? Besides, you know why we can't attack them, even in peacetime. I know, Zara agreed lightly. I'm not the one suggesting it. And before I could ask what Safi meant, she was telling me. The circle's power supports a spell, one laid thousands of years ago to keep out the gods. Without them, it would fall, and those bastards would be back, and we'd all be screwed, like we are if anyone actually goes through with this. I nodded because, for once, I probably knew more than she did. She was talking about the Ouroboros spell, one cast by the goddess Artemis to protect the world after she kicked all the other godly butts to the curb, with the curb being their own dimension. There was some debate as to why she'd done this, but none whatsoever about its usefulness. Of course, I could be wrong about that, I thought, seeing Zara's expression. The spell does exist, I told her. Perhaps. No, perhaps. It does. Perhaps, she repeated, showing teeth this time. But it was very convenient that we only learned of this during our war with the Circle. We had a truce once to fight a more pressing enemy. They broke it, attacked us when we were at our most vulnerable, and then, when our leaders vowed to fight on nonetheless, told us this story, and somehow persuaded the mothers to believe it. As a result, while we never accepted the yoke they call their rule, we also did not continue to fight back. She looked at me soberly, and now there is another war. Yes, one we have to win. Perhaps. It seemed to be her favorite word. Or perhaps the Circle want an excuse to finish us off. You don't believe that, Safi said, looking shocked. I'm merely telling you what's been said, Zara replied innocently. The Circle has viewed the Covens as a thorn in its side for centuries. What if they see this war, whether needed or not, as a way to persuade us to ally with them as they did once before, and to complete the betrayal they started then? I was the one sitting forward this time. You know who I am, who my mother was. I know what they say. Zara's beautiful eyes narrowed. Daughter of the Virgin Goddess, one of the only true demigods left on Earth. But you don't believe it. Frankly, I don't know what to believe. I saw it, Safi said, breaking in and almost vibrating at my side. That tea was apparently really overrated. You weren't there at the battle on the drag. She took on a whole dark mage army. Yes, so you've told me. A number of times. And won, all by herself. I wasn't by myself, I corrected quietly. And if it hadn't been for you, I'd have died there. Zara raised a perfect eyebrow at me. I guess she hadn't expected candor. And fortunately, it was all I had to work with, as I'd never been particularly good with diplomacy. But for once it seemed to be an asset. From what I'd seen of the Covens, they didn't do diplomacy all that well either. The stories are true, I told her. Artemis was my mother, but she was greatly diminished when she had me and died shortly thereafter. And in any case, demigods have varied skill sets. I don't claim to be all-powerful or anything close to it. That's why I came. I need help. Really? And here I thought you came to argue the Circle's case. I frowned. No? Oh. Then you're not trying to recruit us? To persuade us to fight alongside the people who butchered our ancestors and would do the same to us if they thought they could get away with it? Who restrict our travel? Or try to, she said, with a satisfied little glance back down the mall to where the distant glow of the portals could still be seen. And who attempt to monitor our every movement? No, I said again. I'm not going to lie. It would be a huge asset to have the Covens on board for the war, but I'm not a fool. I know the odds on that. Then why risk this? Do you know what usually happens to interlopers here? She isn't an interloper, Safi said. She's a Coven leader, an unaffiliated one. It amounts to the same thing. It isn't the same thing, and she's willing to work with us. Do you know how long it's been since anybody... Willing to work with us how? Zara asked, looking at me. If you don't expect us to help in the war, then what do you want? I glanced behind me at my other two acquaintances among the Coven leaders. One of them, Evelyn, was another Valkyrie type, albeit younger than Hilda, with steel gray hair cut short and a matching business suit. She was recounting how we first met and what had followed. My battle to save my court from some rogue acolytes and their dark mage allies. She and her two friends had played a big part in that, not to mention that it had involved some time travel, so she had a fairly rapt audience. The other was named Beatrice, a mahogany-skinned disco granny type who stood maybe 4'7", without the giant afro she was known for. She was not in a business suit, something I'd never seen her wear, but rather a bright crimson caftan that highlighted the fortune in fine gold chains around her neck, and the matching rings and bracelets on her expressive hands. Her long nails were also bright gold, like the eyeshadow that highlighted her intelligent dark eyes. They were snapping at the moment, because she was scooping up any stragglers by deliberately starting arguments with them. Never too hard around here. Together they were doing a good job of holding the conversation away from us. So, Zara could pump me for info, maybe? Not that she had to work too hard. I need Coven witches, I said, turning back to her, for my court. You have them. An elegant hand indicated Safi. Yes, and they've been wonderful and very much appreciated. But, the dark eyes gleamed. But I wasn't talking about guards. It took her a moment, and then her eyes widened. You can't be serious. She's serious, Safi said, and would have said more, knowing her, but Zara quieted her. I need adepts, I said bluntly. And we both know you have them. Coven girls used to come to the court, powerful seers who are needed to guard our enclaves from the damned circle, not to mention that none of the girls we sent ever had a chance of becoming Pythia, not with the circle's influence pervading every inch of that place. I blinked at her, because for the first time, Zara had lost her famous cool. Her golden cheeks were flushed pink, and her dark eyes were giving Beatrice's a run for their money. And that wasn't a great sign. Zara was the most even-tempered of the Coven leaders I'd met so far. If she was this appalled by my request, well, at least I'd enjoyed the tea, I thought grimly. But as long as I was here, I was having my say. I gulped the rest of my drink, just in case it helped, and sat the cup down with a thunk. I'm sorry for the way you've been treated. It's a little late for that. But that was by my predecessors, not me. I can assure you that any girls you send me will be treated with the same respect as any other acolytes. They'll be housed the same, they'll be trained the same, and they'll have the same chance at succeeding me. Oh, please. Zara looked at me for the first time with dislike. I thought you might at least be honest with us. And I'm not? Hardly. You know as well as we do who will succeed you. Everyone does. Maybe you'll enlighten me? Drop the act. We know who Rhea Sylvanus's true parents are. She was raised by a coven, remember? The Silver Circle has been influencing the Pythias for years, and now their leader is to have his daughter on the throne. If there was ever any question who runs things, the power chooses the Pythia, I told her. Rhea is Jonas's daughter, it's true, and her mother was the former Pythia Agnes. Then you admit it. Didn't I just say so? I glanced around because the distraction technique suddenly wasn't working so well anymore. Our little group was starting to be hedged by unhappy faces, with enough passive power coming off them to send my hair crackling around my face. Damn, I could use another cup of tea. But I didn't have any, so I soldiered on regardless. So yes, Rhea has a strong pedigree, but so did Myra, Agnes's former heir. Yet the power came to me. Considering who your mother was? Someone laughed. I damn well hope so. A murmur went around the group. It seemed that some hadn't been reading the papers, because there were a few gasps as questions were asked and answered, and a few audible snorts of derision. Yeah, I thought. That's why I didn't go around name-dropping. And, I said, raising my voice, since that seemed to be considered normal around here, there's the fact that Agnes never wanted Rhea to follow in her footsteps, something she made quite clear to her daughter, who was never trained. She can't even shift. The murmuring got louder. And may never do so. But either way, the power chooses the Pythia. Then why does it always go to a circle girl, Explain that, someone else said. Because they're the ones who are trained. I looked around the ring of faces in exasperation. The power chooses the best candidate possible. Are you surprised that is usually someone with the right training? And do you expect us to believe that there's no politics, no circle intervention involved in that selection? That was Zara again. No, I'm not saying that, I told her. Quite the contrary. See? Someone said. The circle has exerted a great deal of influence for some time on which initiates are selected as acolytes, I said, because it was true. They want to give the old circle families, the ones they feel they can trust, the best chance to get one of their daughters on the throne. A lot of arm twisting is done to get those girls into position, and then it's usually a cutthroat scrabble between them for the top spot. And yet you wish us to send you girls. That was Evelyn. She'd stopped trying to distract anyone since they were all over here anyway. Yes, I do. I looked around at them and tried not to let the various expressions get to me. Other than from Safi, I didn't see any encouragement in the room. Hilda was frowning along with the rest, or maybe at the rest, I wasn't sure. She was in the back, and it was hard to tell. But a party this wasn't. I'm sorry for how you've been treated in the past, I repeated. It was unfair. I heard somebody snort again. But some of that, a lot of it, was on you. That earned me a few gasps. Damned if you do, damned if you don't, I thought, and carried on anyway. When you withdrew your girls from the court, you also greatly lowered the chance of ever having a coven Pythia. Rhea was partly raised by the covens, as you know. If she does end up with the top spot, maybe she'll be sympathetic to your issues. Maybe she won't. But that's as close as you're likely to get if you don't send somebody to be trained. The power isn't likely to go to someone who doesn't know how to use it, and you're making sure they don't. And by doing that, you're willfully conceding yet another area of the magical world to the circle's control. It's like expecting to win a game when you refuse to play, even though... I raised my voice again, because the room had just exploded. Even though you have a Pythia right here, right now, willing to give your girls an equal shot. If you don't take it, don't blame the circle. If you don't have an advocate, it's because you don't want one. If you don't have equality, it's because you'd rather blame someone else for your problems than take it when it's offered. Damn, Safi muttered, looking into my cup. What the hell was in here? You wanted the truth, I told Zara. That's the truth. It's all so dangerous, she said, glancing around. Safi jumped to her feet at that, although nobody had made a move. Yet. But I didn't need her. It's all right, I said. You sure about that? Yes, I answered, but I wasn't talking to her. I can shift us all out of here at a moment's notice, although I don't need to. I can turn back time to before we even arrived and erase all this from everyone's memories. I can make this as though it never happened, because for all of you, it won't have. Even more, I can freeze you where you stand and do whatever I like, up to and including slaughtering everyone in the room, because that is the power of the Pythian office. That is the power you forfeited for your pride. No one was talking now. They were all staring at me, some calculating, some angry, most shocked. But they were looking, and for once, they were listening. "You talk about war with the circle?" I said. "War leaves many dead on both sides, and as you discovered, to your cost, it often achieves little. There are other ways to wield power, safer ways, better ways, and more of it than you could ever dream. But it requires taking a risk and re-entering the world in order to claim it." "And if we take this risk?" the impressive-looking woman said, her white mane of hair floating about her as it electrified. "What guarantee do we have that you are not another Agnes? Lady Femino had relatives in one of our covens, and distant though they were, they took in her child, raised her up, gave her a new name to hide her identity, until she could safely return to court as just another initiate. And what did that win us? Nothing. Because she was dating Marsden, damn his eyes," another woman said, and there was loud agreement everywhere. "Yes, she was dating Jonas Marsden," I cut in, "and she let that influence her when she shouldn't have. But I'm not Agnes, and the circle doesn't rule me. No one does." "So you say," the impressive woman spat. "Read my mind if you doubt me. Isn't that your gift?" I challenged her. "It isn't mine, so I don't know how much you can see. But if you have the skill, do it, and tell them what you find." The room went quiet. "I haven't forgotten that it was the covens who went with me to save my court," I said, my voice trembling a little in memory. "I wouldn't have it now without Zara and Evelyn and Beatrice, and if your witches hadn't arrived in the middle of that terrible battle on the drag, I might not be here either. I owe you a debt, and I will not forget that. But I will not be ruled by you. I will not be ruled by anyone. I am Pythia, and I am asking if you want to work with me." I stood up. "Let me know what you decide." Chapter 5. 3 hours later, I shifted into the foyer of my penthouse, along with Safi, Hildegard, and about 100 packages, only to have one of my own bodyguards pull a gun on me. "Hey," I said, startled, "put that down." He did not put it down. "Show yourself," he demanded, the gun trembling a little because he was new, and thus wasn't used to 3 overburdened women appearing out of nowhere almost in his face. Of course, I wouldn't have been in his face if he'd been over by the door where he should have been, instead of prowling around the large interior space. "You're supposed to be by the door," I told him helpfully. "This is the landing strip." What? He stared at me. Or rather, he stared at my right eye, which is all he could see through the tower of packages I was carrying. "By the door," I repeated and started for the item in question, only to have the gun shoved back at me again. "Hold up or I'll shoot!" he shrieked, right before he disappeared. I blinked for a moment at the space where he'd been, and then my packages and I turned so I could see Hilda, or at least the mountain of stuff in front of her. "Where'd you send him?" "To the lobby." "He's not going to like that." "As if I give a damn," she said, trying to maneuver over to the door, but not being able to see made it difficult. She ended up moseying around the foyer. "He should go back where he came from. The boy is obviously unstable." "He's new," I told her, zeroing in on the door via the sliver of space between two of the biggest boxes. I remembered the troll, or whatever he'd been, on the mall. I could have really used his floating setup right now. But I didn't have it, so I made do, and kicked the door with my shoe. And almost fell over in the process because that put me off balance, and I'd never counted gracefulness as one of my attributes. "Careful," Safi said, steadying me with a hand. How the hell did she have one free? I couldn't tell because I couldn't see. And then the vamp was back, even though elevators don't work nearly that fast. But then he hadn't taken one. He'd taken the stairs. And even for a vamp, running up 20-something flights will piss you off. "All right, listen up," he began shrilly. Then he was gone again. "Hilda," I said. "What?" she demanded from the other side of the foyer. "First of all, don't do that. And second of all, the door's over here." "Where?" she asked. And then she cursed. Probably because she'd just run into a potted plant. "All right, I've had enough," she said. And the next thing I knew, my tower of packages was levitating into the air to join the multitude that were already floating overhead, studding the high domed ceiling like brightly colored birds let loose from their cages. Exactly like, I thought, looking up. The ceiling was white with gold ribs every 4 feet or so, giving it a cage-like look, and the packages had been wrapped in a rainbow of different colored papers. It was all very pretty. It was also well above my reach. "Okay," I said, admiring the view. "But how do we get them down?" "She has a point," Safi said. "Some of that's breakable. We can't just drop the spell or—" The vamp was back. And this time he came in shooting. "Son of a bitch!" I heard someone say. I think it was Safi. I wasn't sure because the door behind me burst open at almost the same moment, and a bunch of people ran out, and one of them tackled me to the floor. Make that several of them, I thought, as someone else opened fire. Fortunately, it didn't last long. "That's enough," a familiar voice bellowed, loud enough to threaten my eardrums. The gunfire abruptly stopped. I looked up, trying to see past whoever was on top of me, but it was at least 2 and possibly 3 guys, so all I saw was expensive couture. Even worse, I couldn't breathe. I decided to do a Hilda and to say, to hell with it, and shifted out from under the little mountain of vamps, who hit the floor with an oof. I looked up from my own bit of floor, winded and pissed off, and seriously worried that one of those bullets had connected with somebody. But all I saw was legs. I hauled myself back to my feet in time to see Safi, with a wand out and glaring, and Hilda having a standoff with Marco, my lead bodyguard. Marco is 6'5" in his stocking feet, and probably 6'6" or so in the expensive Italian loafers he favors, which is why the gun-happy vamp's toes weren't even touching the floor. Marco had him in one hand and was shaking him like a maraca, even while he informed Safi that this was his vamp, and— "You're idiot, you mean?" Hilda was red-faced and pissed, probably because the shield she'd erected in front of her was riddled with bullets. She dropped it a second later, and they rattled to the floor, rolling around underfoot and threatening to trip people up. Meanwhile, the overflow from her magic, which had been a little sloppy due to speed, was sending sparks pinging off the marble, shocking some of the vamps who had poured into the room and were standing too close to the sides. A few of them jumped like they'd been hit, while others stared upward at the slowly rotating packages, some of which now had holes in them. "What the hell just happened?" I wheezed, trying to get my breath back. "Somebody earned himself a one-way ticket back home," Roy snapped. He was a red-haired charmer, a broad-shouldered southern vamp who liked checkered suits and inventing new cocktails to get us all plastered on a regular basis, although he wasn't looking so charming at the moment. Maybe because the idiot in question was his. "Who did we lose this time?" I asked, because the new guy had to be a replacement for someone.
"Polly,"
Marco said, his eyes still on Hildegard.
"Mircea pulled him back 2 days ago."
Damn. I'd liked Polly. "This has to stop," I told Marco.
"That it does,"
he said, looking pointedly at me, because this wasn't a problem he could fix. I sighed and went indoors, snagging a low-hanging package on the way in. "Get Mircea on the phone," I told one of the boys who was so new that I didn't even know his name yet, but he looked slightly more with it than the maraca outside. He nodded and pulled out a phone while I dealt with problem number 2. "It's okay," I said, grabbing a friend's arm as she headed past. 100 tiny beads on 100 tiny braids clacked together as her head spun to look at me. "One rule," she said, her voice trembling. "I have one rule." "I know. It won't happen again." "That's what you said last time. Why are there idiots running around, Tammy, with guns where there are children playing?" She gestured across the living room to where a bunch of kids were gathered around a tall, exquisite creature, whose long arms were holding them protectively against his body. I blinked, because I'd never seen Augustine Couturier to the stars give a damn about anybody but himself. It was almost wholesome. "It's okay," I told them. "There was just an, accident." "The last one," Tammy said flatly. "I've had enough. I'm taking their guns." On the surface, it seemed like a ridiculous statement. My bodyguards were mostly massive vamps, master-level rank for the most part, and armed to the teeth. Not that they needed to be, considering the teeth in question. They sent most people into cardiac arrest with barely a glance. Tammy wasn't most people. On the surface, she was a delicate beauty with café au lait skin, bright hazel eyes, and currently a head of Cleopatra braids. She looked like she should be walking a runway somewhere instead of trying to corral the crazy I lived with. But she was fully capable of taking on the job, and of enforcing exactly what she said, because Tammy was a null witch. It was a relatively rare ability that allowed her to pull magic off of anybody who had it, meaning pretty much anyone within these walls. That would include my new witch bodyguards, courtesy of the Covens, and the Lone Circle Mage, who we'd all agreed to tolerate because he was mostly okay and it kept Jonas off my back. Even the vampires who didn't do magic were nonetheless magical creatures. I didn't know what would happen if Tammy decided to try her talents on one of them, but I doubted he'd enjoy the experience. The new vamp handed me a phone, which didn't help, because Augustine had gotten his voice back and was using it to scream. That started some of the kids crying, because they had no idea what was going on, and they were somewhat sensitive at the moment. And that brought Rhea running from somewhere inside the sprawling suite, which took up an entire floor in one of the towers at Dante's, the casino I currently called home. I put a finger in my ear and tried to hear what Mircea was saying, only he wasn't saying anything. It was someone else's voice. But I couldn't tell whose. "Until 4 o'clock, I can pencil you a call, if you'd like." "What?" I said. There was a pause on the other end of the line, which was probably space for a silent sigh, because Mircea's people would never utter such a thing out loud. They were far too polite. Well, except for the ones he'd sent me, probably because they were less diplomatic and therefore less useful in his former profession. But Mircea was no longer the chief diplomat of the North American Vampire Senate. He was the enforcer now, of the newly combined Uber Senate that had recently been made from select members of the world's 6 vampire governments. They'd come together to fight the war and had appointed him their general, something that had entirely changed his view of his family members' usefulness. After all, we didn't intend to negotiate with the gods.
"Tell him he can't keep taking my guards,"
I yelled, because the noise level in here had just gone up again, thanks to everybody pouring back in from the foyer.
"I need the people I have. They're trained how to handle this place."
"Dinner, although there is tomorrow after."
"What? Hold on,"
I yelled and pushed my way through the crowd. I went back out to the foyer, but several vamps were still there, jumping around and trying to grab the floating packages, so I reversed course. Through the living room, across a large open space with a couple of half-moon couches, where some of the older girls had been having a lesson, judging by all the books and papers scattered about, and into the butler's pantry next to the formal dining room, which was currently empty. Thank God. "Are you there?" a polite voice asked. It sounded like Mircea's new personal assistant, who'd been brought on to help with all the extra work connected with the war, only they didn't call him that. They called him some weird military name out of another time.
"Are you Batman?"
I asked and forgot not to yell. "Gerald, lady," I was informed in a pained-sounding voice. "Please, call me Gerald."
"You know," I told him, "if I had a job that allowed me to go by Batman, I don't think I'd ever use any other name."
The sigh actually got through that time. "Do you wish me to pencil you in for tomorrow?" he asked. "Otherwise, I'm afraid the first available appointment is—"
"I don't want an appointment. I just want to talk to Mircea."
"I understand, but the master is—"
"Busy, yes, I know. Taking all my bodyguards for colonels or whatever in his new army. Look, he sent them to me because he said he didn't need them. I get that times have changed, but you can't expect Joe Vampire to handle things around here. We just had an incident with another new arrival that could have been bad, very bad, over nothing. Literally nothing. I can't—"
Marco came in. He was still dragging the gun-happy vamp, but almost absently, like he'd forgotten that he had the guy's throat in one catcher's mitt-sized paw.
"What the hell?" he demanded.
"I'm trying to get through to Mircea now," I told him.
"Not that."
"Then what?"
Tammy came in, her arms full of firepower, her face thunderous.
"Well, shit."
"She wants our guns," Marco said accusingly. "She said you authorized it."
"You authorized it," I reminded him.
"You said if there was another incident from one of my guys. This wasn't one of my guys."
"Then what would you call him?
I thought Roy—" "Exactly. He's one of Roy's guys." "I cannot work in these conditions."
The door blew open again, and Augustine was there, in all his glittery, insect-like glory. He was blonde, fashionably thin, which allowed him to squeeze past Tammy, and easily as tall as Marco. Only instead of the linebacker type, he was the praying mantis type, with an elongated body draped in couture bodysuits that he designed himself, and stick-thin arms and legs. And fingers, I thought, as one was waved in my face.
"You promised me peace and quiet. You also promised me some sort of guidelines, of which I've received exactly nothing. You promised me—"
"Here." I cut him off, because I didn't have time for this, and thrust the box I'd grabbed into his arms. "That's what I want."
"What?"
He looked at it like it was something I'd dragged in on the bottom of my shoe, despite the slick gold wrapping paper the shop had swathed it in.
"What is this?"
"Open it and see."
"Cassie."
That was Tammy, giving me the look. I'd known it since childhood, and it had never boded well.
"1 second,"
I told the guy on the phone who was trying to pass me off to a subordinate.
My assistant will set up a time. I don't want Robin, I want you, I snarled. Don't you dare go anywhere. Who is that? Marco demanded. Batman. Very funny. Mircha's Batman. Oh, that prick. He can probably hear you. Then he's doing better than I am, Marco said sardonically, probably because Augustine had started screaming. Again. What the hell is wrong with you? I asked, because the man had opened the package and was now standing there shrieking at the contents. I didn't know why. It was the gorgeous battle dress I'd seen in the mall, which was currently in its metallic silver state, the tiny, delicate-looking scales flowing like water over Augustine's long fingers. Where did you get this? He screeched. Where? You tell me right now. I'm not telling you anything until you stop screaming, I said. And anyway, you don't need to know that. Just tell me you can duplicate it. I stared at him. Genius and insanity, I thought. Augustine had finally lost it. Would you get him out of here? Marco snapped at the vamp who'd just come in. And find me that idiot of Roy's. What's his name? Daniel, croaked Daniel, I presumed, since he was still hanging from Marco's vest. This is high court work, Augustine shrieked in my face, his blue eyes wild. Do you understand what that means? No, I said, and looked at Tammy. Listen, we talked about this. It was flat. We all agreed. That was before Mircha started poaching my guys. Oh, like the old ones are any better? Hey, Marco said. They're master vampires, Tammy said. They don't need guns. It's a point, I told Marco. Bullshit, it's a point, he told me back. They need guns because they're masters. You know how fast a master, even one like that loser. And why aren't you going after him? He demanded, looking at the new vamp. He was the one who'd given me the phone. I think you're holding him, sir, the new guy said. What? Black eyes focused on Daniel, who fortunately didn't need to breathe. Yeah, this guy, Marco said and slammed him down on the prep table. Pathetic as he is, he could drain you in a matter of seconds. That's why we give him guns. As a deterrent, sure, 'cause most civilians suddenly get accommodating when you start flashing hardware around, but also as a safeguard. A safeguard? Tammy was furious. If they're reaching for a gun, they aren't draining you, Marco said, and most bullet wounds aren't fatal, despite what you might have seen on TV. But losing all the blood in your body? Yeah, the docs aren't putting that back. I can't believe we're debating which means of deadly force to use in a suite full of children. They're not meant for the kids, but for anybody who might want to harm the kids. Really, I must go, Batman told me. I will make your life a living hell, I promised. He shut up. Cassie didn't want to harm anybody, Tammy yelled, yet he pulled a gun on an unarmed woman. She's Pythia. She ain't unarmed, Marco said dryly. Oh my God, nobody cares, Augustine shrieked. Everybody paused to look at him, because he both looked and sounded like somebody seconds away from a massive heart attack. He grabbed me, and those stick-like fingers were surprisingly strong. What is wrong with you? I demanded. You are what is wrong with me. This is high court work. You drag it in here like it's nothing. Nothing. He looked outraged. Where did you find it? In a store window. There were others. Oh! Okay, that's enough, Marco said and let go of the traumatized vamp, long enough to grab Augustine and put his glittery self outside the door. He gets back in, you go home too, he told the other newbie. That might not be the best incentive right now, I pointed out. Hey, they should be honored to be here, all right? Marco said, looking pointedly at the guy on the table, who hadn't dared move. It's the fucking Pythian court. Language, Tammy snapped. Marco got out his wallet and handed her a 20. They get to be around all the big shots, assuming you ever start seeing any, he added. The waiting list is getting a little long,
Tammy confirmed, adding the 20 to a jar full of them in a nearby cabinet. I'm doing what I can, I told her, which was true. It felt like I hit the ground running every day, yet never caught up. And now I was supposed to sit in our big audience chamber, solving other people's problems when I couldn't even fix all of my own? Rhea says there's usually a grace period after a new Pythia comes on board, Tammy added, to let her get things sorted out, but it's normally only a couple of weeks. It's been months now. There's also a war, I said, wondering why I was holding a phone. Yes, and that's bought us some time, but it's also brought up a lot of new issues that people want addressed. You're going to have to start seeing at least a few of the big names on the list. Soon, I promised. You said that last week, Marco said. And then he and Tammy both crossed their arms and looked at me. Aren't you supposed to be fighting? I said, glancing pointedly at the guns Tammy had heaped on a counter. No, we're explaining the issue and waiting on a ruling from our Pythia, Tammy said. Great. Somebody was squawking something out of the phone, so I put it to my ear. Hello? The squawking stopped. Hello? It sounded tentative. Who is speaking, please? I asked impatiently. Gerald? He sounded like he wasn't sure, which made two of us. Who? A long sigh came through the line. Batman. Oh, right. I want to speak to Mircea, I told him. There was a pause. You know, he gritted out, I'm not supposed to do this, but I can tell you that they're about to take a break. If you get here in an hour or so, you might be able to catch him. Where's here? The new Senate Hall, at the consul's home in New York. Thanks, I'll be there. Cassie! That was Tammy. All right, this one goes home, I said, patting Daniel on the shoulder and receiving a grateful look in return. Guns are permitted only for the original group under Marco's control. Newbies have to earn the right to carry, and they are only assigned outside work, in the hotel and casino, but not in the court itself, for at least a month after arrival. You guys need to work together to come up with a training regimen for them so they don't freak out at the kind of stuff that goes on around here. And what are you going to do? Marco asked. Get a bath?
Chapter 6. I was glad I had an hour, and not only because I was pooped, but because of that thing everyone does when they're going to see an ex. You know the one I mean. Even if it's over and you know it's over and you don't even want it to not be over, you're not going to show up looking less than your best. Like in spaghetti-stained jeans, washed-off makeup, and hair that had dried on its own after being electrocuted by a merman. Okay, that last part was more my life than most people's, but you get the idea. It was Gild the Lily time, and I had one hell of a place to do it in. My old digs were downstairs, serving as housing for some of my bodyguards, because they liked being close and didn't mind the bullet holes in the walls. I'd lived there when it was just me, but with the whole Pythian court showing up, I'd needed more space, something I suspected had been anticipated by a mind far older and sneakier than mine. Strongly suspected, I thought, eyeing the Greek key designs on the tiles in my huge basin-like tub as I drew a bath. They matched the blue border on the white-tiled floor and the mosaics of fish and weird-looking dolphins around the sink area. There were more dolphins in the mural in the attached dressing room, frolicking in a crystal blue sea visible through ivy-colored painted columns, which looked like it had been taken from a postcard of Santorini. It hadn't. I knew that because I knew who'd commissioned it. So it was probably the view off Alexandria or something, the way it had been 2,000 years ago. Because the mind behind my luxurious new bathroom and the rest of this place was no less than the consul of the North American Vampire Senate. She looked like Cleopatra if she'd had a modern makeover, maybe because she was Cleopatra with a modern makeover. Some vamps' histories could really play with your head.
But she was still around and more powerful than ever, and sometime after I ended up Pythia against everybody's expectations, and then further surprised them by managing not to die, she'd realized that one of two things was going to happen. I was going to end up back in Britain, where the Pythian court had resided for a while, and thus back under the thumb of the Circle, who had their main base of operations there. Or she needed to get busy. So she had, booting me out of my old penthouse, which had stood in a fraction of this huge new space, and then gutting it along with the rest of the floor. The reason given was that her former local abode at Magic, the supernatural version of United Nations, had been an early casualty in the war. She'd therefore had no choice but to move in here and create a mansion for herself and the army of servants she supposedly needed. But despite my blonde hair, I'm not completely dumb, and I'd noticed that once she'd finished the place, she and the rest of the crew had flitted off back to New York, where she had a truly palatial estate near the Catskills, and where she'd remained. I'd be surprised if she'd spent more than a week rattling around in here. So why go to all the trouble? Call me evil-minded, comes from spending too much time around vamps, but it had occurred to me that maybe, just maybe, my ending up here had been the idea all along. I wasn't from Britain, I didn't know anybody there, but I was fond of Vegas. I liked the gorgeous desert sunsets I saw from my windows at night, the palette of soft reds and dark purples and of orange, yellow, and flashes of jade that painted the skies every evening, only to come back for an even more spectacular show in the morning. I liked the people, everybody from the native Nevadans with their rugged individualism and practicality, to the crazy transplants from all over, to the always surprising denizens of Dante's, the hotel and casino I called home. It was a vamp-owned property with the best wards around, so it had become the Senate's local outpost after Magic ended up a glass slick in the desert. Back in the bad old days, when I was hiding out here, pretending to be a casino employee while it felt like everybody else in the world was gunning for my head, I'd spent hours listening to the stories they told. I'd met a woman who'd had a little bar in El Paso, where she'd served the likes of Billy the Kid, Wild Bill Hickok, and the assassin Jim Miller, and seen the steel plate he wore like an early version of Kevlar under his famous black coat. I'd met the Mad Monk, one of the first Jesuits to arrive in California, who was hanged by his order for babbling about fanged demons in the desert and trying to bite the brothers. He could still show you the rope marks. They'd never faded, because the hanging had taken place during his change. I'd met a Native American bootlegger and stagecoach robber named Sadie Skull after the tattoo that covered her entire face. She usually hid it with a glamoury these days, but could drop it in an instant and scare the ever-loving crap out of you, and then laugh and buy you a beer. I'd met a pair of Chinese Siamese twins who'd run a successful chain of laundries back in the day, bought with profits from a series of train robberies that they'd somehow convinced the authorities had been done by some other pair of Siamese twins. I even liked the city itself, and all its glitz and glamour and tacky wonderfulness, which shouldn't even be here because this was the middle of the desert, where nothing was supposed to live except for some desert hares and parched-looking bushes. It had no business being where it was or doing what it was doing, yet it was here anyway, just like I was. We fit? And the consul knew that. Which is why I found it suspicious that the perfect Pythian court, complete with plenty of rooms for the girls, a formal audience chamber, a ballroom, a library, a massive dining room and kitchen, a huge master suite, big open common rooms, and a large outdoor garden and pool area which, until Tammy got hold of it, had featured actual Greek statuary, just happened to be left empty right freaking above me. Of course, the consul hadn't invited us to occupy it. Oh my, no. Vampires, especially vampires as old as her, never did anything so obvious. And if they did, you'd better run. No. She just vacated it once the reno was complete, leaving it for my very competent house mother / major domo / I am the captain now Tammy to notice. Which she shortly had and moved us in while I was away. Tammy was so proud of her find that I hadn't had the heart to tell her that she'd been manipulated. It wasn't a problem in itself. I liked the place overall and was glad to have it. But it didn't bode well for the future. It didn't bode well at all. Someone tapped on the partly open door from the bedroom while I was trying to decide between mango madness and papaya passion bath bombs. I said to heck with it, chucked in both, and stuck my head out the door. And found Rhea standing there with the tray. "Tammy thought you might like lunch," she told me. "Hilda said you didn't have any." No, we were afraid we'd get kicked out if we stopped moving. I lifted up the fancy cover. Tammy had found the dinner service of the gods when we moved in and had fallen in love with the antique Victorian food domes. She put them on everything now, even when the tray wasn't going far enough to need one. But it did a wonder for capturing aromas. Like off the homemade cassoulet that I guess everybody had had for lunch. My stomach grumbled plaintively. Hot damn. Rhea laughed. I used to shock her with my occasional colorful language, but after being around the guys for weeks now, she was immune. "I'll put it on the table, shall I?" I nodded. "I'll be out in a few." I shucked my clothes and eased into the bath, which was too hot but felt amazing on my tired muscles, and tried to just zone out for a few minutes, because this was the best part of my day. The tub was huge and had more tech in it than the space station. I'd spent half an hour when I first moved in playing with the water jets and the different colored lights. I'd finally settled on blue because it was soothing, and it matched the decor. That tub almost made me forgive the Senate for everything. Almost. But it was a little hard to forgive when the manipulation was ongoing. I scowled and lathered up my hair because I didn't want to think about that right now. Or, at all. But my brain had different ideas. The vamps had wanted my power under their control ever since they knew there was a potential Pythia who hadn't been raised by the Circle. That wouldn't have bothered me so much. It was Politics 101. And the Senate was just better at it than most people. If, that is, their brilliant plan hadn't involved having Mircea get me to fall in love with him. That hadn't been too hard, since I'd already been halfway there. I'd had a crush on him ever since I was a kid, when he'd visited Tony's terrible court, and had left quite an impression. The warm, dark eyes were the first I'd ever dreamed about. The mahogany hair, long enough to flow over my hands like silk, had probably given me a lifelong fetish. But it was the humor that really got to me. The way the handsome face could light up, and the sensual mouth could quirk at the corners with an appreciation for the absurd that someone like him wasn't supposed to have. Senate member, master vampire, dangerous uber alpha of dangerous uber alphas. And yet he did. He always had. It was the thing I'd loved best about him, although let's be honest, I'd loved practically everything. And he'd loved me, at least for a little while, even though he wasn't supposed to. He was supposed to be the manipulator, the one who kept me enthralled while staying well out of harm's way himself. It must have seemed easy to anyone looking at us from the outside. After all, what did I have to attract him, other than my position? What did he need with a screwball blonde with 2 skinny legs, 2 plump cheeks, and freckles on her nose? But then, Mircea had always had quirky tastes. His many residences were known for their designer opulence in the public areas, meant to overawe his guests. But his private rooms were full of unusual little touches, like carved wardrobes from Matamoros, the woodworking heart of the old country, or a tubby porcelain tambourine player from his stint as the consul's ambassador at the East Asian court, or some old wooden spoons. They'd cost practically nothing. They wouldn't cause awe in anybody anywhere, and they were frankly kind of tacky. But he liked them. Like he'd liked me? "Cut it out," I told myself, angrily scrubbing my scalp. "You know damned well what happened there, and it had nothing to do with your dubious charms." The Senate's happy little plan to get themselves a Pythia had been messed up by the Gesh. A spell gone wrong that had caused Mircea and I to genuinely fall in love with each other. And that was a no-no. The consul had started to get nervous about what might happen when an already too powerful senator with huge wealth, a winning personality, and an extensive family behind him also acquired a Pythia. Not wanting to get hoisted by her own petard and end up having him use me against her, she'd started working to muddy the waters in paradise. Of course, she'd had some help with that. Mircea had failed to mention that he had a daughter, a crazy Dampier who'd been sired during the short period between when he was cursed with vampirism, because he was one of the rare type of vamps who hadn't been bitten, and when the change finished taking effect. That, in itself, was a problem, since we were basically married under vampire law, thanks to an incident that took place when the Gesh was screwing with his head. And you'd think a daughter was something a person might mention to his wife, like he might take her to see his main court or introduce her to his family, or actually put a ring on it, things that also had not happened. Of course, I couldn't complain too much since I'd stubbornly refused to recognize the marriage, which I'd never agreed to in the first place. And since recent events had called into question our compatibility when a spell wasn't controlling us, and because Pythias weren't supposed to get married anyway. But Mircea kept insisting that it was a done deal, so why not tell me about his daughter? Probably because that might have brought up questions about the mother, too. Mircea had also failed to mention anything about his first wife, Elena, a human woman he'd married before the change who had died centuries ago. And that should have been that, because death tended to be pretty final, right? Only no. Not when he'd spent months trying to figure out how to ask me to use the Pythian power to go back in time and prevent her demise. Yes, you heard that right. He wanted his current wife to save his former one, risking the timeline in the process, and bring her to this century where, I guess, we were all supposed to live happily ever after? It was insane. At least it was for a human. For a master vampire, it was Tuesday, since most of them had harems anyway. The change tended to cause a surge of devotion that felt a lot like love, from what I'd been told, and one thing tended to lead to another. Maybe that was why Mircea had never changed a woman. He'd had lovers through the years since Elena's death, but they'd been temporary flings. An immortal paramour, on the other hand, one bound to you by blood, was something else again. That might have felt like he was cheating on his dead wife, who he was so devoted to that he'd been romancing Pythias for the last 500 years. Trying to find one who could go back and rewrite time for him. Of course, I was bound to him by blood. He bit me, half-crazed and ridden hard by the Gesh, but he bit me nonetheless, and not any normal old bite either, but one that bound the recipient to a vampire family for all eternity, the one considered the same as a marriage in their culture, the one I still carried the memory of in 2 little bumps on my neck. He'd taken me when he felt like it, and thrown me away when he felt like it, and that was just... Oh, but I forgot. He hadn't. His and Elena's marriage had ended with his death, he'd said. I was his true love now, He just felt an obligation to Elena, he'd said. "This didn't have to change anything, Cassie. Why are you getting so upset? You're still my second favorite wife," he'd said. Okay, he hadn't actually said that last one, but it had been heavily implied. For someone who was usually highly intuitive to human emotions, Mircea was surprisingly tone-deaf on this subject. There was, of course, a reason for that. Just like the Gesh had played with his head, causing him to fall in love with the boring little Pythia who he was supposed to be manipulating, another factor, not a spell, but a syndrome, was screwing with him now. Mircea was currently suffering from a condition common among ancient vamps, one that explained why there weren't many ancient vamps. The consul was older than dirt, and many members of the Senate had 500 or 600 years under their belts, but they were the exception, not the rule. Older for vamps usually meant a couple of centuries, not a couple of millennia, which was weird when you stopped to think about it. New vamps were created all the time, and while many never managed to make it beyond a normal human lifespan, getting killed in duels or on errands for their masters or from greeting the sun, as they called it when one decided to suicide by waiting for the dawn, many others did just fine. So where were they? All those millennia of vamps, and yet so few survived. Maybe because of the same thing that had started happening to Mircea. They began to obsess over something in their human lives that hadn't gone according to plan, or that had been left unresolved when they changed, and by obsess, I mean fixate on to the point that they couldn't see anything else, including the assassins sneaking up behind them. It reminded me of the way some ghosts hung around after death, trying to put right events that had taken place, in some cases, hundreds of years before. Of course, for the ghosts, that was usually impossible, both because of how hard it was for them to actually interact with the world, and because the people who had wronged them were often long dead themselves. That was not always true for vampires, however. Especially not for vampires who knew a Pythia. I'd found out about all this, what had happened to Elena, Mircea's plan for me, and his growing obsession. Not by Mircea telling me about it, as he should have done, but in an explosive confrontation with said crazy Dampier, who had almost killed me, assuming me to be a threat to her beloved father, who had then and only then spilled the beans. Because the consul had already let part of the story slip anyway, and because he was shortly going into ferry at the head of our army and wanted to make sure that Elena was taken care of in case he didn't come back. Out of obligation, of course. So yeah, I'd been shocked and horrified and heartbroken and a bunch of other things. And to a degree, I still was. But I got it, okay? I wasn't completely heartless. I understood why you'd want to save someone whom you'd loved enough to marry, and who had given birth to your only flesh and blood child. I even understood why it must have seemed like a godsend to Mircea when he'd discovered that there were people who could actually travel in time, and could undo the terrible travesty of justice that had ended with his wife writhing out her final hours on a sharpened stake set up by his own brother. Anyone would understand that. But anyone wasn't a Pythia, and responsible for guarding the timeline. Like from interference that might end up with a lot of other people dead who weren't supposed to be. Of course, Mircea wasn't in love with them, and he was in love with Elena, whether he realized it or not. It had been in his face that night when he finally told me everything, even while he was vehemently declaring otherwise. It had been in the flashes of images I'd caught of his past, either through my seer abilities or because his mental powers were projecting them unknowingly in his distress. It had been clear as anything. He still loved her, and he hadn't needed a Gesh for that. So how was I supposed to tell him no? But that was the job, and something every other Pythia had managed for 500 years, and I probably would have too, but before I could, He'd struck preemptively, sending me a gorgeous copy of Le Morte d'Arthur as a gift. I still had it in the library. It was a beautiful thing, gilt-edged and leather-bound, with full-color illustrations scattered throughout. It was lovely. It was also a threat. A handsome, classy threat, because Mircea was a handsome, classy guy, but a threat nonetheless. Because if I didn't do what he wanted, he was going to release to the public a secret he'd discovered about the other man in my life, John Pritkin. My one-time bodyguard and partner in crime, Pritkin had been by my side almost since I'd stumbled into this crazy new life. We'd started out hating each other, had slowly learned to tolerate and then to respect each other, and had finally ended up in love almost without realizing it, even though we hadn't had a gush. But Pritkin wasn't his real name, at least not the one he'd been born with, and Mircea knew it. And soon, so would everybody else if I didn't pony up. Dating Merlin, it seemed, had its downsides. Not that we were dating. I'd barely seen him since a demon curse had left him more or less dead for 2 weeks and sent me on a crazy race through time after his disembodied soul. I'd gotten him back, and had foolishly thought he'd stay put for a while. Ha! Something weird had happened in Hong Kong recently, and Pritkin had gotten up, off his literal deathbed, to go deal with it. Of course he had, without so much as telling me a word about it, because I might have had an objection to his getting himself killed just after getting himself killed. Honestly, was it any wonder that sometimes I just wanted to stay in a bubble bath and never get out? A bubble bath in a vamp-built penthouse in a hotel that Mircea owned, I thought evilly. One I was taking while he and the Senate battled it out for who got to pull my strings this week. I was supposed to be an independent entity, able to arbitrate between the various supernatural groups because I wasn't beholden to one side over another. Could I do that here? Could I do that anywhere? I'd told the covens that I could, that I would, and had somehow sounded confident doing it. But if Agnes hadn't managed it, what shot did I have? I couldn't even keep Mircea from taking my goddamn bodyguards. It was maddening. Like my loofah brush suddenly deciding to break. I guess I'd been scrubbing a little too hard and it snapped, causing me to spear my damned leg with a splinter. Damn it. I threw it across the room, which was childish, but I was stressed, and was even more so when it hit not the smirking dolphins on the far wall, but something in between. Something that wasn't there because nothing was, but that gave a yelp anyway. And then rushed at me, an invisible terror except for the suds now streaming down its chest. Chapter 7. I should have shifted out and let my bodyguards deal with it, but it happened so fast that I reacted instead, sending a time wave that froze whatever it was in its tracks. Or, to be more precise, in midair. As far as I could tell, it had been halfway through a leap and now was stuck there as time literally stopped all around it. Except for me. I was left panting and slumped against the side of the tub because time stoppages might not work on me, but they were still a bitch. And then slowly climbing to my feet and wading over to a towel rack, grabbing one and wrapping it around me. And going to see what this latest threat was. I still wasn't sure. It was frozen solid. I could tell that much from the power loss alone, as well as the line of suds hovering like a small cloud in the middle of the room. I tried throwing some more up there, but they didn't help all that much. I got a watery, soapy outline that was vaguely humanoid, but that was it. So I went and got some body powder instead. Halfway through shooting bursts of talcum everywhere, I started frowning, an expression that was a full-on scowl by the time I finished plastering what looked like a human-shaped statue, if a lumpy and rather streaky one, not to mention wobbly, as my spell started to unravel. My hands were shaking from the power loss by then, so I fished a little potion bottle out of my makeup bag, downed about a third of it, and felt ease and calm flood back through my system. And herbs scraped my tongue because the stuff was nasty. I returned the bottle and brushed my teeth to get the taste out of my mouth, and because some people around here were nosy. Then came back over, sat on the edge of the tub, and waited. It didn't take long. The long legs started flailing, the equally elongated arms started windmilling, and the momentum the body had before time literally stopped around it suddenly carried it forward, straight into the tub. It, or rather he, hit down, half in and half out of the large basin with his head underneath the water. He came up gasping and shrieking, and then choking, because I guess something went down the wrong way. Until one of the long legs scrabbling for purchase on the water-slick floor slipped, and he ended up getting dunked again. He finally got 2 hands on the side of the tub and pushed up, popping his head out. Or I guess he did. The water had washed off the powder, making him invisible again from the chest up. But I still had enough indicators to get the broken end of the bath brush under what I guessed was a chin. And it must have been close enough, because the invisible man suddenly decided to become visible again, leaving me looking into the bug-eyed, terrified face of Augustine? I'd strongly suspected it was him, but I was still pissed. "Oh, Augustine! Oh! Stop shrieking! Well, stop, wheeze. Threatening me, wheeze, you psycho!" I stared at him. I was the psycho? What are you doing in here? He looked cross-eyed at the loofah stick and seemed to be having trouble breathing, probably because his solar plexus had taken a hit when he slammed into the tub. "I had to talk to you right now? Yes, now. Now! It's important." He grabbed his chest. "What did you, wheeze, do to me?" "Nothing permanent, although you're lucky I didn't kill you. What the hell were you jumping at me for?" "I was afraid that you were about to scream. I didn't want to have to deal with that overgrown gorilla." He looked around, I guess noticing the fact that we were alone. "Where is he, anyway?" "If you mean Marco, probably in the common room somewhere." The console had a silence spell woven around the bedroom. "Gods be praised." Augustine tried getting up, only to slide back down onto his ass again. I grabbed his arm, pulled him up, and slapped a towel onto his chest. "What did you do? And why didn't they see you sneaking in here?" He rolled his eyes and disappeared again. For a second, I thought that was partly due to my stinging, blurry eyesight, because some soap had dripped from my hair into my face and screwed with my vision. And because no glamoury was that good. I was at point-blank range, and I still couldn't see him. But when I reached out a hand, he was standing there, solid under my palm. Son of a bitch. "Move around," I ordered, because one of the things camo spells had trouble with was movement. Nothing. "Are you moving?" "Yes, and stop feeling me up." "Well, I can't see you," I pointed out. "That's the idea." He slowly came back into view, first a shining blonde head with a sharp razor-cut hairstyle that was now a dripping mess, then a lean, angular face with slightly crazed, pale blue eyes, and finally a shimmery jumpsuit that looked like a Buck Rogers costume from the 80s, with an opalescent white background that flashed prismatic colors whenever he moved. "How are you doing that?" I asked, genuinely impressed. He brushed it away. "It's something I'm working on. For the circle. For the war, you know." Yeah. Augustine had been approached to help design some items for the invasion. It wasn't as weird as it sounds. He was part Fae, and his designs had showed a tendency for creativity in the past. And frankly, we could use all the help we could get. "We're getting an invisible army?" My mood suddenly improved. Augustine snorted. "They wish." It looks like it works to me.
Oh, it does. For about 90 seconds. Best case scenario, it'll help some of our spies. But it takes too much power for general use. Figured. Now listen, he said, toweling off. What I need is a rinse-off, I told him, turning on the shower, because I had soap in my hair and everywhere else. Go wait in the dressing room. But Out! I said, massaging my stinging eyes. Or I'll call Marco, I swear. Damn it, Cassie. And I'll mention that gorilla comment. He went. I de-soaped, except for my eyes, which required some eye drops before I stopped looking tragic. I took my time, blowing out my hair and doing the mousse, curling iron, and round brush thing that made my tight little angry curls into big, soft, bouncy ones that looked happy to be there. I even curled my eyelashes, because what the hell, and put on extra liner and mascara. I thought about the Fey woman's vivid blue eye color and added some shadow. It didn't really make mine much bluer, but it countered a bit of the lingering redness. So, score? Finally, I traded my towel for a big terry cloth bathrobe and went into the dressing room, and immediately wished I'd arrived sooner, because Augustine wasn't sitting at my dressing table, ankles primly crossed, waiting for me. He wasn't even sitting at all. His weird, too-skinny bod was in my walk-in closet, which had already looked a little bare and was now being completely denuded. Crap. Unbelievable crap. He looked at me in outrage, brandishing a shirt. Have you been shopping at thrift stores? Hey! I snatched my property back. It was one of my favorites, a plain white tee with a bowl of leaves on the front and salad, the taste of sadness, underneath. He'd just ripped it off a hanger and was in the process of tossing it on a pile he was making in the corner. Don't disrespect thrift stores. Half of my wardrobe used to come from there. Used to. Augustine. You're right, he agreed. I was being rude. That's better. You've clearly been mugging hobos. And he upturned an entire drawer. What are you doing? Crap. That's nice. Oh, it's mine. I should have... Cut it out. You need to come see me, darling, he said seriously. This is excrement. All of it. Except for my pieces, of course. See you where? Your place burned down. Along with the rest of the main drag of the hotel, which was how the battle on the drag had gotten its name. Dante's was currently undergoing renovations due to the attack, and was closed to the public, which was why Augustine was staying here. His shop was barely an outline on the floor at the moment, so the builders had an idea of where everything was supposed to go. And he had flatly refused to return to his apartment, being sure that the dark mages who'd attacked us were out to get him. Since he'd helped in the fight, I'd offered him a place with us. Temporarily. Why did I do these things? I'm doing a trunk show next week in the Gold Ballroom, he informed me. Only for preferred clients, of course. A sneak preview of my new war-themed line. It's exquisite. Considering that the last time I'd heard him say that, it had been about a pith helmet that projected scenes out of Lawrence of Arabia into the air, complete with spitting camel, I had my doubts. Like I doubted I'd have anything left to wear if he didn't stop already. I grabbed the latest item destined for the pile, a nice black pencil skirt that I'd planned to wear with something for my trip, only Augustine wasn't letting go. I need this, the thin lips sneered. For what? Your new secretarial position? Your job as a paralegal? Your upcoming debut as the Pythia with the worst fashion sense in the history of... All right! Then what would you suggest I wear? I have to go to the Senate. Augustine's blue eyes narrowed. What? I said warily. I have the perfect thing, he told me. Absolutely ravishing. The kind of ensemble, I dare say, that might make even a consul jealous. I licked my lips and thought of Cleo and her outrageous fashion sense.
She only did it for the shock value, no longer needing to play the power games that most vamps did. They sometimes wore outfits out of their pasts as an intimidation tactic, to show how old and therefore how strong they were. It made any gathering of venerable vamps look like a costume party, and any human, aka me, who stumbled into their midst, feel even more insignificant than normal. Not that I planned to be in their midst. I needed to catch Mircea alone, where I could actually get a word in, not surrounded by a crowd like he usually was these days. But still, it would be nice to wear something impressive for a change. "How much?" I asked apprehensively, because Augustine didn't come cheap. "It's not for sale," he told me. "I'll gift it to you." I felt my own eyes narrow. "Why?" "You're going to do me a favor." The eye narrowing intensified. "What kind of favor?" "You know very well what kind. I want to know where you found that dress." "What dress?" "What dress?" I clapped a hand over his mouth because I wasn't sure if the soundproofing worked if you were already inside the suite, and Rhea might still be out there. "Hush," I hissed. "Or do you want everybody to find out how easily you run around, spying on everyone?" "What?" He removed the hand. "I don't spy on anyone." He was still yelling, but he was whisper-yelling, so I guessed that was an improvement. "Anyone but me," I pointed out. "I wasn't spying. You jump around like a manic chicken. No one can get a word in." "That's not true." "It's entirely true. You're never here, and when you are, you're closeted away somewhere." "I am not." I thought about it. "All right, maybe I am. But when I'm not, I'm mobbed. I have to go to the bathroom to get some peace and quiet anymore, and when I do, I still don't. I have the right to some privacy." "Yes, you do," said the man who'd just ruined it. "But your court also needs to see you occasionally. Do you even know all their names yet?" "I was with them just this morning," I pointed out. "Yes, guarding them, but not interacting with them. I'd be willing to bet that more of them are afraid of you than of Marco." "That's absurd." "Who at least gets down on all fours and plays with them, looking like some kind of huge bear. First a gorilla, and now a bear. You really have a death wish, don't you?" "Whereas you do what? Exactly? When was the last time you spent quality time with them? Have you ever?" He stood there, hands on skinny hips, looking at me accusingly. I stared back, completely flat-footed. Where had this come from? And what the hell was his problem? My court was fine. Now, my court was better than fine. And where did Augustine, who wasn't even part of it, get the right to tell me off? I was about to return the favor, but he didn't give me a chance. "Your own court doesn't even know you yet," he said reproachfully. "They speak of you in hushed whispers or in odd little voices, or maybe fearful ones. They're not afraid of me. How would you know? I spend more time with them than you do. I have a war to fight." A long-fingered hand clamped over my mouth. "Careful," he said nastily. "They'll hear you." I pulled it off and glared at him. "Is that why you're here? To lecture me about my court?" "No. I told you why I'm here. But apparently everyone else is too in awe of the great demigoddess to point out that her court still doesn't have a Pythia. You'd think you were afraid of them, or maybe it's just disdain, like all those snooty women who buy my clothes and spend hours debating with me, as if they know anything, about button types, while the nannies raise the kids. Hey!" He grabbed my arm. "Where are you going?" "Out. I don't need to listen to this." "Ah, so it's fear then." I rounded on him, unexpectedly furious. "You know exactly nothing about me. You don't get to come in here." "And who else is going to?" he demanded. "Meek little Rhea, who worships the ground you walk on."
The damned vampires who don't care what you do as long as it doesn't cause the roof to cave in. Hildegard, who might actually tell you the truth about some things, but who grew up in a time when children were best seen and not heard.
There's Tammy, I said defensively, while wondering why I was arguing with a madman.
Who is run off her feet, and who isn't you.
He stopped the tirade as suddenly as it had begun and dropped onto the little pale blue velvet chair in front of my dressing table, although he was too tall for it and it left his knees poking up awkwardly. He ran a hand through his wet blonde hair, making it stick up in little Pritkin spikes, and I felt a sudden pang of longing. The war was playing havoc with my personal life, not that I had much of one anymore. I had to make an appointment to see my ex-husband, my supposed lover, who wasn't one, since we'd never had a spare moment to define our relationship, was off trying to get himself killed, and now I was being told that I was managing to screw up my court. Great. I flopped onto another chair opposite Augustine and fiddled with my robe ties. Maybe I'm better off at war, I finally admitted. I'm learning how to deal with that. I'm not so great with the personal stuff. Augustine chuffed out a laugh and let his head fall back, exposing the long line of his throat.
Neither am I.
We sat in silence for a moment.
All I know, he finally said, all I can tell you is what it's like growing up in an environment where nobody cares, or where it seems that way.
I thought of Tony's court, and my heart seized a little. I thought of Eugenie, my one-time governess, and it got worse. I'd clung to her because she was one of the only people who seemed to give the slightest of damns about me. But she'd been like Hilda. Stiff upper lip, mind your manners, emotions are bad, m'kay? And I'd always ended up feeling like I was starving, subsisting on crumbs of affection, when I needed a full meal. I didn't want to be Eugenie. I didn't want my girls growing up in a court that was physically safe but emotionally barren. But what was I supposed to do about it? They already had what I could give them: security, a nice place to live, other people to meet their emotional needs. I couldn't do that. I literally couldn't do that. You learn to love by being loved. You learn to nurture by being nurtured. You learn to meet other people's emotional needs by having your own met. And I never had. Even at Tammy's, where I'd found a home after running away from Tony, I'd been one of 20, maybe 30 kids at any given time, all of us strays that she'd taken in and worked to house and clothe and feed. Some women are crazy cat ladies. Tammy had been the crazy orphan lady, picking up kids off the streets or breaking them out of the Circle's special schools, basically just detention centers for children with unapproved types of magic. And many of the kids she picked up had had far worse emotional problems than me. Or maybe they'd just been louder, I thought now, because I hadn't been okay either. I'd grown up feeling stunted, like a part of me was missing or just really, really underdeveloped. Augustine wasn't asking for much. I knew that. Just that I open up a bit more, let a few people in, be a little more approachable, and make myself vulnerable, leave myself unprotected, start to care, only to have it all ripped away again. He was right, it was fear, or rather stark raving terror, of a bunch of little girls. Or no, not of them so much, but of what they represented. Another Eugenie dead on the floor after Tony ripped her to pieces. Another Mac, a war mage, a decent man who had given his life for mine. Another Raphael, my substitute father growing up, burnt to a crisp in the desert trying to help me. Another Mircea. God damn it! Didn't Augustine get it? I didn't want to get to know them. I didn't want to care more than I already did. Superficial stuff was fine. Superficial I could do. Like taking them shopping or watching them eat breakfast. I'd done that a couple of times. But anything more left me feeling like I wanted to run in the opposite direction. Or hide out in my luxurious new suite within a suite, letting other people manage my court while I took care of business with a few trusted confidants, emerging when there was a threat to be dealt with or some problem to be managed. That was how a real court worked, I thought. Less like a family and more like a business, one that was streamlined and efficient, and where everyone knew their place. One like the court I'd grown up in, where... Oh, God.
Chapter 8. "What is it?" Augustine asked, and I realized that I'd closed myself up at some point, physically as well as every other way, pulling my knees to my chest and wrapping my arms around them. If I'd been a hedgehog, I would have been in a tiny ball by now. If I'd been a porcupine, I would have been bristling. As it was, I just sat there, fear clogging my throat for a long moment. I didn't want to give voice to my little epiphany in case it made it real, but it already was real, wasn't it? I'd made sure of that. "Tony," I finally croaked. "He was the vampire who ran the court I grew up in. I hated him. He was vicious and vile and cruel, and the only thing he loved was money." Augustine looked confused. So I never saw him if I could avoid it, and I usually could. He didn't seem to actually like his own court very much. He stayed in his private apartments, locked away with a few trusted people, or as trusted as they got. Tony was paranoid. He never let anybody get too close. Like somebody else I knew, because it hadn't been Eugenie who'd run things at Tony's. Had it? She'd just been a servant, like all the rest of us. There'd been only one person in that court with real power, only one who decided life or death, only one who a young, impressionable girl might have imprinted on. Oh, God. Hey. Long fingers wrapped around my hands, which I realized had the terry cloth in a death grip, probably to keep from shaking. I looked up to find Augustine's face a few inches from mine. He looked angry for some reason. "You are not Tony." "And you'd know? You never even met him." I didn't know why I was suddenly angry. Maybe because I didn't like talking about this stuff. Not with anyone, and especially not with Augustine. I barely even knew him. "I met him," he said, that hair-triggered temper firing again and overriding my own. "Or one's just like him. Where the hell do you think I grew up, I don't... No, you don't. I don't talk about it. I never talk about it," he snapped. And then he proceeded to talk about it. "You may not know this, but I have Fey ancestry." I blinked at him from the too tall, too thin body, to the overlarge eyes, to the perfect, if haughty, features. I wouldn't have guessed. "Yes, well, it's true. It wasn't recent, but I was a throwback, or my magic was. It was both the best and worst thing that ever happened to me." He got up, looming over me, and then sat back down discontentedly, because there wasn't really anywhere to go. "They came for me one night." "The Fae?" "No, not the Fae," he sneered. "They're supposed to come back for their children, but that's a lie. They come back for you, but only if you have some ability they want. My magic is unusual here, but back home..." He laughed suddenly. "Home. As if I had one of those. No, my magic is common, unremarkable,
unworthy of chasing down, especially if the fey blood is forestry, who hate humans and don't want their precious bloodlines tainted. He got up again. Then, who came? Who do you think? The blue eyes blazed down at me. The Circle locked me up in one of those schools of theirs, and there was no Tammy to come break me out. Yes, we talked about that. I can't believe she dared, but then daring doesn't seem to be a problem for her. It's not, I swallowed. It never was. Well, I wish I'd known her, or someone like her. As it was, I sat there rotting for 16 years, until they finally decided that maybe I wasn't the monster my parents had made me out to be, and let me out. Your parents? He nodded fiercely. I was a throwback, remember? A genetic joke. They didn't want anyone to know about me. Didn't want the stares and pointed fingers. Didn't even want me to bear their so illustrious name. So I don't, he added proudly. I am Augustine, just Augustine, and they can go fuck themselves. I looked up at him, blinking some more, because I'd never seen him like this. Of course, I'd never seen him much, period. He made pretty dresses that I occasionally bought, that was all, until the battle threw us together. He suddenly crouched down, his height still leaving us mostly on a level, and looked at me. It was the most earnest expression I'd ever seen on the self-important face. I overstepped my bounds earlier, he said. I'm sorry for that. But I grew up in a place where I was a number, nothing more. They fed me, they clothed me, they gave me a basic education. That was all. I never felt for 1 minute like anyone there knew me or that anyone cared, perhaps because no one did. I was merely a number, an annoyance, a duty. Don't let these girls be numbers. Cassie, please. I sat there staring at him because I didn't want that either, but I also didn't know what to do about it. I'd rescued my court because they'd been in danger. I hadn't really thought about what came after that, and now that I did, it was frankly terrifying. You're afraid of losing them, aren't you? Augustine said, watching my face. Of all this falling apart. It's understandable. I shook my head. No, it's not that. Then what is it? I stared into those suddenly kind blue eyes and wondered how to explain it to him. I wasn't sure I could, because I wasn't sure I could explain it to myself. It came out haltingly, slowly, as I tried to find words for something I'd never had to voice. Usually, when I got to the Tony part, my brain flipped a switch, changing the subject, going with something less painful, less raw, because I could. It was my life, and I could do what I damned well wanted. But it was different now, wasn't it? And I didn't know what to do with that. It's off script, I finally said. All of it. What is? This. I gestured around at the pretty room. The job, the kids, this place. I never had a home. I understand. No, you don't. I stopped struggling to figure out how to say it so that he would understand. You were there at that school, as they called it, and it was terrible and lonely. Tammy's told me some things, how they practically brainwashed people to think that their abilities were bad, something to be repressed, to be ashamed of, how they made them feel that they were bad without ever actually saying it, that they were dirty. A flash of remembered pain resculpted Augustine's face, and his eyes went distant. For a second I could almost see the boy he'd been, so shining with talent, with hope, with life. And then slowly changing, drawing inward, shutting down. I'd never done that. I hadn't had any optimism to begin with. You didn't start out believing it, he told me.
You just ended up that way. After a while, without hearing any other voices, their lies started to sound like the truth. Although there were always us defiant ones, we practiced our gifts in private, rebelling in the only way we knew how. It was shocking how much illegal magic went on behind the circle's perfect walls. He laughed suddenly, and then cocked his head, his eyes refocusing on me. Was that you at this vampire's court? No. I hugged my knees. Tony wanted me to use my gift. It made him money. He would have liked me to have had more visions, not less. The circle was trying to make you guys fit into magical society, to force a square peg into a round hole, no matter how much they had to beat on it to make it go. Tony didn't care if I fit in anywhere, and that was the problem. I never did. I couldn't, even after I left him. I stopped because I'd gone from halting and slow to a torrent of words, and I didn't know where they'd come from. I didn't talk about this stuff. That had been one of the first lessons I'd learned. You never talked about anything but superficial stuff, because the deeper things would be used against you. But those days were over, I told myself harshly. Augustine wasn't going to use anything against me, and anyway, what I had to tell him couldn't be turned into a weapon. And for some reason, I wanted to tell him. I wanted to tell somebody. I never had a home, I repeated. Even at Tammy's, among the other misfits. That's what we called ourselves, because none of us fit in. But we were... I searched for the right words. We were all different pegs, you know? And none of the rest were vampire-shaped, he guessed. Augustine could be pretty astute sometimes. No, some had come out of pretty terrible places, worse than I had at times. But they were different. They didn't understand. We formed a group, learned to rely on each other, tried to make a family. But I couldn't stay still. I couldn't just let it be. I'd learned that Tony had ordered the hit on my parents, and I had to make him pay for that. I went back to him for 3 years to try to set him up, and when I ran away again, I couldn't find them. Tammy and the rest had already moved on. And part of me had been relieved about that. Even as I searched everywhere for them, part of me had been relieved. I'd felt guilty about it at the time, even though I hadn't really understood it because I'd cared about them. I'd told myself that it was because Tony was after me and I didn't want to endanger them, which had been true. But there'd also been something else. Something I was just beginning to see. And Tony was looking for you, Augustine said, bringing me back to the point. I nodded absently. I'd run away from him twice at that point, made him look bad, made him look weak. He had to find me, or maybe someone would start to believe he was weak, and that doesn't work too well in their society. So you couldn't stay in one place for too long. I had to stay ahead of him, changing my looks, my name, my location every little while, because he'd find me otherwise. I became new people all the time, and every time I did, all the old stuff went away, and I started fresh. Every little while. But that's all behind you now, don't you see? Augustine took my hands. Cassie, this isn't going to fade away. This is permanent. Yeah, I thought. Permanent. I remember when I finally got out, he told me, his eyes shining. It felt like a whole new life. And it was. It was hard at first, with no support, no contacts. My parents had them, of course, but that didn't matter. The fact that I'd been exonerated didn't matter. But after a while, I realized that
Lady! The call came from the outer room, causing both of us to jerk our heads up. I grabbed Augustine, preparing to shift him somewhere. But it was only Rhea, thank God. Augustine would be down for an ass-kicking if the boys found out he'd snuck in here, but Rhea knew how to keep a secret. Not that it mattered, since he'd just disappeared again. "Lady, your food is getting cold," she informed me from a respectful distance outside the door. "Go," the invisible man whispered. "We'll talk later." I went. I didn't have anything constructive to say anyway. Rhea had put my lunch on the sitting room table, a gleaming beauty that could have held a family of 8 with room left over. Maybe because, as Hilda had told me, it was customary for Pythias to use their private rooms for small meetings instead of the formal audience chamber, which I guess made sense. That place was so big it echoed. This one didn't, not because it was smaller, but because of all the luxurious soft furnishings everywhere, like the large area rug over the dark hardwood floors that shaded from cream and sand on one end through all colors of blue on the other, like the tide hitting a beach. Or the huge round bed with its dark blue velvet coverlet, which had curtains that swooped closed at the press of a button, giving more privacy. Or the sand-colored couches in front of the big widescreen TV in the sitting area across from the dining table. It was usually masked by a painting of sea nymphs, but it slid open at the touch of another button. There was a fireplace underneath in case I wanted to roast marshmallows, I guessed, because this was Vegas, and a private balcony where I could roast myself in the sun, buck naked if I wanted, because the only thing that might be higher than us was a helicopter. The balcony, the outdoor terrace, was already my favorite part, and was bigger than the main one in my old suite. In fact, I wasn't sure that my old suite wouldn't have fit into just the master bedroom here. You had to give the consul that much, I thought. When she threw you a bribe, she did it right. It was the perfect retreat, calm, serene, an oasis in the crazy. It was bigger than my whole apartment back in Atlanta and way more comfortable. I could hunker down in here and just never leave. "Lady?" Rhea said, sounding a little worried, possibly because I was just standing in the middle of the room staring blankly. "Is anything wrong?" "No." I cleared my throat because that had come out a little hoarse. "No, everything's fine." I walked over to the table, and it took a while because the sitting room was on the other side of the large space. I stood looking down on the neat place setting Rhea had laid out. Heavy, genuine silverware, pristine white linen napkin, and bone china dishes. There was even a rose in a silver-fluted vase. It was all very pretty. And very lonely. Of course, there were worse things because Augustine didn't get it. There was a power in starting over, a freedom, a relief. Yes, you paid a price for it, and that price was high. No permanent friends, no family, no roots. And I'd wanted those things. I'd wanted them badly. But I was starting to realize I'd feared them too. Permanence was scary. There were no do-overs anymore. No way to erase old mistakes just by picking up and starting a new life in a new place. And there were people here, so many and so small, who depended on me. What if I got it wrong this time? What if I screwed up all of their lives as well as my own? Because I did that a lot. Only I couldn't now, and I bit my lip, trying not to panic, wondering why I was like this, and if I was ever going to get my stupid head sorted out, if I was ever going to stop wanting to run. This was why I never wanted to think about this stuff, why I pushed it aside and pretended everything was fine. Fine, we're all fine here. Because it wasn't a single problem but dozens, most of which were contradictions, wanting a home and not wanting one, wanting to be accepted and wanting to escape. Wanting love and friendship and yet pushing people away. I didn't know what was wrong with me or what to do about it,
which is why it was really funny that other people wanted my advice so badly. I couldn't even figure myself out, because it didn't just happen, did it? You didn't just wake up one day and suddenly decide to be normal, did you? Or maybe that was exactly what you had to do. Pritkin's father and I had gotten to know each other a little recently, and Rosier was different. A selfish asshole most of the time. He had these weird flashes of decency, like glimpses of what he might have been had his life gone differently. For a demon lord, he'd had a pretty rough time of it, a lot of which had stemmed from his own father's early demise at the hands of my mother. She'd hunted him down, killed and eaten him, or at least his energy. It had made the partnership a little tense. But he'd given me one piece of good advice at least. Fake it till you make it. Wasn't just a human thing. I hesitated for another moment because I was a mess. And then I piled everything back on the tray and picked it up. "Lady," Rhea said, coming up behind me, "did you want me to have it reheated?" "No, it's fine," I said. "I just, think I'll eat outside today," I told her casually, and walked out, past a very surprised-looking acolyte.
Chapter 9.
The main outdoor terrace of the suite branched off the salon and was truly huge, with part of it having been reclaimed from the old living room. It had a forest of plants, a curving glass solarium-style roof, a large pool, some lounge chairs, and a table with a happy-looking blue and white umbrella over it. The sun was shining, and some of the smaller girls were splashing around in the pool wearing water wings. A swimsuit-clad Tammy was sitting on the side, watching them with eagle eyes. She spotted me as soon as I emerged from the hallway with all the bedrooms and waved me over. But some of the girls were coloring at the umbrella table, and I didn't want to disturb them. I opted for the big, sand-colored sectional and coffee table in the salon instead. And finally got to enjoy my cassoulet. It was warm and filling and the definition of comfort food. I hadn't realized how hungry I was until I took the cover off and that fragrance hit my nose again. I ended up eating 2 portions, along with some fresh-baked bread and a hoppy beer that my waistline didn't need, but that went perfectly with the meal. Until I noticed that I had an observer. A small, dark-haired girl had sidled up to the sofa unnoticed in my food haze. She jumped a little when my eyes focused on her, dropped something, and fled. I picked it up. It was a picture of a tall woman with flowing blonde hair, a goddess-type dress, and hands that appeared to be doing something. But I couldn't tell what, because the artist didn't really do hands, more like circles with lines in them. But the circles appeared to be conjuring something up. There was a lot of golden light being thrown around anyway, or golden something. The yellow crayon was probably a nub by now. I looked up at Fred, my shortest, portliest, and most food-obsessed bodyguard, who had also sidled over, in order to steal the rest of my bread. He had slathered it with butter and was currently making little orgasmic noises while he stuffed it in, which would have been creepy except that I did the same thing when eating Tammy's bread. Everybody did. You want magic? That stuff was magic. "Ha!" Fred said, sitting down and pulling my tray over so he could get better access. "Ha, what?" I asked, and stole back the end piece of the bread. "That's the best part," he protested around a mouthful of stolen food. "I know." I buttered it up and savored the way the crust crackled on my tongue. Just yum. "It's still warm," I informed him. "You're evil. She should have used black." "What?" "Black vibes. Like black magic, you know." He nodded at the picture. I picked it up again. "This isn't me." Fred frowned around some of my cassoulet. His little fangs were out, probably to help him strip the flesh off one of the tiny chicken legs. Tammy used small chickens because she said the sauce penetrated better, and they were more tender. Couldn't argue with that. "Of course it's you," Fred said. "Who else would it be?" I looked at it again. I don't know, but I'm not that tall. You are if the artist is 5, he pointed out. And that's not my hair. Fred considered it for a minute. You got a point there. She's got better hair. He could talk, Mr. What-Comb-Over I don't have a comb-over. As a master vamp, he could have easily looked however he wanted to other people. Yet he continued to be the pudgy guy in the button-up shirts that strained slightly across the middle, showing a gap filled with white undershirt. And ties, when he remembered to wear them, that invariably ended up under one ear. And ill-fitting off-the-rack suits, when even newbies to the family wore Armani. Yet Fred was probably the easiest to relate to of all my guards, except for right now. I don't look like that. The kid's 5, he repeated. What do you expect? I didn't know, but that wasn't me. That woman was tall and strong and glowed with power. Circle hands and lopsided eyes and all, she was someone who looked forceful and imposing, surrounded by a halo of golden light. She looked like a goddess. I put the picture down, and some of the warm feeling from lunch faded. Fred was eyeing me up while scarfing down the rest of my meal. It's like Picasso, you know? Why, because the eyes are off-center? No, because it's not about the surface. He picked it up. Come on, he said suddenly, getting to his feet. What? I got something to show you. You can take your pie. He looked enviously at the thick slice of lemon meringue waiting for me on my tray. I took the pie. Around here, you guarded your desserts or you didn't have them for long. Fred led the way out of the main lounge and through the secondary one with the moon-shaped couches, which provided a sort of hub where various wide hallways met. But he didn't go down any of them. He veered off into the formal dining room where I'd rarely been. But that obviously wasn't true for the girls, and they'd made it their own. The consul hadn't been able to decide what era or style she wanted, and had kept changing her mind between rooms. This was British colonial, with dark wood everywhere, which Tammy fussed about because it showed dust so easily. Genuine Persian rugs on the floor, complete with frayed spots for authenticity. And paintings showing bewildered Englishmen in exotic settings. Or at least they had, until somebody'd covered them with drawings. I guessed when you had a couple dozen kids, a fridge just didn't cut it. So somebody had started scotch taping the girls' drawings up in here. Like, all the drawings. Some were quite good, and I guess done by the older initiates, while others were just cheerful squiggles done by the youngest, which Tammy, at a guess, had nonetheless proudly displayed alongside all the rest. Including some that looked like me. My attention had been caught by a Cassie with a lot of blonde curls and a massive head. Seriously, I had more head than body, who was lurching around, chasing what I assumed were tiny dark mages in black trench coats. They were moving because the drawing had been animated. It looked like Safi had been in here, and because the creature chasing them was terrifying. The neck supporting the giant head was just 2 tiny marks and totally insufficient, meaning that it flopped about as I ran with a large grinning rictus of a mouth that never changed expression and little stick arms that swatted at the mages who were running for their lives, their mouths open and screaming in silent horror. Which, yeah, I'd be running if that thing was after me too. There was another one nearby, this time featuring a slightly less wild-haired Cassie sprinting through a forest, dodging painted bombs that exploded and set painted trees on fire. And then another who was busy bopping a giant red dude who I guessed was meant to be Ares on the head with a wand I don't have. And another. They were almost all me, I realized. I found myself looking at a cartoon version of my life of the last summer. It was surreal. Hilda's been telling them stories, Fred said. Yeah, I guessed, I thought, looking at another girl's efforts. Judging by the level of the artwork, I was assuming that she was one of the younger initiates, although she'd unknowingly recreated one of the great masterpieces of the 19th century, Saturn devouring his sun. Only I was Saturn. And was busy stuffing down my enemies, my working cheeks distended by tiny flailing arms and legs, but an otherwise cheerful expression on my face as I chewed. I stared at it for a while, and then at some of the others, which were mostly more pics of me raining down my wrath in various ways. Was that how they saw me? As some kind of monster? No wonder Augustine thought they feared me. I must have said that last bit aloud, because Fred turned from taping up the latest masterpiece, which in retrospect was one of the least disturbing, and looked at me. "Is that what he said?" I nodded, still a little stunned. Fred snorted. "Augustine should stick to designing dresses. He'd make a lousy shrink." "It doesn't look that way to me." Fred scowled and gestured at the latest glowing goddess. "Then you're not looking at it right. It's all about inner emotion, see? That's how Rita feels when she looks at you, like she has a guardian angel or something. What could possibly hurt her with someone like that in the way?" He chuckled. "All you need is a flaming sword." Yeah, and a lot more power. Fred was helping my anxiety exactly none at all. This was why I didn't want to get to know my court, I thought, biting my lip. This was why I hid away in my room, because all those little girls who were idolizing me as their protector hadn't seen just how close some of those events had been. I hadn't been striding across the landscape, throwing thunderbolts amid cheerful slaughter. I'd been running on fumes, trusting to luck and perseverance and a shitload of other people's help to survive, and had somehow come out on top, maybe because people kept underestimating me. But that sort of thing didn't last forever, and the biggest challenges lay ahead. "You're still looking at it wrong," Fred said, eyeing me. "How am I supposed to look at it? I'm not that person." "Aren't you?" He examined the wall and selected another picture of me torturing poor Ares, which seemed to be a theme. This one had me stabbing him in the face repeatedly. The artist had really gotten into it. There was a massive spurt of blood that momentarily obscured the image after every strike. "That wasn't you?" "No." "Oh, Ares is still alive then?" "You know damned well he isn't, but that—" "Then that was you." He looked at it in satisfaction. A vamp would like that much blood, I thought crossly. "I did not stab Ares in the face." Fred waved it away. "Artistic license." He tapped another, which looked more like my mother than me. It was of the other main grouping, the goddessy line, showing flowy dresses and flowers and castles, which I guessed the blood-crazed demon went back to when she was tired of face-stabbing. "That's not you?" "Fred, 'cause it kind of looks like you. Better hair, of course." "I did my hair today," I said, snatching it away from him. He eyed me doubtfully. "Maybe it needs a cut. You know the salon downstairs is still open." "Fred!" "Just saying. Like I'm saying that you need to look closer." He flicked the page with a nail. "That's this place. This is their safe space, their castle. You gave them that, and you stand guard over it, making sure nothing can hurt them. Look." I looked. Back across the row of pictures, some in crayon, some in colored pencil, a few in vigorous pastel. But Fred was right. They all had a theme. And it fucking broke me. I already had a home, I realized. A castle in the clouds, as some of them had drawn it, safe and secure from all attackers. And if it wasn't, well, there was a guardian, wasn't there? Not a dragon, but a Pythia, fierce and capable and... "You're not gonna cry, are you?" Fred asked, looking at me worriedly. "No." "Liar." He put an arm around me while I shivered through a second epiphany in the space of an hour. We stood like that for a long time, staring at the pictures. I couldn't take it all in. I just couldn't. Not right now. But it felt like something had changed in that moment. Something big. "Cassie?" I looked at Fred, who was looking back earnestly. "You've had an emotional day, I can tell." "Yeah." "So I'm gonna do you a solid." "Yeah?" "And to eat your pie." He grabbed it. "What?" "Well, you're obviously too upset to enjoy it." "Fred!" "I'm only trying to help," he said, sprinting for the door. "Come back here." "Gonna have to catch me." "Son of a bitch." Fred did not eat my pie. Of course, I didn't either, at least not right away. By the time I'd hunted him down and made it back to the living room, the coffee table was already in use. By my tarot cards. I'd taken the soaked pack out of my purse, but had only tossed it on the counter in the kitchen. I'd meant to get to it later, but someone had beaten me to it, laying them out in neat little rows to dry. Not that it seemed to be helping. "I think they may be broken," Rhea said. She was sitting on the sofa poking at them and looking worried. I put the pie I'd retrieved from Fred on a side table where I could keep an eye on it, and bent closer. Weird little sounds were coming from some of the cards, discontented mutterings, some stuff that sounded like sneezes or hiccups, and one little trooper that was just managing to get some words out, although I could barely hear what it was saying. Until I held it to my ear where it sounded like it had a rundown battery. "Strength," it moaned at me. "Strength." "Okay, that's not creepy at all," I said, putting it back down. But I'd forgotten that showing interest in one of the cards tended to cause it to rev up. "Strength," it said, suddenly louder. "Strength." "Will it stop that eventually?" Rhea asked. "No." I glanced around. "The only thing that shuts them up is being put back in the pack. Have you seen it?" "I left it in the kitchen. I'll go get it." She ran off, looking relieved. I hoped she'd hurry. The voice kept getting louder and louder, but it seemed stuck on that one word, until it was practically screaming it at me. "Strength! Strength! Strength!" "Shut up!" I snapped. But it didn't shut up. So I slammed Tammy's food dome over top of it, which helped a little. "Strength!" it said peevishly, the words still coming through fairly audibly. "Strength!" I regarded the dome for a moment, then went back to my bathroom, picked up my hairdryer, and came back in. "Strength!" it yelled at me as I lifted up the cover again. "Strength!" The last was because I'd grabbed the card and turned the dryer on, and the little thing was flapping in the breeze. "Strength, strength, strength, strength," it said as I rotated it this way and that. Rhea came back in, saw what I was doing, and left again. "Strength, strength, strength, strength." "I've an idea," she said, running back in, holding one of the extra pillowcases that had come with my gigantic bed. "Good idea." It was easily twice the size of a regular pillowcase, because the pillows were twice the size of regular pillows. They had to be, or they'd have looked ridiculous on that thing. I glanced back at the bedroom worriedly. Under the assumption that the consul had prepped this place for me, what exactly had she thought a 115-pound woman needed with a bed that big? Was it a status thing? Was it done to fit the size of the room? Was I supposed to be holding orgies? What? "Lady," Rhea said, and I turned to find her holding up the case, now full of waterlogged cards. "Strength, strength, strength, strength!" I tossed my card in with the others, and then blasted the lot of them on high, while Rhea held the other end of the case and fluffed it around so that the hot air would reach them all equally. "We could use the clothes dryer," she yelled, because more of them were talking now. "But it wouldn't be as much fun," I yelled back, laughing. Because it was, and I guess Rhea thought so too, because for a minute, She looked like the kid she'd never gotten to be. All this talk about childhood made me wonder how it had been for her, growing up at that other Pythian court, because it hadn't seemed all that much fun to me. Prim, proper, and beautiful, yes. Fun, no. And while the other girls had been able to flaunt their family names and the age-old pedigrees that went with them, Rhea had had to be a nobody. Just a coven girl that someone had been dumb enough to let in, and who never fit in with the cool kids, the ones who'd acceded to acolyte status almost as a matter of course, as if it had been ordained from the time they exited the womb, and who had received all the training that was denied to her, because she supposedly wasn't talented enough. Hilda was right. Rhea was probably super talented considering who her parents were, but she didn't believe it because she'd always been told otherwise. She couldn't see her own worth because no one else had ever seen it except for her mother. And Agnes hadn't wanted her daughter following in her footsteps because she had thought she'd be happier elsewhere. But shouldn't that have been Rhea's decision? I thought about Jo, another outsider in the court, although for a different reason. Jo had made acolyte as Rhea had not, because she belonged to an old magical family who had pulled the usual strings. But she hadn't been part of the cool girls' clique either, although not because of a lack of talent, because her talent had gone down an unauthorized path. Jo had been a necromancer, a magic worker with power over the dead, one of the most reviled of magical gifts. During the wars between vamps and mages hundreds of years ago, necros had served both sides, wherever they could get a patron who would protect them. Low-level necromancers had been prized by vamps as field medics, with their ability to manipulate dead flesh allowing them to greatly speed up the healing process. Mages had likewise employed them as spies, since their ability to see what their creatures were seeing gave them eyes in an enemy camp that were virtually impossible to detect. But as soon as the wars were over, all of that changed. Necromancers went from being a tolerated asset to a feared danger almost overnight. Vampires hated them because they could influence and sometimes even control baby vamps. Mages mistrusted them because they could create unkillable creatures to do their bidding and steal information from dead minds, which was why one of the first stipulations of the treaty that had ended the long conflict had been to put considerable restrictions on what they were allowed to do, and serving on the Pythian court was definitely not allowed. Jo had been forced to hide her gift, and to use conventional magic, her secondary skill, against the other girls' primary ones. So of course she'd made a poor showing. They'd resented her as a political appointment who they didn't think deserved the honor, and treated her as dead weight that would soon be winnowed out. And oh, how she'd resented it. Over time, Jo had turned from an angry, narcissistic young woman into what I have no reservations at all about calling a monster. She'd joined the other side in the war, not in hopes of wealth or honor or position, but simply out of revenge. She'd worked to bring the god Ares back to Earth specifically because she knew what kind of destruction he'd wreak. She planned to use him, as she'd triumphantly told me, to utterly destroy the magical world that had marginalized and rejected her. She hadn't succeeded, but she'd come awfully close. I still had nightmares about how close. I could still see the glee in those bright green eyes at the death and destruction she was causing, and the stretch of that wide red mouth while watching others' pain. I guess some girls really did just want to watch the world burn. Which is what made it all the more amazing that Rhea had gone down an entirely different path. And that was despite being in a worse position than Jo ever was. As an older initiate without acolyte status, she'd been left in limbo, not fitting in with either the younger girls or the older adepts. She'd ended up as little more than a servant, helping out in the nursery where the youngest initiates were kept, until they were old enough to move into shared rooms. She'd nursed their colds and held their hands at night when they cried because they missed their families. She'd read them stories, taught them their ABCs, and helped the older girls with their homework. She'd been a constant prop to her mother, especially in the final days of her life, when Agnes was so ill. And as far as I could tell, she'd never uttered a single complaint. Or, tried to burn the world down. She'd even helped a bumbling, clueless Pythia, the woman who had gotten the position that another girl might have thought she deserved. But instead of sulking in a corner or trying to sabotage me, Rhea had fiercely defended me and my office. She'd taught me things I'd never known about the Pythian court. She'd gone into a firefight with me and some crazy coven witches to rescue that court, and she'd slit her own throat later on to protect it. I didn't deserve her. I knew I didn't. But I was selfish enough to be grateful that she was here anyway. "What is it?" she asked me now, probably because I was tearing up like an idiot. "Thank you," I told her, which made her look confused, because all she was doing at the moment was holding a pillowcase. "You're welcome?" She peered inside. "I think they're dry," she said as the newly fluffed cards babbled away happily. Finally, I started fishing them out and shoving them back into their case before they could talk my ear off. "Lady, I was wondering—" "It's Cassie," I said absently for the 800th time. Rhea was a big one for protecting the dignity of the court, and had been appalled at the thought of calling me by my first name in public. She didn't even do it much when we were alone, as we basically were now since the only others in sight were out on the terrace. I guess she was afraid it might cause her to slip up later. "Cassie," she said, lowering her voice, "I thought perhaps—" "Strength!" the first little card interrupted smartly as I picked it up from the pile. It was sadly rumpled and slightly fuzzy, and looked like it needed a good ironing. But the picture on the front was clear enough, showing a large, muscular lion being hugged gently by a woman with golden hair that almost matched his fur. She showed no sign of fear. In fact, she seemed almost peaceful, which was a weird way to look when you're hugging a lion. "The lion on our card symbolizes raw passions and desires," the card informed me, "which can be expressed positively or negatively, but for the former to manifest, the lion needs a trainer. The woman on our card has begun to tame this wild beast, not through painful coercion, but through kindness and love. If she can complete the training, she will have the beast's strength to use on her own behalf. If not, I prompted. Well, at least the lion will have a tasty snack." I frowned and shoved the cheeky little thing back into the pack. Cassie? I looked up. "I'm sorry," I told Rhea. "I'm spacing out today. What did you want?" "Permission to go with Safi tomorrow night. There's to be a meeting of the covens. We had a call a little while ago. I'm not specifically invited." "And neither am I guessed, because I was pretty sure what the meeting was about." No," she agreed. "But I could go and tell you what was said. It's to be in the same market where you went shopping today. They have a meeting hall there, so it's not far. I could—" "Do what?" I asked curiously. "Safi can tell me what they say." "Yes, but—" Rhea bit her lip, but probably not for the same reason I would have. I tended to be overly blunt, and have to remind myself that Pythia was supposed to be a diplomat. Rhea, on the other hand, hated saying anything that might be construed as criticism of another person. "But," I asked, "Safi can be passionate about her beliefs," she said carefully. "That is admirable. But since she works here now, whatever she says might be misconstrued as, well—" "As coming from me?" She nodded. "I can't vote, as I'm not an active member of my old coven, but I have speaking rights and can make clear what is and is not our position. If you would like." I thought about it. Knowing Safi and the coven's preferred debating method, a cool head might not be a bad idea. And neither would something else. "Give me a minute," I told her and ran back into the dressing room. "Augustine," I whispered. There was no answer. "Augustine, I'm willing to make that deal," Still nothing. Even more telling, the pile of rejected clothes in the corner hadn't gotten any bigger. It looked like he'd gotten bored and decided not to wait for me, which was weird considering how urgent he'd been. Geniuses, I thought. And then I saw it, gleaming on the surface of my dressing table. A little silver key. All right, I thought, and grabbed it. Now that was a score. Chapter 10. I finally got my pie sitting in the sunshine out by the pool, where the little girls had abandoned their crayons to join the party in the water, and the older ones were giving me a fashion show, including Rhea and Safi, who were trying to decide what to wear to impress the covens. Considering everything I'd seen this morning, I didn't think that was too likely, no matter what they chose. But if anybody could do it, it was Augustine. I'm thinking Dom, Safi said, turning around in front of me. She had on a Vivienne Westwood-inspired number in dark purple, almost black, what Augustine probably called aubergine. But there were iridescent swirls of paler hues in the fabric when the sun hit it just right. It had a low-cut skin-tight bustier, ruched leggings, thigh-high suede boots of the same color, and a fitted jacket with huge lapels that spread out over the shoulders and came up around the head, forming a hood. She was right. She looked like a really well-dressed dominatrix, sans the whip, although the handles of 2 wands were sticking up out of the high tops of the boots. I saw several of the guys eyeing her appreciatively, and Safi obviously liked her choice. I wasn't sure that was quite the message we wanted to be sending, but what did I know? Maybe Glam Dom was in with the covens. I hadn't noticed any shrinking violets in their number. If Rhea's coming along, we can do good cop, bad cop, you know, she added. And which are you going to be? Rico asked, his dark eyes gleaming. But not at her. The bad boy among my bodyguards was a soft-spoken Italian who tended to let his weapons talk for him, unless, of course, he was sitting with Rhea. He'd guarded her fiercely while she'd been bedridden, barely even letting the healers get anywhere near her, and although he'd backed off a bit once she was on her feet again, I'd noticed the dark eyes following her around the suite more than once, and if I'd noticed, so had everyone else, although nobody but Marco had had the cojones to tease him about it. My guys weren't stupid. What? Safi said before glancing behind her, and doing a double-take along with the rest of us, because it seemed that Rhea had chosen something from Augustine's stash as well, although not what anyone could have expected. Because my sweet-faced acolyte had found the black leather, and damned if it didn't look good on her. There was none of Safi's glamour here. In fact, I wasn't even sure what Rhea's getup had been doing among Augustine's usual society butterfly chic, unless it was part of the new war line he'd mentioned, because that's what it looked like, something a ninja assassin might have worn, if she was a little better heeled than average. Make that a lot better, I thought, as Rhea slowly rotated, and the black, asymmetrical, ribbed leather tunic she was wearing over skin-tight leggings fell off her shoulders all at once, in a burst of Augustine's signature origami, unfolding like a flower to become a gauzy ball gown with a poofy skirt and strapless bodice. The skirt was black tulle over a taupe underskirt and studded with what looked like black diamonds that glimmered darkly against the mesh-like fabric. Her arms were covered with high black leather gloves, which the now missing sleeves had peeled away to reveal, and which gave even the dressier version of the outfit an edge. And the skirt wasn't full length, giving a clear view of the high-heeled black boots she wore, still covered in buckles and straps. I hadn't noticed in the wonder of the transformation, but part of the tunic had become a cool biker-type jacket, which she effortlessly slung over her shoulder, but which would look equally good on. It folds back up again just as fast, she told us eagerly. Do you want to see?
I want to switch outfits,"
Safi said enviously. Rico didn't say anything, but something in his eyes made even me blush. Rhea didn't notice, being too busy fluffing out a couple of folds in the skirt, but then she looked up and caught his eyes, and smiled at him. "Do you like it?"
"Yes."
The voice was rough.
"I like it."
The implication was clear as crystal to everybody but Rhea. He'd like it better on the floor.
"Down, boy,"
Marco said, putting a hand on Rico's shoulder as he passed by. Rico didn't respond, still staring at Rhea. And I suddenly wondered if I was going to have a problem there. And then I wondered if it was any of my business. Normally the answer would have been no. Rhea was 19, and despite the fact that she'd been pretty darned sheltered at the Pythian court, she had a right to make her own decisions, and her own mistakes. Not that I necessarily thought Rico would be one, but still, it wasn't up to me. Except that, in this case, it kinda was. Because Rhea was in running for the top spot in the court, aka my heir. In fact, right now, considering my complete lack of other young acolytes, she was the only contender, and while I might live to be an old woman, unlikely, and while she might not want it now after years of her mother's indoctrination, more likely, she might change her mind later. And that created a problem. Or maybe not, because I didn't know what the rules were anymore. Nobody did. For thousands of years, the Pythian power went to a new Pythia in a very specific ceremony, one involving the marriage of the selected girl to the god Apollo. That made sense, since he had originally gifted the power to his priestesses at Delphi. But Apollo was dead, and good riddance. So what happened now? The power seemed to be functioning fine so far, having taken on a life of its own after it broke away from its master. But then, nobody had tried to pass it on since his death. An avatar had been needed for the original ceremony, as a stand-in for the absent god. When the avatar and the selected priestess got busy, the power transferred over, and because it was considered a marriage and the old-timey Greeks were sexist as hell, the selected girl was expected to come to the ceremony a virgin. Was she still? It probably depended on whether that had been one of the original requirements woven into the spell when it was laid, or whether it had just been a cultural thing. Agnes had said something once that had made it sound like the latter, but I wasn't sure. Agnes had said a lot of things. But until I found out, Rhea, assuming she wanted to keep her options open, needed to play it cool. And so did Rico. Well, shit. I really wanted to postpone this, but I'd finished my pie and Safi had just dragged Rhea off to help her find a new outfit and I was out of excuses. I leaned over. "Can I talk to you?" I asked Rico, and had to repeat the question twice. He finally glanced at me, blinked a couple of times, and nodded. We got up and moved inside, at least far enough to put us out of hearing range of the kids. The younger ones were making a racket, splashing about in water wings or clinging to noodles, because the London court hadn't had a pool and half of them didn't know how to swim. The older girls were helping Tammy lifeguard, or trying on outfits, even though the ones Augustine had promised to design for them weren't ready yet. That was another reason he was staying with us. Everybody needed new formal attire, because the old lacy dresses the court had once worn were seriously outdated, and because they'd mostly burned up in the bombing anyway. Silver linings, I thought, and watched the older girls pirouette in front of Tammy. "They think you're going to let them choose their own outfits," Rico told me in an undertone. "Yeah, no," I said, watching two of the older girls, Belvia and Lettuce, and yes, her name was actually Lettuce, strut around in leather and lace. But mostly leather. It was couture biker chic, including in Belvia's case an entire arm of colorful, real-looking tats. "They come off with the outfit," Rico informed me, smiling slightly at my expression. "I hope so." How had I ever thought that running a court full of little girls and soon-to-be hormonal teens was going to be easy? Speaking of which, Rico, We need to have an understanding about something." "Not someone?" he asked because he wasn't stupid. "Okay, someone," I agreed. "I know the rules," he told me tersely. "Marco made them clear." "Really?" I hadn't known we'd established any rules for the court yet, much less that Marco was enforcing them. "What did he say?" "Leaving off the more graphic details, if any of us get any ideas about the girls, we should, geld ourselves before he does it for us." That was leaving off the graphic stuff? Rico smiled again and lit up a cigarette. "He likes to be clear," he repeated. I gasped. I watched the end of his smoke flare and doubted that Tammy would approve, but she was out of eyesight, and anyway, he looked like he needed it. Not that the bad boy vibe was in any way lacking, the dark hair that wanted so badly to curl, but that he ruthlessly kept tamed, was the same as ever, as was the strong, tanned throat, the liquid dark eyes, and the set of tats he sported, which didn't come off, on one t-shirt-clad shoulder, because I'd never seen him in a suit. But there was something sad about his expression. Sad or hungry, I wondered, and sighed. "Then let me be even clearer," I said, "because I don't know if he explained why." "I know why." It was harsh. I frowned, because that reaction seemed a little odd. "You do?" "I know who I am, and I know who she is, all right?" he said in an undertone. I frowned some more, because I was getting confused. "Who you are?" "I know my place," he told me and stubbed out the barely smoked cigarette on the bottom of his boot. "Now, if that's all." "Yeah, not quite," I said, grabbing his bicep when he started to leave. Rico gave me a less than fond look, which was not normal, but he followed me out into the foyer when I tugged on him. "Take a break," I told Simon, the vamp on duty. The tall Nigerian with the normally quick smile nodded solemnly and went inside. It looked like he thought Rico was about to get a chewing out. Rico obviously did too, because his jaw was clenched, and he looked like he wished he had that cigarette back. It was weird because I didn't know why he'd be worried about anything I might say, unless he was afraid of being sent back home. As if. He was one of my most competent guys. Nothing rattled him, at least not in combat. Relationships, however, seemed to be another story. "Look," I told him, "I normally wouldn't get involved, but—" I broke off, because Rico had suddenly jumped up, higher than my head, and grabbed something. It was a little package, one of the ones Hilda had enchanted. It had been overlooked because it had been rotating behind one of the ribbed columns, and was tricked out in white and gold like the ceiling. But he'd seen it. Rico's eyes didn't miss much. Like my frown when he handed it over. "I'm not stalling," he told me. "Say what you have to say." "I will." But I didn't really want to do this, so I took a moment to open the package. A perfume bottle fell out into my hand. Lucky thing he'd caught it. The wrapping paper was wafting around on currents from the air conditioning, but the magic was mostly spent. It would have been on the ground soon. "What is that?" he asked, as if he cared. "Perfume, or cologne. It works on both sexes because it smells differently on every wearer. It's supposed to tell you something about your true self." I eyed him up, which got me a raised eyebrow. "Are you going to try it?" he asked. "I've already tried it." "Well, don't douse me with it," he said, leaning against the wall and lighting up again. "Unless you like the smell of fish." "Fish? If it works." He breathed deep and then let it out. The smoke was nothing special. Marco liked expensive Cuban cigars, and Mircea smoked little imported cigarettes with brown wrappers and an exotic sweet scent. But Rico just used the usual stuff. His cigarettes were like him, simple, straightforward, no nonsense. It reminded me of what he'd told me when I first met him, and had asked what he did.
I see trouble, and I shoot it.
That was Rico in a nutshell. Or maybe not. I didn't really know that much about him. Why fish? I asked and leaned against the wall, mirroring his stance.
That's what I used to do growing up. I was a fisherman in Napoli.
What's wrong with that?
Nothing,
he said while his face argued with him. I crossed my ankles and waited. He eyed me without favor.
You have princes all but begging to get in here. All day we get the calls. Marco tried to make a special phone number with an answering machine, but it filled up the first day. It has a generic message now telling them to wait. And your point is? They all want to talk to you. Yet here you are.
With someone who doesn't? It wasn't a guess. I'd never seen Rico so uncomfortable before. Despite the casual pose, his shoulders were tense and the cigarette ash was going everywhere because he couldn't keep his hands still.
Okay, I said. Don't tell me about the fish. What is there to tell? They were fish.
I waited some more.
One of the men who lived with my mother for a while had a little boat,
he said, staring up at where the package had been.
It leaked and it had no motor. There were no motors then.
I nodded even though he wasn't looking at me.
He took me along to row and to bail. I asked him one day, why don't we patch the boat? Then it won't leak. He said if we patch it, somebody maybe thinks it's worth stealing. As it is, nobody wants a leaky boat.
There was another awkward silence. He turned to look at me suddenly.
You have
He tapped the side of his head.
The sight, yes? You see things?
Sometimes. Not often anymore, thank God. The Pythian power was doing joyrides with my abilities most of the time, using them to help it guard the timeline, which was fine by me. I'd never had a good vision in my life.
Then can you see it? He asked. Where we lived? How we lived?
No. At least I might someday, but I don't just order things up. He looked vaguely disappointed.
If you could, we wouldn't be having this conversation, he told me.
I wasn't aware that we were having one anyway. Rico, could you possibly—
11 children. In 2 rooms, he interrupted. Mother used to laugh and say there was no room for the mice. But there was. There was just no room for me. As soon as I was old enough, I was on the streets. The fisherman was gone, and anyway, there were younger boys to bail by then.
How old was old enough? I asked quietly.
14, I think. I don't know when my birthday was.
You weren't baptized? He laughed suddenly, a short, quick bark.
Mother wasn't often in church.
He smoked for a while.
It was just as well, he finally said. In those days, if you were non-legitimo, they wanted everyone to know it. If I had been baptized, they would have called me proietti, the cast out, or dignoti, the unknown, or esposito, the exposed.
The exposed? I got the others, but that one seemed strange.
They used to expose unwanted babies on the hillsides so that they died. He shrugged.
I felt a shiver go down my arms. This wasn't— I hadn't actually expected things to get this dark.
I named myself Marino, of the sea, he added. I thought to be a fisherman. It was all I knew, and there were plenty of boats in Napoli. But one of the men knew my mother and said stupid things. He shrugged again. I put the scaling knife in his eye.
Rico, I said, not even knowing what I was going to say, but feeling like I ought to say something.
I ended up a mercenary after that, he continued, his voice low. I did things. Not so good things, you understand. If you could see them, you would know.
Know what? He looked away, back at that oh-so-interesting spot on the ceiling.
Her father is Jonas Marsden, yes? And her mother was Agnes Wetherby. That is right?
He'd stumbled a little over the pronunciation of Weatherby, the harsher English syllables sounding strange on a tongue that even now was more used to lyrical Italian. Rico was the only one of my guards with a noticeable accent, unless they chose to have one, or unless you counted Roy's slight southern drawl.
Close enough, I agreed.
He looked satisfied.
So, you see?
I didn't see a damn thing. I said as much, and Rico looked at me like I was slow, but instead of trying to explain, he took the perfume bottle from my hands and frowned at it, as if trying to figure out the little bulb-like sprayer. Then he turned it on himself.
You see? He asked. Or rather, do you smell?
I didn't, actually. Until I leaned closer. I closed my eyes and filled my lungs, but it wasn't the smell of fish, even newly caught ones, that met my nose. It wasn't anything I could name exactly. If I'd had to describe it, it would have sounded like the cover of a romance novel. A dark night, a full moon, a highwayman galloping past a field of lavender, a girl waiting in a tall tower by the sea, plaiting roses in her hair. I broke away, laughing at myself. God, I needed to get laid.
What is it?
Rico asked, trying to sniff himself. I guess I didn't look like a woman who'd just been breathing fish guts. You can't smell it yourself. You have to have someone tell you, I said, or so the Fey shopkeeper had insisted.
Then what do you smell?
Not fish. The door to the suite opened before I could say anything else, and Safi's pink head poked out. Hey, we found it! Found what? An outfit for you? Okay, now I was legitimately afraid. Safi? No, really, you'll love it. She started tugging me inside.
Cassie.
That was Rico, looking strangely desperate all of a sudden. It's hard to describe, I said, but you keep it. It smells better on you.
Better?
He looked at the little bottle in confusion.
What did it smell like on you?
But Safi had already pulled me inside. Just as well. Hilda had only smelled ozone. Chapter 11. I didn't wear the ridiculously elaborate outfit the girls had found for me, although I did keep it because Augustine had been right. It was perfect for a Pythia. Or at least a Pythia going to a ball, which I wasn't. I put on my sensible black skirt instead, with a cute blue blouse that was silky and ruffly and matched my eyes, and dressed the ensemble up nicely, thank you very much. Then I went looking for Mircea. He wasn't in his office, where I scared a maid half to death by popping in just as she turned away from cleaning the desk. When the screaming died down, I tried his private rooms, but he wasn't in there either. I poked my head out of the door to the hallway, wondering where else to look, only to freak out the 2 huge Senate guards who'd been posted there for some reason. I frowned at them, but not because of the shiny-tipped spears they'd thrust in my face, which was par for the course around here, but because they shouldn't have been there at all. Mircea had had guards when he was injured, the day the Senate was attacked a month ago, but he'd long since healed, and of all people he was able to take care of himself. Unless something else had happened. My heart leapt to my throat, and I grabbed one of the spear shafts without thinking. Is Mircea all right? Has he been hurt? Where is he? Instead of being upset, or worse, that I'd grabbed his weapon, the beefy-looking blonde visibly relaxed. It looked like he'd been startled, but had belatedly recognized me. The same wasn't true in reverse, but there were so damned many people around anymore, that wasn't surprising.
He's fine, he assured me, or he was last time I saw him, earlier today.
Then what are you 2 doing here? I demanded, letting him go, although my pulse was still pounding in my ears.
We could ask the same of you.
The speaker was a tall brunette, because the consul had a height fetish where her guards were concerned, and good-looking if you liked the bruiser type. I didn't, and I didn't care for his tone either. "I'm supposed to be here," I snapped, "but if Mircea isn't injured, he doesn't need guards." "Consul's orders," the blonde told me. "Why? Have there been problems?" He sighed and rolled his eyes. "Just all the time." "Don't answer her. Why are you answering her?" the brunette demanded, thrusting his spear a little closer to my nose. "He is smarter than you," someone said from behind me. I turned to find that the corridor, which was wide and marble bright, was looking smaller and darker suddenly, because a glowing golden demigod was striding down it. Now there was someone who didn't need a calling card, I thought enviously. "Lord Caedmon," the brunette said, quickly lowering his spear and bowing. "My apologies. I didn't mean to harass your secretary." I scowled down at my serviceable black skirt, Augustine's laughter ringing in my ears, and then back up at Caedmon, one of the kings of the Light Fae, whose lips were twitching. "What a pleasure to see you again, Lady Cassandra," he said, bowing and kissing my hand with exaggerated gallantry. It was weird, to put it mildly. Not the kiss, but running into him like this. The last time I'd seen him had been on a battlefield in Wales 1,500 years ago. Or rather, 1,500 for him. It had been about 2 weeks for me, because time travel. Yet here he was, acting as if we'd just seen each other yesterday. It was bizarre. Like his slight smile that said he was putting on a show for the ill-mannered help and inviting me to go along with it, while his lips on my skin, lingering a little too long, said something else, something that might have gotten more of a response if I didn't already have 2 men in my life and no idea what to do with either one of them. But damned if he wasn't amazing to look at. At least 7 feet tall, with blonde hair spilling over broad shoulders and piercing green eyes, he also had the perfect face. Like, literally perfect. I couldn't find a flaw. With strong aristocratic features paired with eyelashes longer than a Hollywood starlet's and a fuller, more sensual mouth than any man had a right to, he would have been stunning in a cardboard box. But he wasn't wearing a box. He was wearing golden armor with thin traceries of vines and leaves and winged animals all over it, slightly raised from the rest of the metal and blackened, so that the designs stood out. And, as if that wasn't enough, among the greenery were sapphires, some around the neckline as big as my thumb, others tiny, almost bead-like in the eyes of the strange animals peering out of the foliage. "Griffins," Caedmon said, seeing the direction of my gaze. "The sigil of my house." "There are griffins?" I'd always thought those were a myth. But then, I'd thought the same about the Fae not so long ago. "In the mountain fastnesses of my realm," he told me, "they build their nests on the very highest peaks. Some of our more courageous, or more foolhardy warriors occasionally climb up in an attempt to steal an egg." He smiled. "Sometimes they even come back." I swallowed. How interesting." "Visit my realm, princess, and I'll take you for a ride." "I'm not a princess," I told him, before what he'd said registered. "You ride griffins?" I couldn't quite keep the excitement out of my voice. His smile widened. "Your mother was Queen of Heaven. I believe you deserve the title. As to the other, you shall have to visit and find out." Caedmon tucked my hand under his arm and pulled me away from the stunned-looking guards and down the hall. I'm looking for Mircea," I told him, wondering why I was walking away from anywhere Mircea was likely to be. But I kept on doing it anyway. Caedmon was a little overwhelming. "As am I. Let's find him together, shall we?" It sounded like a plan,
But it quickly became obvious that it was going to be tougher than I'd thought. The consul's palace had been damaged in the attack, and rebuilding had been going on ever since. But it looked like she'd decided to throw some renovations in there too while she was at it. Big ones. Caedmon and I passed through a wall that used to indicate the end of the passage, but which now opened onto a massive new wing. Workmen were running everywhere, down a corridor the length of a football field and at least half as wide, one which I knew hadn't been there a month ago. "Impressive, isn't it?" Caedmon asked. "I'm told that they are working around the clock, vampires at night and human servants during the day." He leaned closer and dropped his voice. "I've also heard that the consul visits daily to check on their progress. I believe that may have helped to expedite matters." I flashed to an image of Darth Vader visiting the Death Star, only with more snakes. I'd seen her sending vampires hundreds of years old running for cover with barely a flash from those dark eyes. I was surprised the workmen weren't pissing themselves. What they were doing was moving mountains, or at least sizable hills, considering the countryside around here. Which I guess I should have expected. The consul had recently found herself with a distinct lack of living space. The world's 6 vampire senates had joined forces for the war, something that had never been done before, or even attempted, because they mostly hated each other. Fortunately, they hated the gods more, but they still needed to govern their own territories, something that war-related issues might have interfered with. So they'd decided to have some of their senior members become part of a new governing body to deal exclusively with the conflict. Mircea, for instance, used to be the consul's go-to diplomat, but was now her general. His official title was Chief Enforcer of the Vampire World Senate, because Enforcer was the senatorial position that did a consul's dirty work, but in wartime, it amounted to the same thing. Of course, he'd needed a new staff to help with all the extra responsibilities, hence Batman and a couple hundred others. And so did everybody else who'd snagged a seat. Our Senate had expected that, and had somehow figured out places to stow them all when they weren't working. What they hadn't expected was everyone else who kept turning up. There were Senate members from foreign courts who were not on the new body, but who had finagled positions assisting those who were. There were functionaries out the wazoo, because everybody seemed to need a phalanx of aides for everything from taking notes to running back and forth with trays of booze, because the new arrivals drank like fish, from what I'd heard. Then there was the army, with troops pouring in from all over, accompanied by commanders who seemed more worried about the style of their armor than the discipline of their men. And finally, there were the hangers-on. Vampires itching to move up the usually rigid hierarchy and seeing the war as an opportunity. The result was thousands of vamps showing up all the time, and while the majority were not being housed here or even let in the door, there were plenty of sufficient rank that somewhere had to be found for them. I'd heard that from my bodyguards, who'd heard it from others in the family who'd been assigned here. Vampires gossiped like magpies, being constantly in each other's heads, and nothing stayed secret for long. Yet I hadn't heard about this. Caedmon and I swanned down the huge corridor, and I decided that I'd been wrong. It was longer than a football field. Above our heads, the ceiling arched high enough that I was surprised I didn't see clouds floating around, and was inset with panels of what looked like hammered gold. They covered the interior of the arch, while more gold coated the finials on huge marble columns supporting the roof. Even more gold covered what looked like massive picture frames on the walls, between the columns. Inside of which was... What the hell? I stopped dead in front of the nearest one. There was a mural on the wall inside the frame, giving it the look of a gigantic painting. It wasn't completed. A third of the space was still smooth white plaster with a few pale sketch marks on it.
But what it did show...
"That's not how it happened," I said.
The painter looked down from his ladder, a vamp, despite it being the middle of the day, so not low-ranking. Still, he got down swiftly and bowed to Caedmon, but he was looking at me and seemed concerned by what I'd said.
"I was instructed to show the grandeur of battle."
"Grandeur?" I stared at him. "There was no grandeur. It was mud and blood and fear and—" I stopped, because I got hit with a flashback hard enough to stagger me. For a second, I was back in that hell of butchered men and dying horses. Thunder boomed in my ears, loud as cannon fire. Lightning flashed overhead like nuclear blasts. Rain hit me in the face, all but blinding me, while blood and panicked sweat and the metallic taste of spent magic clogged my throat, threatening to choke me. The little scene cut out as abruptly as it had come, leaving me clinging to Caedmon, who had put a hand under my arm, and staring instead at the heroic scene on the wall, which showed the final battle with Ares, the one I'd been refighting in my head ever since it happened. Only no, that was what it should have shown. But what the artist had actually painted was... I didn't have words, but it felt like a violation. A golden warrior. Caedmon, I guessed, since he was glowing like a lantern, stood on a hill, lightning wreathing his head, and a staff in his hand that more lightning was spilling out of in all directions. It would have been laughable if I'd been in a different mood, because he hadn't looked anything like that. He'd been down in the mud with the rest of us, dirty and bloody and soaking wet from the storm raging overhead, which hadn't made the cut for the painting either. But at least there was some truth there, just greatly exaggerated. The real lie wasn't Caedmon, or the too-perfect battlefield with no panicked man or blood or entrails or feces, or Caedmon's blackened and smoking arm after Ares destroyed his staff with barely a glance. No, the real lie was me. Because instead of being huddled in a washerman's tent, dirty, wet, and frightened out of my mind, I was on another hill, opposite Caedmon. I had something in my hand, too, but I wasn't sure what it was supposed to be. It was bright green and shaped like another lightning bolt, and I was doing something with it. Oh. I was ripping open the sky, I realized, like I'd taken a knife to its belly. Only instead of blood and guts spilling out, there was only a cascade of pale white light illuminating half of the battle going on below, which I suppose was meant to stand in for the ghost of Apollo. He'd been stuck in a spirit realm known as the Badlands after a previous encounter with Pritkin and me left him mostly dead and without the power to leave it. Yet as soon as I released him, he hadn't gone after me as I'd half expected. Instead, he'd flown straight at Ares, the most potent source of godly power around. He'd been trying to absorb enough energy to live again, and then to battle Ares for control of the world they both coveted. He hadn't succeeded, but the threat of another god on the battlefield had done what nothing else could. It had pulled Ares' attention away from our side at a crucial moment, giving us a chance to kill them both. So the painting told the truth, but embellished it so much that it almost didn't matter. Instead of two gods battling it out in the sky, while the rest of us scurried around like frightened ants, we had this, whatever the hell this was. The figure who was supposed to be me had a banner of blonde hair streaming out behind her, almost as long as she was tall, mirroring Caedmon's heroic cape on the other side of the painting. She had a fierce, proud expression that I had worn exactly never, and certainly not that night. And, for the final insult, she was wearing a flowy gown that made me look like my mother, instead of the filthy dancer's outfit I'd actually been running around in, torn and tawdry and not at all camera-ready. It was Hollywood's version of war, and so wrong it left me breathless, far more so than the children's innocent drawings back at Dante's had done.
Those had been weirdly cute, if gruesomely bloody, and an understandable reaction to the months of fear and confusion they'd recently experienced. I'd felt proud and not a little awed that they saw me as their protector and determined to live up to their expectations. But this just made me furious. It made it look so easy when it had been nothing of the kind. We'd pulled out a victory through a lucky break, and because all of us had given everything we had down in the trenches, we hadn't been lording it up on a hill somewhere looking faintly bored. We'd been screaming and crying and praying and cursing and— "It's a lie," I said, rounding on the man. The artist looked taken aback, I guess because he'd expected praise. "I was assured that the main events of the battle are correct," he began stiffly. "You were assured wrong. By a number of people who have studied the old sources. They weren't there. And as for the minor details, well, the artistic mind fills in the gaps," I was told loftily, with more than a hint of a sneer, because all artists are gods in their own minds. Of course, some of them actually deserve the title, I thought, catching sight of a familiar figure coming down the hall. "Rafe!" I suddenly forgot all about my quarrel with the would-be artist and ran to meet one worthy of the term. And then some. To the rest of the world, the man with the head of dark curls now hurrying down the hall to meet me was the great Renaissance master Raphael. To me, he was the closest thing I'd had to a father growing up. I could see his handsome, laughing face as he painted the ceiling of my bedroom with cerulean skies and fat-winged cherubs, and little birds on their delicate limbs and bowers, so real that I'd sometimes thought they'd stop pretending one day and just fly away. Rafe had been one of the few bright spots at Tony's, although he'd often been gone. Tony had used him as an errand boy, never appreciating his gift. But when he was there, he'd defended me fiercely, even taking a beating once in my place. He'd taken another blow for me recently, although not from a fist, but from something far more dangerous for a vampire, although there were no signs of it now. He picked me up and whirled me around, laughing, because laughter came easily to Rafe, and I realized that I'd been wrong. There were signs, but so subtle that I could barely make them out, even at this distance. "Rafe," I put a hand on his cheek when he finally set me down, and I could feel them too. Tiny scarification lines in the places where his skin had cracked and split and bled from exposure to the sun. They were healed now, but had left a subtle pattern behind that was invisible from any distance, but up close was almost beautiful. Or maybe that was just me, because Rafe would always be beautiful to me. "Mia Stella," he said, and hugged me again. "How long have you been back?" Rafe had been away, recovering from his burns for most of the summer. "Almost 2 weeks. They have me directing all this." He gestured around, and I belatedly noticed that the interiors of other frames were also being worked on, although most of them were still in the sketch phase. There was one exception, however, directly across from us. And like the one behind me, it was also a complete fabrication. "That's not how it happened," I said, looking at an image of the very house we were standing in. Only the painted version was shown surrounded by a massive Fey army, while devilish-looking things poured forth from the mouths of a couple dozen portals dotting the night sky. The attack on the consul's home a month ago had involved portals, but they'd opened up inside the walls, not in the sky and hills surrounding it. And the creatures that had been sent through hadn't been demons. They'd been some weird experiments that the Fae had been doing. Really weird. Our enemies had been trying to create hybrids between dark Fae, whom they regarded as little more than animals, and humans. They'd wanted to create troops that could fight on Earth, because Fae magic didn't work any better here than ours did there. So far, their efforts had failed, and the creatures they'd thrown at us had been rejects that they'd used as cannon fodder. But that's not what the scene showed. It had fearsome beasts leaping forth from the portals, maws open and claws reaching, only to be held off by the valiant efforts of the consul, who stood atop her house holding a flaming sword. No, seriously. She had a flaming sword. A vampire. They burn like gasoline-soaked tinder, but sure, why not? And I couldn't exactly talk since I'd ended up a freaking goddess. Rafe looked behind him, and then turned back around, a mischievous little grin on his face. Oh, don't you like it? As art, sure. But it didn't happen like that. It was Rafe's turn to take my arm, while Caedmon walked beside us. Mia Stella, have you learned nothing from all your years with us? Reality is malleable, and in time of war even more so. That's not malleable, I said, craning my neck to look behind me. That's Gumby. He laughed. Perhaps. But it is also useful, no? Very much so, Caedmon said. He was looking at a knot of people. Judging by their outfits, they were from the East Asian court, who were standing in front of one of Rafe's sketches down the hall. I wasn't close enough to see what it depicted. The outlines he'd done for the artists were deliberately light, so they'd be easier to cover up with paint. But the viewers seemed strangely intent, until they caught sight of us and began whispering behind their hands. But did you get my chin all right? Caedmon asked, suddenly turning to Raphael. Rafe regarded him seriously for a moment, then dropped my arm to grasp his chin, moving it this way and that. The dark eyes narrowed. Caedmon put up with it, because genius trumps titles, and because he was probably vain as shit. Anyone who looked like that had to be. Perhaps not. I will see to it, Rafe promised. Caedmon smiled winningly, and I swear it was like the sun coming out. Excellent. And once you're done here, perhaps you might visit my palace. I have a wall in my solarium simply calling out for... Stop trying to poach Rafe, I said, taking his arm again, before I remembered who I was talking to. But Caedmon only laughed. That is exactly what I am doing, he admitted. I would steal him away permanently if I could. I prefer it here, Rafe told him dryly. But we can talk about a painting, although not in a solarium. The sun would fade it. Which would be a shame, Caedmon agreed. Perhaps you could... I stopped listening. There was a strange undercurrent in this new palace that I didn't like. Not between the two men, who appeared to be getting along famously, but with the little knots of people here and there. The gallery, which is what I guessed the huge corridor was going to be, wasn't even finished, yet there were people everywhere, and most of them seemed a little intense for art lovers, and now most of them were looking at us. What's going on? I asked Rafe, who was one of the only vamps I knew who might tell me the truth. And yes, something weird was happening, because he glanced around first instead of just answering. Come, he said, let me show you my current project, and my personal favorite. It's this way. And before I could stop him, he'd taken off down the hall, leaving two clueless demigods looking at each other, and then hurrying to catch up when Rafe turned around and snapped his fingers impatiently. Because I don't care who you are, you don't argue with genius. Chapter 12. 100 corridors seemed to branch off the main hall, although a lot of them were still under construction. I passed one covered by a tarp that had come loose and was blowing in the wind, showing only open air outside, and a huge tent city crowding the house and dotting the nearby hillsides. It looked like thousands of people were sheltering out there. The army, Caedmon told me as we hurried past, because the Rafe train wasn't stopping. The invasion is imminent. How imminent? Because I hadn't heard anything. That is still being determined. There are a few impediments." I wanted to ask what kind, but didn't get a chance. A bunch of workmen zoomed by with vampire speed and almost took me along with them, but Caedmon twirled me out of the way at the last second. It looked like a dance move and felt like one too, as the corridor swirled around me. Then we were off again. A little farther up the hall, through a massive set of doors and into what I guessed was a waiting room. It was a large space, but there had to be a few hundred people piled on sofas and propping up walls or gazing at the room's centerpiece, a gorgeous golden thing that I didn't even have a name for. It sort of looked like an astrolabe, one of those old-fashioned devices that people once used to determine eclipses, with rings within rings. But it was huge, easily filling a quarter of the extended ceiling, maybe a couple of stories high at the top, and there was no sun at the center. In fact, there was no sun at all. Just two planets whirring around each other in a crazy dance like the one Caedmon and I just executed. Sometimes closer, sometimes farther away, but always turning, turning, turning. And every time they did, every rotation they made, other things turned with them. The most eye-catching were the 1,000 or so golden strands, like threads on a loom, that moved over and beside and underneath the planets. How they didn't get caught up in snarls and knots, I didn't know, because they were crossing and crisscrossing all the time, in no discernible pattern that I could see. But they were beautiful nonetheless, a woven metallic cat's cradle dancing around and between the two worlds like ley lines, I thought, finally realizing what I was looking at. "That's Earth and Fairy, isn't it?" I asked Caedmon, who was looking at it too. "Indeed. And that is time, you see?" He pointed to a silver ring encircling the planet that was meant to be Earth, judging by the continents standing out in vague relief. Although it kind of looked like a fat kid with a hula hoop, because the metal ring wasn't stationary. It was slinging about erratically, first to one side of the planet and then to the other, and all the while it was expanding and contracting, sometimes almost touching the surface of the world, while at others flaring so far out that I was sure it would collide with a similar ring around Fairy. The whole thing was a beautiful, kinetic sculpture, almost dizzying to watch, but kind of mesmerizing too, like the workings of a particularly complex watch. "It's only a representation, of course," Caedmon murmured when I said so. "But then a clock is also only a representation of time, yet it serves." "Then that's Fairy's timeline?" I asked, pointing at the silver ring around the other planet, and he nodded. "My artisans made this as a gift for your consul. Your people lacked an understanding of how time flows differently in our two realms. That gap in knowledge allowed Aslan to plan attacks seemingly back-to-back, knowing when time would be flowing faster in our world, relative to yours. You and your people had scarce time to catch your breath from one battle before another was upon you, while he had months to plan in between." I nodded, remembering Mircea telling me something similar not long ago. Not that I'd needed it. The attacks from the other side had been like a barrage, falling fast and furious, leaving me not knowing what to do or where to run. But they'd still lost, I thought, flashing back once more to that muddy battlefield. And no, it hadn't been pretty, and it sure as hell hadn't been the walk in the park the artist had made it seem. A lot of good people had gone into that mud, and had never come out again. But we'd won. And for a moment, I felt some pride in that stupid painting after all. "But the tide turns," Caedmon whispered, bending down to me. "As it always does.
Soon, time will begin to run slower in Fairy than here, and for a good span. We must be ready to take advantage of it, for such an opportunity will not come again for a decade. So that's when we invade. He inclined his head. It is less than optimal, he admitted. The slowdown has already begun, and will reach full effect by the end of this week. This week? He nodded. We could wish for more time to prepare. How long will it last? Here, a few months. There, several days. I licked my lips. A few months? We were invading another world in the next few months. It didn't seem real. Which was good, because if it had, it would have been terrifying. Caedmon was watching me, but he didn't have time to say anything before Rafe appeared on the other side of the universe. "What are you two doing out here?" the annoyed genius demanded. Hands were on slim hips, and his face had that look. "Sorry," I said, and scurried to catch up. Caedmon followed, looking slightly bemused. At what, I didn't know. "Hurry," I told him when he lagged behind and grabbed his hand. He laughed then and ran along with me, heedless of his dignity. There were more guards on the other side of the room, near the entrance to yet another corridor. But they only straightened up a little as we went past into something more normal-sized for a hallway. There was some lovely honey-colored stone under our feet now, instead of marble, an only slightly taller than normal ceiling, and a bunch of rooms with arched doorways, but no actual doors yet. A lot of artistic types were visible inside the rooms, hunched over workstations, painting, carving, or arguing about what I assumed were more parts to the console's great puzzle. One of them called out to Rafe in what sounded like serious distress, and Rafe sighed and looked at me. "Would you mind? My office is just down there. I'll be with you in a moment." I nodded, and he went off to help the hapless soul. Caedmon and I walked to the end of the hall and found a room that simply had to be Rafe's. For one thing, it had a door, made of heavy old planks and banded with iron, like somebody had looted a castle, that was half open, allowing us to push our way inside. For another, it was just him. Stuccoed walls with rounded corners like in an old monastery rose up to a point in the center of the ceiling, where a decorative finial dropped down, capping it off. Elsewhere, there were scarred wooden tables littered with reference books and loose papers, old crockery full of paintbrushes and knives, and jars of the paints Rafe mixed himself out of ochre and cinnabar, lapis and pearls, gold and silver. And it smelled just like I remembered, of turpentine and linseed oil, charcoal and wine, because who can paint without a glass of wine? But there were no sketchbooks, or rather there were, but they were all around us, the clean white stucco being offensive to an artist's eye. Not that it was clean anymore. Everywhere I looked were faces, hands, and profiles. Here a guy with a pert backside looking at me coquettishly over his shoulder. There a mother with a baby at her breast, serenity radiating from her face. Here a rearing horse, its mane flowing majestically in the breeze. There a beautifully rendered snakehead, its scales like perfect little jewels. And me, I realized, staring at the drawings above a cluttered workbench. Some of them were me as a child, my pudgy cheeks and big eyes and bouncy ponytails making me look vaguely like an anime character. Others showed me with the long hair I used to have as a teen, before I cut it off while on the run, because hip-length red gold hair is damned hard to hide. Others looked to be more recent, although there was something off about them. It wasn't the facial features which were accurate, because Rafe was always accurate. It wasn't the hair, which for once was my current curly bob. It wasn't the clothes, not that many were shown because the portraits were mostly from the neck up. I didn't know what it was.
And then I realized it looked like my skin, but with somebody else inside. Like the painting outside in the corridor that wasn't me. The proud lift to the chin, the resolute gaze, the confidence that woman wore like a cloak, all were things I wished I had, but that wasn't what I saw in the mirror every morning. And it suddenly hit me, like a pang under the breast. Was this how he saw me? It should have been flattering. That woman looked better than I ever had. But it wasn't. I thought Rafe knew me better than this. I thought that he, of all people, liked me, not whatever everyone kept trying to make out of me. It seemed like I wasn't enough for him either. And then I saw Caedmon, or rather his hand clutching the now destroyed staff, and a fallen horse, its eye round and frightened, and Mircea, only the upper half of the face, but I'd know that hawk-like gaze anywhere, and the console. These must have been practice for the paintings, I said, relief obvious in my voice. Until I turned around to see Caedmon pulling a sheet off of something on a central work table. Not just for the paintings, he told me gently. For a moment I just blinked at what he'd revealed, unable to process it. I felt like my brain had taken a vacation and was refusing to acknowledge what my eyes were seeing, although my body seemed to understand, because my pulse was suddenly hammering in my throat, goosebumps had broken out on my arms, and there was a roaring in my ears. And then I turned around and left the room. Caedmon caught up with me almost before I got out the door. People need heroes, Cassie, in war even more than in peace. So go be a hero! A hand caught my bicep as I started to move away. A hero they can understand. One they can identify with. The ancient Greeks knew that. Why do you think the stories of Hercules outnumber those of any other god? He was half human. I'm not Hercules. Perhaps, but you are a target, whether you like it or not. You are a leader in this war, whether you like it or not. You are already involved, as are we all. What harm does that do? He gestured back at the monstrosity on the table. And it was a monstrosity. In fact, that was being kind. It was a bunch of small individual statues. Me, the consul, Mircea, Caedmon, and a headless guy I thought might be Marlowe, given the Elizabethan outfit, only he wasn't finished yet. We were standing in the middle of the table, chins and even a few arms raised, Caedmon's cloak flying out dramatically behind him. We looked like crappy superheroes. We looked like we'd just dropped our first mixtape. We looked like we were posing for the world's cheesiest album cover. It was awful. Even worse, these weren't the finished versions. They'd been made on a wire base, a little loop of it stuck out of Marlowe's neck for the head, I supposed. Another protruded from the sleeve of the consul's flowing robe, waiting for a hand and probably a snake to be put in it. But the rest were covered with some sort of polymer clay, in sculpted flowing lines that mimicked the brush strokes Rafe had put on paper. He'd drawn them. Somebody else was sculpting them, but not here. Maybe because they wouldn't fit? I had a sudden horrible thought. There'd been niches for statuary outside in the big main corridor, between every 2 or 3 paintings. Empty niches. I hadn't thought much about them at the time, but now... "Those are mock-ups," I said, my lips going numb. "Yes," Caedmon admitted. "That was my understanding." "How big is the final version?" He hesitated, but finally came out with it. 16 feet. I turned around and walked away. He jogged up alongside. "Cassie, wars need heroes. People need to believe they can win.
That is why the kinetic sculpture is outside, made in Fey workshops beyond human skill, to show everyone that you have allies among my people as well as enemies. That's not the sculpture I'm upset about. Instead of another goddess gown, my little mock-up had been wearing a breastplate over some kind of leather get-up. Huntress garb, I thought, my blood boiling. I didn't know why Rafe hadn't just given me a bow and quiver and been done with it. Of course, maybe he had. Maybe they were off getting sculpted along with Marlowe's head and the consul's damned snakes. And screw this! Caedmon caught my arm again halfway down a side corridor, and damn it, that was getting old. I whirled on him. What do you want? To understand. You want to understand? Understand this. I am not your chosen one. I'm not Hercules. I'm not my mother. I'm not some savior come to make everything okay again. I'm just me, and I can't have any more people depending on me. I can't have them looking to me to save them when I can barely save myself. I understand. Do you? I already have a court. I don't know if I can protect a bunch of little kids who will die if I screw up. Do you understand that? Do you have any idea? But of course he didn't. What the hell was I thinking? Caedmon looked like some kind of god himself, which he sort of was because God plus Faye is a hell of a lot less diluted than God plus Roger freaking Palmer. And of course I'd taken after my father, who was good at running scams and running, period, when those scams blew up in his face, but not much else. Which was why he and Mom were dead and I was here and probably about to screw up massively because I was due, and I felt when it hit, an incipient panic attack boiling under my breastbone, tightening my chest, threatening my breathing. My head went swimmy, and I simultaneously wanted to throw up and start laughing hysterically. There might be something wrong with me, I thought, as the corridor started closing in. And then snapped back to normal when a fussy-looking little guy burst out of a door just up the hall. He looked spooked, like a mouse with a hawk after him, which wasn't far from the truth, I thought, as Mircha's voice followed him through the opening. Constantly undermining my authority. I won't have it. You won't have it? The consul's usually honeyed tones sounded more like the lashes of a whip. Parendra is a consul. You are not. You would do well to remember that. I am head of this army. He would do well to remember that. Caedmon and I looked at each other, and he made little hand motions that somehow managed both to be comical and to convey, let's tiptoe on by this mess, shall we? At the same time. I bit my lip, because normally that would have been my go-to as well, but Mircha had sounded a little tense, and for him, that was basically the same thing as anyone else having a meltdown. Maybe an interruption wouldn't be a bad thing. I tried to head down the hall, but found a damned demigod in the way, and then the door the little man had come through closed, and the sound cut out, so completely that it probably indicated a ward over the entrance. Not a problem, I thought, and started to shift, but Caedmon grasped my arm again, preventing it. And he did prevent it. My magic swirled around us and then paused, as if waiting for him to release it or for me to push it. My eyes narrowed, and he nodded abruptly. There you are, he said. I knew you were in there somewhere. What are you talking about? The goddess. I saw her on the battlefield. I haven't seen her since. You haven't seen me at all since. Oh, but I hear things, he said, bending closer. And suddenly the whimsical joker was gone, and the king was looking at me. I hear you have a number of talents. Seer, necromancer, opener of ways. What's that to you? A great deal. I have talents, too. We need to spend some time together, Cassie Palmer, and find out how our gifts can complement each other. Make sure that we know them all, and that we're not afraid to use them. I'm not afraid, I said, and meant it. I should have been. Caedmon had just proven that his power could at least impede if not stop mine, but not overcome it. I could feel it, waiting, surging at my fingertips.
I could push back if I wanted, it whispered, and right then, I damned well wanted. Yes, there she is. He smiled, but it was a different one this time. I couldn't name it exactly, like I couldn't name the expression in his eyes, but it made my power surge. I wanted to push it, to find out what he could do, to force him to show himself, to see which one of us was best. It's your mother's blood you feel, he told me. Our people's blood. It sings in my veins as well. Did you think it was only the Pythian power that made you strong? I just stared at him, trying to will myself calm when every instinct said, go. As I said, I have talents, he added, but I have had thousands of years to learn them, their gifts, and their limitations. If we are to win, you must learn yours, and accept the role you were born to play. I wanted to ask him what the hell that meant, but I didn't get the chance. He finally let go, and not just physically. My power surged, my interrupted shift grabbed me, and the next thing I knew, I was back on that damned battlefield.
Chapter 13. For a moment, I was sliding in gore and stumbling across bodies. I smelled the sharp, metallic stench, felt viscera slipping beneath my shoes, tasted blood in my mouth. And then I snapped back in time to see it all again, spread out on the floor all around me, and being dragged through a set of double doors in front of me. It took me a confused few seconds to realize that I was where I'd expected to be, in some kind of office next to the hallway, and not back in time. Only nobody had noticed my arrival, because I'd shown up at the same moment as something else, something that was still being carried in from the waiting area through doors I hadn't seen when we came in, because I'd been following Rafe through a side entrance. But I could see a few hints of gold from the kinetic statue in the lobby, so I knew where I was, along with part of the bored crowd who weren't looking so bored right now. Some of them were crowding the doors, getting an eyeful, and getting shoved back by the soldiers bringing in more bodies, most of which were in pieces. I stumbled back, sliding on blood and staring at maybe a couple dozen men, or what was left of them. In some cases, the only thing holding them together appeared to be their armor, and that didn't work too well where the heads were concerned. One had been hanging by a bit of skin, which I guessed had been stretched to the limit, because it gave way, allowing the severed thing to bounce on the tiles of the floor before coming to rest at my feet. I fought a serious urge to retch. Glassy blue eyes stared up at me out of an unknown face. The tongue lolled out of the mouth in a way that would have been comical under very different circumstances. Fangs glistened in the overhead lighting. I swallowed and swayed slightly but stayed on my feet. You'll sit down in blood, I told myself sternly. You'll sit down in... Cassie! That was Mircea. I could tell by the voice, although the room had begun to fade out. He caught my arm, just my arm, because the office was filling with other vamps and we couldn't afford to look weak. Stay up, I told myself sternly, as someone put a glass of water in my hand. A chair appeared a moment later as if by magic, but it was probably just that Mircea had navigated us a path back to the large walnut desk, sitting in the middle of the room. I clutched the glass gratefully and stared at my feet until the nausea started to recede and my eyesight improved. And then I looked up, only to notice the trail of bloody footprints we'd left all the way here. They were bright against the white marble floor because the golden tile hadn't made it this far, nor had much of anything else. There was a lot of echoing stone, some niches with nothing in them,
a large chandelier glittering overhead rather sheepishly, as if it didn't know what it was doing there either. And a few chairs. That was it, unless you counted some maps tucked up on the walls near the desk, and the bodies and parts of bodies on the floor leaking all over everything. What had happened to them? Why had they been brought in here and in that condition? Shouldn't they be somewhere?
Cassie, are you all right?
That was Caedmon. Guess he found a way past the ward, I thought blankly. I swallowed and nodded, but didn't say anything. I probably wouldn't have been heard anyway over the shouting.
Damned Boker in here.
That was Marlowe, reminding me of Raphael with his dark eyes and head of brown curls. And in no other way.
Belay that.
That was Mircea.
With respect, my lord, we have but a small window,
another dark-haired man said. He was a vamp too, but unlike most, he hadn't bothered with the glamoury to make himself more attractive. Instead, he had a rather jowly face, a shock of grizzled black hair, a wide nose, and a slight double chin. Small brown eyes peered out of bags of wrinkled flesh, which was a few shades too light to be ebony, looking angry but controlled. His outfit was like him, blunt and unadorned, being a set of old-fashioned armor made from plain, unpolished steel with grass clippings and mud adhering to the dented shin guards. This wasn't parade armor, like Caedmon's. It wasn't meant to impress. This armor had been used. And then kept for some reason, probably sentiment, because when would you ever wear something like that again? When you were about to battle foes who still made war the old-fashioned way, I thought. The way humans had for most of our history, except that the Fae combined it with magic we didn't fully understand, but which was as bad as any modern weapon. I'd want armor too.
I want to know what happened to my men,
the old soldier told Mircea. It was respectful, but the brown eyes caught and held the hawk-like gaze, and they didn't falter.
I understand, Mircea said. But we've had leaks, and have reason to suspect some of the humans on staff. I don't want to risk a Boker until...
Why do you need a Boker? Caedmon broke in. Mircea looked irritated, unusual for him. Not that he'd feel it, but that he would show it. But he didn't say anything because Marlowe answered for him.
It's another word for necromancer,
he informed the Fae King.
A low-level one. We keep them on staff for...
Yes, I know that, Caedmon interrupted, with the casual rudeness of someone used to being catered to.
But that doesn't answer my question. And what question would that be?
Mircea asked, his voice a little clipped for someone addressing a king. But Caedmon only smiled at him.
Why you need a Boker when Lady Cassandra is already here?
I looked up at him, startled and still half zoned out. What? A big, handsome smile beamed down at me out of the big, handsome face.
You are a necromancer, are you not?
I stared at him, because that wasn't the sort of thing that I wanted to have get around. Yeah, the Pythian court had ended up with a necromancer for a Pythia after all, thanks to my father's abilities, some of which had passed down to me. Although it was doubtful that many people knew that since he'd specialized in ghosts, which are a lot less visible than shambling bodies. Only I guess the secret was out now. Thanks, Caedmon. I guess he'd heard rumors about some stuff that had happened on that battlefield, and now so had everyone else. My father was, I hedged, because everybody was looking at me.
Lady Cassandra has many gifts, Mircea began. However... Oh, good. It's settled then, Caedmon said, looking pleased. Nothing is settled. You are Lady Cassandra? The military guy cut in. He looked surprised,
eyeing up my pencil skirt and cute ruffly blouse. All right, Augustine, I thought evilly.
You win. I'm dumping this thing as soon as I get home. Yeah, I told him, and then I got a surprise. The old soldier limped over. He was a vamp, so he must have been injured sometime before the change. It made him strangely relatable somehow, as did the way he let out a slight grunt as he went down on one knee to look me in the eyes. Pythia saved my life once. Long ago, he told me. I've never forgotten. I blinked. Despite ample evidence to the contrary, I tended to think of Pythias as sitting around their throne rooms all day, listening to petitioners' BS. It was nice to know that that wasn't always the case. Which one? I asked, wondering if she was somebody I knew. The last of the great Byzantine Pythias. I believe her given name was... Berenice, I nodded. I heard she was formidable. He grinned, showing slightly yellow old man's teeth. That she was. Knocked me on my, behind with a bloody great stick she had. I was unhappy about it until I saw the knife sticking out of the thing. Would have taken me right between the eyes if she hadn't acted. Still don't know what that was all about. Someone was messing with the timeline, and you got killed in the process. I didn't say, because that sort of thing rarely went down well. She knew you had more to do, I said instead. The old knight nodded. Was changed barely a month later, so I suppose she was right. He looked behind him, at the bodies on the floor, and his jaw tightened. His face turned back to me, and it was sorrowful and angry and sad, all at the same time. Can you help me as well? Can you tell me what happened to my men? You're asking for a vision? I said, confused. Nothing so difficult, Caedmon said cheerfully. Merely a look inside the mind. For a moment I didn't get it. And then I did, and thought about retching again. Instead, I glared at the Fey King and wondered why I'd ever thought him attractive. I deal with ghosts, not flesh, I said curtly. New experiences often teach us things about ourselves we didn't know, was the bland reply. I upped the oomph on my glare, but couldn't do much else, and that included refusing, unless I wanted to look weak in front of a room full of vamps, all of whom, except for a few soldiers who'd acted as litter-bearers, looked important. And I wasn't the only one who thought so. The Snake Queen was living up to her rep today in a full-length sheath of the little monsters, bright yellow in this case, with subtle markings in black and gray. From a distance, it might look like a patterned dress, if you ignored the way the pattern slithered and writhed. From up close, it was frankly horrific. It was also strange. Not that I hadn't seen the consul wear similar things before, but usually only in a full Senate meeting or when she needed to impress, aka intimidate the crap out of someone. Otherwise, she usually opted for more normal clothing, albeit with a snake or two as accessories. But today we were getting the full treatment, including matching bright yellow nails tipped in black. I wondered if there was a reason for that. And then I wondered what was wrong with me, because of course there was a reason, a few thousand of them, vampires from all over the world, many of whom rivaled her in power, who were crawling all over this place. Not that she was showing the strain. We were about to invade another world, while every enemy she had in this one was probably somewhere on the grounds plotting. Yet she looked as cool and calm as always. But her little pets had started to slither a bit faster, and her eyes were a tad too intense. She thought I was about to make her look bad, I realized. Somewhere, some poor bastard was chiseling out a 16-foot example of my supposed power, but that was just propaganda, wasn't it?
like that damned painting. She and Mircea had sold the rest of the vampire world on her leadership of the coalition, partly on the basis of my supposed power. What would happen, I wondered, if everyone realized it was a lie? I licked my lips and looked up at Mircea, whose jaw was tight.
"The Pythia has had a long day," he said. "I can call one of my own bookers. He'll be here in less than an hour."
"That will be too long," the old knight said, taking away my only lifeline without realizing it.
"I saw a necromancer at work once, after a battle. I admonished him to wait until the wounded had been carried off the field, but he said that he could not. The memories fade after more than an hour, and sometimes less. We must act now."
I swallowed and looked about, but didn't see any way out of this. Well, except for maybe one. I got up and walked over to the bodies as if to pick out the best candidate, but in reality I barely saw them. I was too busy giving Billy Joe a mental poke. I could feel him resting comfortably in the necklace nestled between my breasts. His talisman was old and ugly, but also invisible to human eyes, and hopefully vampire ones, thanks to a little chameleon ward that an old friend had given me. It hid any magical devices or weapons I wore, to keep them from being taken whenever I landed in trouble. Some of the Fae had been able to see through the disguise, if they were making an effort, although if Caedmon could, he gave no sign. If he wanted to see what I could do, there were better ways, I thought, sending him a look. He just smiled back encouragingly, which enraged me even more for some reason, maybe because the asshole didn't get what was at stake here. He could ruin the whole damned alliance with his little joke. I saw his eyes flash as if he'd heard the insult. I didn't know if he had. Who the hell knew what he could do? But just in case, I sent him a few more. His eyes might have widened a little, but I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure about anything except that Billy wasn't waking up, damn him. Which was a problem since the only person in our family who had ever picked up anything from a brain was him. "Damn it, quit poking me in the ass," he grumped, finally bothering to roust himself. A moment later, a surly head poked out of my torso to glare at me. Technically, it was sticking out of his necklace, but it was at a weird angle, making it look like I'd grown another head. The visual and the abruptness almost made me lose my balance. Damned high heels. But I recovered and crouched down in front of a pile of limbs and broken bodies, none of which seemed to go together, as if I was studying them. And then I realized that I couldn't talk to him like this.
"Well, what is it?"
he demanded. I looked at him numbly.
"Cat got your tongue?"
"Get inside, get inside, get inside," I thought at him, which of course didn't help. I am not a telepath, and neither is Billy. We have a weird sort of connection that neither of us understands, but it doesn't stretch to sharing a brain, thank God. I'd hate to see what was in Billy's head, although I was pretty sure it would be prettier than what I was looking at right now. Beer and boobies, I thought randomly, and heard Caedmon turn a laugh into a sneeze.
"Sorry," he told everyone. "Is it drafty in here?"
"Holy shit," Billy said, suddenly noticing the 7-foot-tall glowing Fae, and then the snake-draped queen, and the seriously tense master vamp, a number of them. And they didn't all belong to the consul, or she wouldn't be this worried. I was running out of time. And then Billy noticed the bodies.
"What the actual fuck?"
Get inside, get inside, get inside, get inside, I thought, but couldn't say. Or even whisper with vamp hearing all around. Damn it, Billy, get a clue. But of course he was going to bitch first. "Why do you always do this to me?" he complained. "There I was, having a perfectly nice dream about a brew and a busty lass." Caedmon burst out laughing. "Sorry," he told everyone from behind his hanky. "I'm just excited." I glared at him some more. and he waved the hanky at me for some reason, like saying, "Go ahead, get on with it." Yeah, I thought back, that would be nice. And what do I wake up to? Bodies. Billy looked about in disgust. Why is it always bodies? Get inside, get inside, get inside, get inside. You could wake me up for a party sometime, he pointed out. Or a NASCAR game, or a chat, or a barbecue. I mean, I couldn't eat the food, but it's the thought that... He stopped. Why aren't you saying anything? Get inside, get inside, get inside, get inside, you son of a... Billy slipped inside my skin. Bitch! Oh, that's nice, he said, and it echoed in my head. Because there was one way we could silently communicate, but it required sharing a body, something I had no problem with since we'd only done it about 1,000 times now, and because I needed help. Help! I almost shrieked and mentally grabbed him. Oof! What the... Let go of me! You have to help me. They want me to read these guys' minds, and they're dead, and I don't know how, and they're dead! Okay. Wait, Billy said, extricating himself from the death grip I had on his spirit. They want you to do what now? I explained. So you have to help me, I said when I finished, because people were starting to shift position impatiently. It was put up or shut up time, only I didn't have anything to put up. Billy looked around again. But they're dead. I know they're dead. Don't yell. I'm already in your head. Fine, just tell me what to do. About what? What do you mean about what? You've done this before. What? When? You do it all the time. You drift through people's heads, picking up on their thoughts. Yeah, live people, which these ain't, in case you missed it. They're not even whole anymore. And the next thing I knew, I was picking up the severed head, or rather, Billy was. The dishwater blonde hair was wet against my hands, although not with blood. It felt like water. Beer, Billy and I said aloud, and the officer nodded. He was drinking with some of these others, or perhaps just fell into a puddle of it. We found an overturned table and spilled tankards among the bodies, but they were in one of the large dorm tents. Nobody saw what happened. I didn't answer. I was trying really hard not to notice that I was holding a man's head in my hands, but it wasn't working. The blue eyes were fixed and staring, and had started to dry out. I suddenly understood why they always closed corpses' eyes in the movies, even weighting them down with something. That blank, lifeless stare was... I shuddered. I couldn't help it. It was horrible. Cassandra, Mircea began, and then cut off when the consul put a hand on his arm, the bright yellow talons looking like they were sinking into the skin. She glared at me. She could afford to, since the other vamps were behind her. I gave her blank face back. This is partly your fault, bitch, I thought, and didn't care if Caedmon heard. Frankly, right then, I wouldn't have cared if she had. Sinking into another mind is awkward, I said curtly. There may be some physical reactions. Aye, the officer said. The Bokor I knew fair shit himself. Oh, that's just great, Billy said. I'm really enthused now. Just do it, I told him. Yeah, about that. Like I said, I know the basics for scanning living minds, but I'm not the necromancer here. Dead bodies are just dead bodies to me. Closed off. Silent. What are you saying? I asked, my gorge rising, because I was afraid I already knew. I'm saying we do this together. Or not at all. Chapter 14. Everything was blurry, with almost an underwater feel. I was walking through the tent city outside, or rather, he was, and the dead vamp was walking fast.
I saw a banner flutter overhead like a piece of seaweed caught in a gentle tide. I saw a piece of trash blow by in ultra-slow motion. I saw several human servants chatting over the top of a garbage can on wheels. They looked almost like they were frozen in time. They weren't. The vamp was just sped up, darting around the camp with liquid speed. He didn't like to be out in the sun like this. They'd laced the shield that was protecting the camp, or so they claimed, with spells to shade everyone and given them all something called Night's Ease as an extra precaution. Night's Ease. Ha! It sounded like a laxative and tasted vile, and he still had little red spots on the skin he hadn't kept covered up well enough. He scratched at them worriedly. He looked like he'd been sleeping in a patch of poison ivy, and that was despite layering up like it was winter in the Arctic. They said the Fey sun wouldn't burn them, but did they know? What if everyone popped out of the portal only to promptly go up like a bunch of Roman candles? What about that? Thankfully, some friends had invited him to play cards, to take his mind off things. He just hoped he wasn't late. He didn't want to lose his place since there was nothing else to do here, except sit around, exhausted and itchy, working himself into knots. It was better to stay busy. Kept the mind off things. Kept him out of trouble, too. He scowled at some other vampires lounging by a tent, one of them in a wife-beater. Show-offs. He changed his course to avoid them. What else could you expect from Zakara's creatures? Little better than animals. They'd have wares here next. Or worse, demons. He felt sick suddenly. They couldn't make him take one, could they? Everyone said not, but he wasn't sure. It wasn't right, taking one of those things inside you. It was dirty. Wrong. His skin crawled at the very thought. Of course, it also did at the thought of what his master would do to him if he was sent back. That's what happened if you couldn't or wouldn't work with the creatures. They sent you back to your master, and somebody else had to come in your place. And with war looming, his master wasn't going to be pleased at having to send one of his best fighters, which he might need to guard his ancient ass. Instead, he'd sent 3 musicians and a damned librarian. If any of them were sent back, his master had joked that he was sending the pool boy. Of course, it wasn't supposed to matter who filled the levee. They were just housing, after all. Just flesh that some thing could use. He thought of what he'd seen a week ago when he'd first arrived, and shivered. The 4 of them had stood around clutching their luggage, a single knapsack only, they'd been told, so no instruments to play to make themselves feel better, not unless they wanted to go without underwear in the damned apocalypse. They'd felt horribly out of place and probably looked it, too. And then the shouting had started. We should have just found our tent, he thought now, but he'd been hungry and cold, not having had a chance to eat for over a day. Masters were like camels. They could seemingly go forever without food. But he wasn't one. He hurt. But when he tried getting a fast meal off some flunky, shortly after they were dropped off, he'd been pulled away by a guard and threatened with bodily harm. For trying to feed. It was insanity, and no one was telling them anything, and they were hungry and bored, so of course they'd gone to see what all the ruckus was about. There had been a huge throng around a makeshift arena, humans as well as vamps yelling and drinking and placing bets. He didn't know about the others, but he'd just hoped to get a taste, while everybody was too distracted to notice. But then he'd been distracted. By somebody throwing a giant at his head. He'd just stood there watching it come, frozen in disbelief, and would have been flattened if Lucas hadn't jerked him aside at the last minute. He and the lute player had lain there in the mud, shaken and wide-eyed, the lights all but blinding them, the cheers deafening them,
watching the great creature lumber back to its feet, a cudgel the size of a car in its massive fist. And saw it get picked up by a mage's spell and thrown at another part of the crowd. Only they said it wasn't a mage. They said it was a vampire, demon-possessed and magic-wielding. They said that he and the others would soon be able to do as much or more. They could go fuck themselves. He wasn't that stupid. Vampires didn't use magic, everybody knew that. But even if it were true, he didn't care. Like he didn't care about the power boost they'd promised from the Union, which might push him toward master status. Great. So he could get a court of his own, and a bunch of scheming followers just waiting to stake him in the back and take over. No, he didn't want any of it. He wanted to go home, back to his beautiful, messy practice room, with sheaves of old sheet music going golden from age, and polished instruments smelling of beeswax and lemon oil, and the scent of flowers drifting in from the garden. He didn't want to be here, scrabbling about in the mud with a bunch of savages. We're supposed to be above such things, he thought angrily. He was supposed to be. Spend a century becoming an expert musician, a talent to rival Mozart himself, and what did it buy you? A possession and a trip to Fairy, where some damned fae could cut your head off. It happened so fast that he never even felt it. 1 second he was throwing open the flap to his friend's tent, and the next the world was skewing wildly around him. He didn't know what had happened until his vision stopped spinning and his cheek came to rest on some wet grass, just in time to see... "No!" he screamed. We screamed, and scrambled back. Into Mircea, who grabbed us, me, us, whoever the hell, I didn't know anymore, and Billy was yelling and Mircea was talking and people were staring, and my damn skirt had a huge blood splatter on it from where I'd dropped the head when I screamed again, seeing the vamp's now headless body being forced to its knees before a stake descended. And... "No!" I shrieked, grabbing my breast, trying to run. But I'd lost a shoe and somebody's arms were around me. I fought but couldn't go anywhere, and then Billy was hovering in front of me. Ghostly hands cupped my cheeks. Ghostly coolness suffused me, soothing, calming, quiet. Another scream died in my throat. "It's okay. Cass, it's okay. You're out now. We're both out. Are you hearing me?" I nodded but didn't look at him. I was too busy looking at the head, still rotating slightly on the floor where I'd dropped it. Thankfully, when it stopped, it was facing the other way. I didn't know what I'd have done if it hadn't. Coming out of there had been... I hadn't liked coming out of there. Better than staying in, I thought, or maybe that was somebody else. I'd turned my head into Mircea's chest, but the weird, almost foreign thought made me look up at Caedmon. But he was looking as concerned as the rest. Guess he'd lost his sense of humor. So had I. "I'm out," I said thickly, and I didn't mean just of the guy's head. I meant this whole thing. But no way could I shift like this, with my brain feeling strange, almost sticky. Like parts of that other mind had clung to it when we pulled away. God, that had been horrible, horrible, and fuck this! I tried to get up, but the lost shoe and a foot smeared with blood prevented it. "Shh, take a moment," Mircea murmured. I didn't want a moment. I wanted to get out of here. But maybe I need it, I thought, feeling sick. "What did you see?" the consul asked, squatting in front of me, and somehow making the movement elegant despite wearing a dress made out of live snakes. I didn't immediately answer, and the bright yellow nails raised, as if she planned to grasp my chin, but something in my face stopped her. "Don't," I forced out. I wasn't going to be responsible for what I did if she touched me. She didn't. A moment later, somebody else was crouching there. "I'm sorry. Was it so bad?" the old soldier asked gruffly. I just stared at him. "Take a moment, lass," he said, and a calloused old hand covered mine. I took a moment. I'd had to leave my body in order to drift through the dead vamps, and it felt like I'd been away a little too long. Which was any time at all, because no soul in residence equals dying. And while necromancers' souls are a little more flexible than most, that universal law doesn't change. "Water," I said hoarsely. Mircea helped me up, and they gave me a glass. It was the same one I'd had before, and it was still chilled. So not away so long after all. I drank it down, almost finishing it before wiping a hand across my mouth. "He didn't want to be here," I said, remembering that old wood-paneled music room, the one I'd never been in. But it had been lovely. Faded carpets on polished wood floors, beautiful antique instruments, lovingly cared for. The smell of flowers. He should have been back there, composing some pretentious new composition. He should have been nibbling on his pens. He'd liked to chew on his pens. He'd had a cup of the mangled things on a table. He should have been somewhere else. "None of us wants to be here, lady," the old soldier told me. "War is a terrible thing, and anybody thinks otherwise was never in one." "Hey, Cass!" Billy called before I could respond. "Check it out!" He was hovering over another corpse, which had landed on its stomach, but the head was to the side, so I guess he could see the face. "Is it him?" I asked, and I said it out loud, because fuck it, that's why. Billy nodded, and I walked over. The face was dead now, and mushed strangely against the floor, almost like it was trying to form a puddle. A puddle of flesh, I thought, and shuddered. But he was right. It was the same guy. "That's the one," I said to whoever happened to be listening. I guess it was the old soldier because he came over and turned the body on its back. That wasn't a great move because the man who everyone crowded around to see appeared to have been split in half. At least the upper body had been. The face had separated into two parts, which explained why he'd looked like he was melting into the floor, and because there didn't seem to be much in there to hold him together anymore. The chest had been vacated too, with a bunch of raw red flesh visible through a half-shredded breastplate, along with the insides of some ribs. But the sides of the armor were still kind of keeping it intact. The head didn't have that advantage, it was just floppy. I should have been losing my lunch or running off somewhere, possibly screaming, but my brain seemed to have switched off my emotions, and a weird sort of numbness had overtaken me. Or maybe that was Mircea. He had a lot of mental gifts, and he had a hand on my shoulder that felt unusually weighty. Anyway, I didn't react, even when the old soldier literally pulled the man's face back together. Whatever glamoury the vamp had been using had gone with death, so he was pale as milk, although he'd probably been that way in life, too. He had a patchy red beard but no mustache, a mop of red hair, and a mole on his temple like a very misplaced beauty mark. I focused on it because it was easier, and because that was how I knew we'd found our man. "He killed the other one," I said, gesturing at the head. "Decapitated him when he was entering the tent, out of nowhere." "For what reason?" the consul asked. I shook my head, but stopped because it made me feel dizzy. I drank more water. "No idea." "No idea?" It was sharp. "What did you see?" I opened my mouth, and Mircea's hand tightened. "Okay, yeah. We had company." "The ground," I rasped, as his head bounced across it. "And what else?" "Nothing else. That's all he saw. Then that guy," I pointed at the redhead, "staked him through the heart, and that was it. He didn't know why he died, so I can't tell you." "Can you tell us anything else? Any detail?" That was Mircea. He sounded tense because, somebody was slaughtering his army before it even went to war, and his boss was glaring at him like this was all his fault. It looked like he wasn't having any better of a day than I was. "He was surprised," I said, remembering that brief surge of shock, and not just the physical kind. "They knew each other."
"They all knew each other," the officer told me. "They're part of the same squad."
I think that guy," I indicated the redhead again, "was the one who invited him to play cards. He invited other people, too." "He invited them so he could kill them?" the consul asked. "It was premeditated, then?" I nodded. Looked pretty premeditated to me.
"Tensions have been running high," the old officer said, his face troubled. "Many of the families here have long-standing grudges, as do some of the senates. Add that to what we're asking them to do. There has been violence on a daily basis," one of the other vamps said, "although nothing this extreme." "Yes, but that's not what happened here." Mircea knelt by the ravaged man. "And how do you know that?" the vamp asked. His tone wasn't exactly a sneer, but it wasn't one I'd have expected from someone addressing his general. I didn't know him. A generic blonde in a uniform that was more braid and metals than cloth. He obviously thought well of himself. Mircea looked up, the dark eyes sardonic. "He killed all these others, then, in your view?" The vamp nodded. "Likely was unstable before he came. That or the pressure." "Did nothing. Are you blind, man?" the old soldier demanded. The officer drew himself up. "I simply pointed out that we have our killer. The Pythia even thinks so." "Perhaps," Mircea said gently. "But then, who killed him?" Everybody looked at the blonde idiot for a moment who flushed with embarrassment, and then everybody looked at me. I stared back for a second, and then started shaking my head, vigorously. "Dizziness be damned, Cassie. Not only no, but hell no. We're not asking. Like hell you're not. I am not going back in there. Forget it. I'm done." "That is your prerogative, of course." "Damn straight it is. There's nothing to go into anyway, even if I wanted. His head is like that." I gestured at the flattened cranium, which looked like one of those full-size head masks they sell for Halloween, only with nothing inside. I didn't know what had happened to the guy's brain, but it wasn't in there anymore. Most of it wasn't, anyway. "Yeah," Billy agreed. "Ain't nobody getting anything out of that. Especially if it's me." I didn't care if it looked like I was talking to myself. I didn't care if I looked unstable in front of the consul's new friends. I didn't care about anything but getting out. And now everybody was looking at Mircea, because of course they were. He was supposed to control the crazy Pythia, right? Only not this time. He pulled me away from the rest. Why? I didn't know. It wasn't like they couldn't hear us anyway, although I was frankly past caring. "You don't have to do this," he told me, and sounded like he meant it. "Damn straight," I repeated, and then I shuddered and felt his arms go around me. I was supposed to be mad at him, furious even. And I was. But I couldn't deny that right then, those arms felt good. I shuddered again, and they tightened. "I'm sorry," Mircea whispered. "We shouldn't have put you through that." I looked up and met dark, velvety eyes that looked absolutely sincere. Of course, his usually did, no matter the truth level involved. But still, it was nice to have someone at least pretend to give a damn. "Thank you," I said, and meant it. And then I waited, because of course he was going to attempt to talk me into it anyway. That's what Mircea did, bring people around to the consul's point of view. And right now, she didn't care what price I paid for her information, she just wanted it, which was stupid because it wouldn't even help. "What do they expect me to do?" I asked when he just stood there, giving me body heat but no arguments. "Go mind to mind, watching him slaughter the rest of them?" "No," someone said, but it wasn't Mircea.
I looked up to see that Marlowe had walked over to join us in the silent way vamps have. Mircea accepted. He always made his footsteps audible, even to human ears, maybe because he knew that anything else freaked me out. Kind of like Marlowe was doing now, although for a different reason. Because he was talking to me, but looking at Mircea. He didn't seem too happy.
"We need you to try with that one,"
Marlowe said, jerking his chin at a corpse, an intact one for a change, that was being dragged forward, by its feet. "Stop!" I yelled, because the soldiers were smearing a broad swath of red and brown across the floor behind the corpse. They stopped, looking confused, and then just stood there while a widening stain spread across the tile. Billy whistled while I tried not to gag.
"Gutted,"
he said, speaking the obvious.
"Somebody unzipped him from neck to nuts."
"Put him down!" I told them, furious. That had been a person a few minutes ago, and now they were dragging him around like a sack of potatoes, I thought, when they abruptly dropped him on the floor. The old soldier wasn't any happier.
"Have a care,"
he knocked one of the men's hands away.
"Or would you want someone doing the same to you?"
The vamp blinked at him, like the subject of his own possible mortality had never crossed his mind. Was he?" I asked, my hand in front of my face.
"Not one of mine, lady, but no soldier should be handled like that."
"Agreed," Mircea said, and the look he turned on the two hapless soldiers was hot enough to burn.
"It is time you started acting like an army, not a collection of individual squads. The other soldiers you see here are the only backup you are shortly going to have. Show them respect, all of them. They may save your life one day."
He smiled slightly, and it was a little scary.
"Or not." "Go wait outside," the old soldier told them curtly. "We'll call you when we need you."
They fled, while I stared down at the crumpled remains of another life. He looked like a Spaniard or an Italian, or possibly from somewhere in the Middle East. He had olive skin and dark hair. I honestly couldn't tell much more than that, because he also had a couple gallons of blood splattered all over him. Unlike the others who'd been killed in more usual ways, he looked like a wild animal had gotten to him. Marlowe appeared in front of my vision.
"He was on patrol, trying to cut down on the stupidity out there. He heard something, possibly saw something. Something he fought for a moment, long enough to draw attention to the area anyway. But when my people arrived, they found him like this."
Dark eyes met mine steadily.
"Did he die for nothing?"
I felt my throat go tight. I knew what he was doing, and it was a dirty trick. Particularly now with us standing over the damned body, but that didn't make him wrong. This man had given his life trying to do his duty, while all I was being asked for was a little discomfort. Okay, a lot of discomfort, because I really didn't want to go in there. But we were running out of time. If we were going to get anything at all, it had to be now. "Billy," I said thickly, and felt him slip inside.
"Who is Billy?"
I heard somebody ask, as I knelt by the side of the dead man. And then I didn't hear anything. No wonder they call it diving, I thought, as what felt like water closed over my head.
Chapter 15. There was no tent city this time.
"Okay,"
Billy said, looking around.
"Are we too late?"
It kind of felt like it. Kind of looked like it, too. Darkness. Deep and dark and cold spread out all around us. It was quiet, but it echoed, like we were in some vast underground cistern instead of somebody's head. And every time I moved, every time I breathed,
It came back to me, only magnified and louder. It sounded like a whole army was breathing in here.
Okay, that's creepy as shit, Billy whispered, because it was, and then we both paused, waiting for the inevitable return. But there wasn't one. Hey, why didn't that echo? He asked. Hello, he added, and we waited some more. But there was nothing. What's the deal? I don't know, I began and stopped, because it was suddenly like being inside a kettle drum. Don't know, don't know, don't know, echoed from 100 different directions. Okay, weirded out now, Billy said unevenly. Yeah, that made two of us. Look, Cass, there's nothing to see. We got here too late. Let's just call it a light came on in the distance. Day? It was dim, almost indistinguishable against all the darkness, except it was the only light around. It was also distant, flickering somewhere off in the gloom, almost like a candle about to go out, I thought, as it was suddenly extinguished. I blinked in the dark, wondering if I'd imagined the whole thing. I vote we pretend that didn't happen, Billy said. And then it happened again. Well, shit. Come on, I told him and started forward, only to almost bean myself on something hidden in the darkness. I felt around, and it was sort of like a cave wall, if it had been buffed by water for years. Smooth and undulating, but weirdly spongy. What the hell? I don't know, but it's like a maze in here, Billy said. Ghost light, I told him, and winced as it came echoing back to me. He sighed. That's gonna get old fast, he said, and then light was spilling out all around us, green-tinged and bright, almost blinding. Tone it down, I whispered, and then, when 1,000 voices whispered, down, 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 back at me, vowed not to do that anymore. Billy toned it down. We crept forward into darkness. It was a maze, I discovered, filled with barriers I couldn't pass, forcing me to find my way through channels I couldn't see. That would have been bad enough on its own, but it was also a graveyard. Ghostly images flickered here and there for an instant, echoes in a dying brain. They were pale, translucent, but vivid against the gloom. A little girl in an old-fashioned frock darted out in front of us, running after an equally ghostly cat, only to disappear a moment later. An old woman picked grapes in a vineyard high overhead, spilling pale light down on us for a moment before she, too, winked out. And then a massive cavalry charge almost ran us down. I screamed as what appeared to be every horse on the planet thundered at us out of nowhere. They should have been silent, but the echoes of my own voice pounded against us so hard that they almost had tangible weight. For a moment, it actually felt like we were being trampled under 1,000 flailing hooves. And then they cut out, disappearing like the ghosts they weren't, leaving me panting on all fours with my arms over my head, and gazing into blackness so deep it boiled at the corners of my vision, while my heartbeat sounded in my ears like another charge. Billy pulled himself off the floor, crawled over beside one of the walls, and just sat there, shivering and staring at me. Is that going to keep happening? I don't know, I mouthed. "Well, that's not very helpful, is it?" he snapped. I crawled over beside him. "I think it's just the last few synapses flaring," I said softly. "Synapses, synapses, synapses. The longer we're here, here, the fewer there should be. Be. That does not make me want to stick around," Billy snarled. "Me neither. Oh, for the love of... let's get this crap over with." I couldn't agree more. We headed for the little light again, which I eventually figured out wasn't flickering. It was passing behind the strange shapes that clogged the darkness here, misshapen pillars and half-walls, and sudden dips or rises that left us scrambling across a landscape filled with pitfalls. But Billy's light helped, once we figured out how to direct it, and we slowly started gaining. Ghostly images continued to be a problem, although we learned to ignore them. The echoes became eerie background noises, but they weren't really an issue either because we weren't chasing whatever was ahead of us by sound. And the weird protrusions and undulating floor got easier to navigate after a while. Until the ladder dropped out from under me a moment later like I'd hit a funhouse slide. I didn't scream that time. I was learning. But I did bounce around, hitting walls or something like them, while scrabbling for purchase with hands and feet and not finding any. And then having the floor completely disappear for a second, leaving me with the horrible sensation of falling through open air. Before I hit a hard surface, what felt like stories below, where we'd started, with a whomp. I just lay there for a moment, dizzy and freaked out and very, very quiet. And not just because the echoes of my landing were shivering the air all around me, sounding like 1,000 lumberjacks chopping 1,000 trees, but because there was something else down here. I didn't know how I knew. There was no sound once the echoes faded, except for Billy's cursing somewhere up above. He seemed to have avoided whatever pitfall had caught me and was calling my name, sounding increasingly worried. I didn't call back. For a long moment, I just stayed where I was, not moving, barely even breathing. Just staring into utter darkness because I didn't have Billy's light anymore. And the strange illumination we'd been following was no longer in sight either. That left me with taste, smell, touch, and sound, none of which were helping. All my senses felt like they'd gone hyperacute, yet all of them told me the same thing. There was nothing here. I was imagining things. Everything was fine. Everything was not fine. And maybe Cademan, the asshole, had had a point after all, I thought, because deprivation of the other senses seemed to have opened up a new one that I decided to call weight, although it wasn't really related to touch. The air just seemed heavier in some places, more meaningful, like gravity bending around a star. Only it wasn't a star that was huddled in a corner under a jutting shelf of the cave material. And once I identified it, it was impossible to miss. Something small, something weak, something frightened, especially when it realized that I could detect it. It let out a small noise that sounded thunderous to my straining ears and took off, to the left. I knew because I could track it. Not with my eyes, but with the sense of weight that pulled at me, like I was holding a wildly careening kite caught in a gale. I scrambled to my feet and followed the crazed little thing, which was bouncing off walls and breathing heavily in rapid little puffs. I was frightening it, even though I wasn't trying to. I wanted to call out,
to reassure it, but the scary echoes might make things worse instead of better. I didn't know what to do, and I was getting farther away from anywhere Billy might look for me. I should turn back, I thought. But if I did, that was it. I wouldn't know anything more than I already did, and I didn't know anything. Not what this thing was, why it was inhabiting a dead brain, or why it was flying at my face. The small creature suddenly reversed course, coming back at a run and slamming straight into me. "Kalulu," it whispered in a panicked voice. "Kalulu, Kalulu." "No, Cassie," I said, to no one, because it was already tearing back the way we'd come, like a literal bat out of hell, which wouldn't have been so bad except that it was dragging me along with it. We'd gotten tangled up, but I couldn't see how and didn't have time to ask. I was jerked along behind it, and then under another overhang I also couldn't see but felt pressing down on top of me. The creature was at my side, quivering in fear, but not of me, I realized. I might have startled it before, but now it was huddled up against me as if I could somehow save it from... what, exactly? "Kalulu," it whispered. And if that meant fuck, I agreed, I thought, as light started to push elongated fingers into the darkness. It was the same light I'd seen up top, or at least it looked that way. But I wasn't real interested in seeing what was shedding it suddenly. I was beginning to think that maybe it had been hunter, not prey, and that it was looking for us. And it was getting close. We stayed there, me and the small thing, soundless, breathless, huddled together in fear of whatever was slouching this way. Or squelching, I thought, because that was what it sounded like. Not footsteps or even hooves striking down, just squelching, with a weird sucking sound at the end of every step that made me think of a formless ball of phlegm. And wasn't that just all I needed? No, I thought. What I needed was Billy Joe, because without him, I didn't know how to leave this place. And then I realized that no, I didn't need him, at least not now. When a familiar voice called out, Cassie, damn it, where did you go?" Billy, I thought, my heart in my throat. The squelching stopped. I couldn't see what was happening because we were too far under the ledge. A green haze had started to filter down from above, almost too thin to see. But any light was bright down here. And then something pale, with a glistening skin that shed some kind of viscous ooze, paused outside the opening of the overhang. For an instant, before scrabbling up what appeared to be some kind of cliff face, almost too fast to see. It was headed straight for my oldest friend, the one who had come in here with me when he didn't have to, the one who'd saved my life more times than I could count, the one who would never see it coming. I didn't think, I didn't even hesitate. I burst out of our hiding place and screamed, "Billy, run!" There was no time to see if he did or not. There was no time for anything. The creature turned on a dime, lightning fast, and flung itself back down at me. All I saw was a pale white underbelly, blotting out the sky. I tried a time spell, but it didn't work. Maybe because this was a spirit battle where time didn't have the same effect, or maybe because I was pissing myself. I didn't know. And then it was on me. I felt claws rake me, the pain of a power loss stagger me, a weight far heavier than anything my human body could have withstood flatten me. "Kill it!" I screamed mentally, letting loose the only weapons I had left, a pair of ghostly-looking knives that reside in the bracelet I had stolen off a dark mage months ago. They were horribly unreliable, and as often ignored me as not to mention the fact that I didn't even know if they'd work in here. I finished the thought while being deluged in what smelled like fish guts. My knives had taken my attacker right through what I guess was its belly. That was both good and bad, because it reared up over top of me, releasing the pressure but also giving me my first good look at it. And it was horrifying.
like something out of Escher's worst nightmare. It kept changing, but none of its forms were good. An eldritch horror of a thing. 1 second it was a large, lumpy undersea monster filling the narrow corridor and thrashing around with a dozen tentacles. The next it was half man, half fish, only nothing like the merpeople I'd seen. They had been beautiful, graceful, and terrible, yes, but in the way a summer storm is terrible, flashing across the sky, filling you with awe and wonder. There was neither of those things here. It had a face that would have turned Medusa to stone, with slitted pale eyes and more slits for a nose, and a huge mouth filled with long, super-thin, razor-sharp teeth. The backbone was humpbacked and misshapen, halfway between fin and bone, and the hugely muscled arms ended in incredibly elongated webbed fingers, like king crab legs if they commonly came with spiked talons on the ends. It also didn't seem to bleed blood. My knives were flying around, stabbing and stabbing at it, but the only thing that bubbled up to the surface of the skin was some kind of strange, translucent jelly. I knew that because it spat a lump of it at me, and it burned. God, it burned. I screamed, because it didn't matter now, and the thing roared back, a stuttering nails on a chalkboard times 1,000 sort of sound that had my skin crawling and my own scream turning into more of a shriek, and then it brought one of those huge arms down. Another scream died in my throat, or maybe in my chest, which those wicked-looking claws had just stabbed all the way through. It was a stunning blow. One that left wild, wind-blown echoes swirling around us. And me trapped against the ground, my mouth open but unable to speak, my body writhing like a bug on a pin. On 4 of them. "Hey!" someone yelled, and the creature's head turned. "Hey, big and ugly!" Billy, I thought. "Run!" He wasn't running. He was waving his arms, trying to get the creature to let go of me and chase him. And that was so stupid I didn't even have words. Didn't he get it? In a spirit battle, he'd go down before I would. I had the strength of my body to draw on. He had nothing, no protection at all. So I did the only thing I could think of and grabbed one of my knives as it passed. I couldn't normally touch them, unless you counted the tiny interlocking daggers on my bracelet. But that wasn't true in the spirit realm, where the hilt felt cool and solid against my palm when I closed my hand on it. And used it to slash at the creature's claws. It cut them clean through, leaking more of that burning jelly, but the rest were still buried in the ground, and in me. I wasn't any better off, I realized, as the monster looked down, as if surprised that his prey would fight back. But it wasn't alarmed. Not until my second knife slapped into my palm, and the 2 of them together lunged upward, pulling me up and off the terrible bony protrusions. Power flooded out into the air, my spiritual substitute for blood. I was hemorrhaging and wouldn't last long, not bleeding life energy like a geyser, which is why I dove underneath the claws and started digging a trench in the creature's side. But although the knives worked a lot better with some guidance, it didn't seem to matter. The wound closed up almost as soon as I carved it out, the mucus solidifying and then repairing the damage. I was irritating him. I wasn't killing him, I realized. And then he threw me at the wall and surged after Billy. I hit with a sickening squelch of my own, bleeding from 6 wounds. A positive flood of power cascaded into the air around me, and a sickening lurch told me I didn't have much time left. But Billy had even less. I staggered off the wall. I had to get to him before that thing did. I had to find him somehow. And then a new light appeared, shining in the darkness. "I hope you don't mind," someone said, and I looked up to see Caedmon standing there, brilliant as the sun, almost too bright to look at, just as he had been once before when I had been stuck in a dark place all alone.
I followed your trail." I had no idea what that meant, and right then I didn't care.
"I'm sorry. I called you an asshole," I whispered as the creature turned away from Billy once more. Caedmon laughed, a strange, joyous sound in this terrible place.
"I will allow you to make it up to me," he said, bowing gallantly and unsheathing a brilliant sword that lit up the darkness, and then flying into 1,000 meaty chunks as the creature boiled right through him with the power of a cyclone.
"Caedmon!"
I screamed, and it echoed in the air, like the horrible sounds being reflected back, over and over, bones breaking, skin ripping, flesh splattering on floor and ceiling and walls, and then a rain of what looked like sunlight shimmering through the air and pattering down all around us. Caedmon's light, nullified by the power of the dark. But the dark wasn't having so much fun either. The light, so dazzling next to anything down here, seemed to hurt it. It writhed, slashing its talons against the walls, and gave off that stuttering scream again, the echoes loud and deafening. But not so loud that I couldn't hear Billy. "Cassie!" he yelled. "Where the hell are you?"
Because, yeah, we had exactly as long as it took the light to fade before we were toast. Not to mention that I'd been away for too long. I was getting dizzy, and not just from the power loss. It was a sure sign that I had to get back to my body. I stopped. Body.
"Cassie!"
Billy was sounding increasingly desperate, and I didn't blame him. The light was starting to dim. "Billy, I need you to find me the location of its body."
"What?"
"The creature's body. I need you to show me where it is."
"Are you nuts? Let's just go."
Normally I'd have agreed, but I was after a murderer, and it looked like I'd found him. And then all those faces came back to me. The thin blonde who had just wanted to go home. The redhead whose body had been used to kill 24 of his friends. The brunette who had just been doing his job and had died for it. Caedmon, who had come to rescue me. And suddenly, a wave of emotion swamped me. I didn't know where it came from. I didn't know what it was. I just knew I was roaring in something beyond rage and jumping toward the creature, with no knives, no Pythian power, no weapons of any kind, just fury so deep I could taste it. Like I could taste its blood a second later, because my hands did what the knives could not. They found the nearly closed wound in its side, and I followed, plunging elbows deep in biting, stinging poison. I didn't care. Like I didn't care about the creature's talons spearing into me over and over, or its great maw snapping at the air, trying to bite. It still couldn't see worth a damn, but it could feel. And it wanted to tear, to rend me as it had Caedmon, but he had been a child of the light, whereas I was the firstborn and only child of Hel, goddess of death, which had been the Norse name for Artemis, and a powerful necromancer. I wasn't of the light any more than it was. Time to prove it. I clawed my way inside the creature, cracking bones and tearing viscera, and what my hands took it did not heal. It did run, though, a slashing, slithering motion, as it transformed yet again into something like a giant eel, if eels had intelligent eyes. It tore through the passages with me clinging to its side, screaming in rage as it repeatedly slammed me into the wall, trying to scrape me off. It didn't succeed, but I could feel myself growing weaker, power shearing away with every blow. I had my mother's wrath, but not her power. I wasn't going to be enough. But then, I didn't have to be. Because I had help. I'd barely had the thought when Billy was there, cursing louder and more profanely than I'd ever heard him, and I'd heard a lot. But he had it. Somehow, he'd gotten into the creature's mind, and he had it. Please, I thought, my power searching for the body the thing had left behind. Just give me this. Give me strength enough for one. Great shift.
Cassie! Cassie! Light burst over me so bright it seared my eyes and made me cover them protectively with my arm. And when I looked again, the dark, cave-like interior was gone, and I was back in a room full of blood. And a huge, writhing monster out of a nightmare, its physical body dwarfing the large space, rising up, 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 until it filled the 3-story-high ceiling above me. Chapter 16. "What the fuck?" Marlowe rasped, being the first to break the silence. "That's it," I panted, clinging to consciousness. "That's what killed your men." The creature had been staring around, its strange, blunt, eel-like face with the terrible human eyes seeming confused by what had just happened. But at the sound of my voice, it refocused downward to where us tiny human types were staring up in shock. And a split second later, it was back in half-man form again and screaming in rage. If I'd thought that sound was awful in the spirit realm, it was nothing compared to hearing it in person, or of watching its physical form morph as easily as its soul had, with one long finger suddenly pushing out, elongating even more, becoming a bony spear. One he used to slash down at me, only to be met by a glowing golden sword wielded by a seriously pissed-off demigod. "Let's try that again," Caedmon said with blood on his mouth. I didn't see what happened next, not because my vision cut out on me, but because it was just that fast. I'd seen vampires look like blurs before, but this wasn't that. I couldn't track the two of them at all when they moved. I could only see them when they didn't, suddenly appearing here, there, and everywhere when they paused for a split second. But I saw when that golden blade saved me 6 times, because the monster seemed to have a serious hard-on for ending my life. I saw when Mircha grabbed the thing's elongated tail, pulling the huge body away from me and sending it crashing through the doors to the waiting room. I saw when the old knight pulled a sword of his own, as venerable as his armor, but oiled and sharp and deadly, and with a yell, jumped onto the monster's back. His courage seemed to finally break the shock that had held the rest of the officers in place, their mouths open. They got a clue and tried to emulate him, only to be slammed through the wall and then several others by that massive tail. A bunch of palace guards, no lightweights themselves, came running down the hall and were treated likewise, although they might have been the lucky ones, because the next group was impaled, armor and all, by those terrible bony claws, all of which were far beyond spear length now. "We need the army," I thought desperately. Specifically, we needed the demon-possessed force that was spearheading the assault on Ferry. We needed them now, because things were already going to hell. People were running and screaming, walls were being blown out, and huge pillars were falling. One of them struck the giant golden orb off its plinth and sent it rolling heavily down the great hall. We had the numbers, but I wasn't at all sure that we had the advantage. Until I heard a great hiss coming from somewhere in the air, high above me. All the skin at the base of my neck ruffled up, my eyes got big, and I swallowed convulsively. "Please let that be on our side," I thought, clinging to the floor. "Please." It was on our side, or should I say, she was, because a midnight viper longer than a couple of buses and thicker around than a great oak tree suddenly tore past me, almost too fast to see, which was fine. I was completely fine with that. But Fishman clearly felt otherwise. He turned from smashing the skewered vamps against the wall in time for those slitted eyes to blow wide. And then she was on him. And I might have been wrong about the viper thing, I thought, staring, because a second later, like a literal second, she'd wrapped him up in those giant coils and squeezed. And she squeezed hard. His eyes bulged, his face darkened,
and he thrashed hard enough to knock a hole through another wall and into what looked like a ballroom. But the consul held on, even when he morphed back into an eel, thinning and elongating his body and almost slipping out of her grasp. But Mircea, Marlowe, and Caedmon had grabbed spears off the fallen, and now they stabbed them through the beast's tail and into the floor, pinning it in place. Or they tried. But it thrashed so hard that it shot the weapons back out as huge, flying projectiles that turned the nearby walls, and some of the guards who had been unfortunate enough to be standing in front of them, into porcupines. One swipe of that great tail also sent Marlowe, who was both a master vamp and descendant member, slamming back through the ruined waiting room and into the office as if he were nothing. He flew by me and crashed into the far wall, although he didn't go through it. But he hit hard enough to shake the whole room and to send the chandelier swinging wildly overhead. But a second later he was up and snarling, his fangs out, his eyes glowing. And a second after that, the wall behind the great beast was being riddled with holes as large as cannonballs. The blasts, from Marlowe's master power at a guess, blew plaster and brick and marble sheeting everywhere, causing the screams from the fleeing people to reach a crescendo. But they didn't blow through the creature, who dodged them easily. It really was faster than a vamp, I thought, barely believing my own eyes. And I wasn't the only one who thought so. I saw guards and even senators looking around in confusion, the way humans usually did when they saw vamps move. The only ones who seemed able to keep up with it were the consul and Caedmon, and they clearly weren't going to be taking it down alone. What was this thing? I didn't know, but a second later Marlowe was back in the fray where Mircea had commandeered a forest of spears from arriving soldiers. And it seemed they'd learned from last time, driving them almost up to their hilts in the stone floor. The creature didn't seem to have so easy a time throwing them off after that, any more than it did the old soldier, who had been stabbing and slicing and riding it like a bucking bronco this whole time. Or the consul, who just tightened her grip no matter what it did, matching it move for move. It looked like a stalemate, with neither of them able to get an advantage over the other, but that was good enough, I realized, relief flooding me. All she had to do was hold it there while her men finished it off. Only I guess the creature had figured that out too, because it abruptly changed form again, this time into a giant squid, with seemingly a tentacle for every attacker. They were huge, each of them almost as big around as the consul's alter ego, but they looked like water, almost clear except for sickly pink suckers on the undersides, and flowed like it too. They contracted back through her coils like deflated balloons only to expand again once free, at which point they tried to wrap her up. The two of them fought the big battle, writhing together in a constant mind-bending coil that felt like it was turning my brain inside out, while new weirdly fluid arms just poured around the spears that had been pinning it down, and then slid off, leaving the vamps looking like they were trying to stab water. The latest version of the creature had also finally neutralized the old soldier, sucking him in and leaving him floating in the gelatinous mass of its body, unable to fight or even to move. We were losing, I realized in shock. 2 demigods, a consul, and a small army of senior vampires, and we were losing. How was this possible? But it was, and I'd brought that thing here. This was my fault. I had to help, but I was out of power, to the point that I couldn't even stand. I tried anyway, but only flopped back down, sliding in blood when my legs gave out from underneath me. Billy popped up beside me as I stared at the battle helplessly. "Cass, what are you doing? They need you." I just looked at him numbly. "I don't have anything left." "But I do," he snarled, also staring at that thing. "Use it well, 'cause it's all I've got." And the next second, I felt it. Something like the outpouring of power that took place whenever I fed him to increase his stamina or range. But this time it was pouring back into me, a rush of strength, of life, that practically pulled me off the floor and onto my feet. I felt Billy flow into his necklace to keep from fading, while I staggered and almost fell, my body trying to adjust to the sudden, dizzying return of power. But not much of it. Billy was a ghost, not a god. He only had so much to give. But it was something. Maybe enough for a single spell. Not a time stoppage. No way could I manage that. But maybe one of the easier ones. My thoughts cut out and I hit the ground again as a blast of blood and body parts exploded through the air above me. The latest group of guards, I realized, as legs and arms and other things began raining down everywhere, battering me like fleshy hail. And then scrabbling around and kicking out after they hit the floor in 100 squirming pieces because they were vampire body parts and they weren't dead. Not yet, I thought sickly. But we were all going to be pretty soon because this latest incarnation of the creature was laying waste. Rafe's beautiful sketches were splattered with gore as another wave of guards arrived, just grist for the mill. The guards couldn't handle this any more than the regular soldiers could. "Call the army!" I tried to scream, but there was blood in my mouth, a great gout of it sliding down my throat, threatening to choke me. I spat it out, but before I could try again, I saw Mircea yelling something at the remaining troops. I couldn't hear him, but I didn't have to. The gestures were eloquent, and I suddenly realized that we had a bigger problem than I'd thought. The tent city was just outside, filled with soldiers who not only didn't have a demon partner yet, but in many cases weren't even really soldiers. The blonde musician whose thoughts I'd drifted through had been right. Many masters weren't sending their best. They were sending those they considered expendable, the ones they didn't care much if they never saw again. And if that thing broke through a few more walls, they wouldn't. There was a good chance that the only reason the creature hadn't gone after them yet was because it didn't know where it was. It had been outside before, in the tent city, when it was possessing the redhead. It hadn't been in here, and shifts tended to be disorienting anyway. It might not know how close it was to its former prey. But any minute now, it was going to find out. And then it did, because a bunch of soldiers decided to take a shortcut, tearing open a tarp rather than finding a door. I saw Mircea curse, and he must have sent a mental command, a harsh one, judging by how fast they tried to correct their mistake. But it was too late. The creature turned, and for a second I could see it clearly as it paused in shock at the sight of the flapping tarp and open air. And all those tents, arrayed in neat, orderly rows just outside. Rows where an army of mostly non-masters were sleeping or playing cards, huddled out of the sun, groggy during the day, if they were conscious at all. They wouldn't even know what hit them. I got up and started wading through the carnage for the hall. Mircea had stopped yelling and was standing instead, his eyes glowing amber-bright and focused on the creature. He was trying to get a mental lock, I realized, because Mircea's master powers were of the mind. And he must have done something, because a huge tentacle suddenly speared out and slammed him in the chest, knocking him back down the corridor by what had to be 100 yards. I screamed, because that blow would have killed a mortal man, and for a terrible second, I thought it had killed him. But a moment later he was back on his feet, shaking it off, and then running back this way, yelling something I couldn't hear. It was probably a call for the demon-possessed elite troops, if he hadn't done that already, but I didn't know where they were, and all this was happening at vampire speed or faster. The cavalry might be coming over the hill, but they wouldn't be in time. Not unless time got an assist. I'd hit the waiting room, which was a mess of rubble-strewn floors, squirming body parts, and fallen walls, with rebar twisting upward out of some of the latter, in strange modern art-style flourishes. I used the wreckage for cover, getting as close to the hall as I dared. I wouldn't get another shot at this, so I couldn't miss. I looked up through the plaster dust swirling around the great hall and put out a hand, feeling like an idiot, because that was almost the same pose as on that stupid statue. Only I wasn't reaching for a bow. Time slid across my fingers like silk, as slippery and as hard to hold. But unlike the weapons I'd never been comfortable with, the guns and knives that had always felt alien in my hands no matter how much I practiced with them, this was different. It was familiar, comforting, known. It flowed and embraced, soothed and calmed, like a mother's touch, like Billy's ghostly caress, like the Pythian power sparkling around me, whispering a strange language in my ear that I didn't understand. But I understood this, I thought, and closed my fist, and felt the flow of time slow down, down, down around the creature. It wasn't a time stoppage, not even close. A human observer wouldn't have thought I'd done anything at all. But there weren't a lot of humans around here. And the vampires sure as hell knew what had just happened, and so did the creature. It didn't roar again. I wasn't sure it could in this form, but it twisted the huge bulbous head around to stare at me instead of the tents. Because I guess with me, it was personal. And then the vamps jumped it. Not some of them, but all of them, as it lunged for me. But it was still lightning fast, barely visible to my human eyes, until I pulled, tightening my grip on time around it, almost screaming in effort, and watched the creature slow to the speed of a human run. But that only helped so much. The vampires were savaging it, but it didn't seem to care. It just kept coming, and I knew I should shift away, that I had to. But if I did, it would just go back for the tents again, and I couldn't let it go for the tents. So I threw everything I had into slowing it as much as I could, to the point that the room started to spin around me, that my legs felt like jelly, that my vision narrowed and darkened worryingly at the corners. Yet it hardly seemed to matter. Mircea was yelling something from the other side of the creature, his horrified face visible through that terrible gelatinous body. Marlowe was running for me, only to get slammed aside again beyond my field of vision. And while the consul was still holding on, she was just getting carried along for the ride at this point, because I'd accidentally slowed her down too. I might have just made a mistake, I thought. And then it was there. Right there. Close enough that I could feel the rush of strangely cold air in front of it. Could smell the rotten fish stench coming off it. Could see myself in the huge, glistening eyes. Before I was knocked aside, my spell shattering, as a bunch of new arrivals surged all around me. I was thrown to the ground, dizzy and exhausted and scared half out of my mind, but I landed on my back in time to see 50 or 60 vampires leaping on the thing all at once, like a hurricane. I didn't have to ask who they were. I knew. They tore into it as it loomed above me, literally right over top. I stared up at the massive body rising 3, 4, maybe 5 stories high, because there was nothing constraining it now, and watched as our best troops carved huge pieces off of it, even as it tried to fall on me, even as it writhed and twisted and did its best to take me with it, even as it was dissected where it stood, carved up and separated out so it couldn't form back up. Because if our guys couldn't kill it outright, they'd take it in pieces. And then it morphed again, but this time I wasn't sure it had been on purpose. The thing was suddenly going through a series of changes almost too fast to see. The body changed and twisted, bulged and shrank, and then bulged again as I scrambled back, trying to get out of the way. I hit what remained of the wall between the waiting room and the office just as it settled into a massive, full-on fish thing with a protruding eye, which the consul put out with fangs longer than my arms. And finally, that turned the tide. The whole concourse of us watched in total silence as she savaged the thing that had assaulted her army and killed her men. Blood splattered the crowd. thick and black and steaming, and burning, containing flecks of that pale, poisonous fat, which seemed to have aerosolized, because I could feel it burning in my lungs. But nobody moved until the thing lay dead on the ground, the consul's fangs buried deep in its throat, a huge pool of ugly blood spreading over and staining the pretty new mosaic. For a second, there was only more stunned, echoing silence. And then the screaming started, and the cheering and the crying, along with sounds I couldn't even name from the throats of what looked like thousands of people who'd taken refuge here, there, and everywhere. They were emerging from hallways and rubble-filled rooms, and they were running all around us now, their cries hammering against me like a tide, their hands reaching out to touch, even as I tried to get up and failed and sat down hard on my ass. Well, I thought dizzily, looked like we were going to need another painting now.
Chapter 17. I shifted into the foyer of my suite a couple hours later, and for a wonder, nobody tried to shoot me. One of my guys, a sweet-faced Cuban named Emilio, was on guard, and he even smiled in welcome. "Heard you had some fun." Vampires. Honestly, they really did gossip worse than old women. I had something. "Hey, did you ask about, He looked at me expectantly. I blinked tiredly back. I didn't know. "The thing about Lord Mircha not pulling us back?" "Oh, yeah. Only the whole reason why I'd gone. It, didn't come up. Yet," I added when his face fell. The perpetual smile re-emerged, and it was blinding. "Maybe tomorrow." Yeah, maybe a phone call tomorrow. I was really starting to hate going to the consul's. "Yeah." I put my hand on the doorknob, but he shook his head. "They're having a thing on the terrace. Maybe you ought to, He looked at my destroyed outfit and then did the bewitched thing with his nose. Only he couldn't twitch it independently and had to use a finger. It was so goddamn adorable that I actually smiled, and I'd thought I was out of those. It was good to be home. "Thanks," I said, and shifted. And immediately regretted it. I reappeared in my bathroom, my second favorite landing pad, because nobody was supposed to be in there but me, which was extra fortunate tonight since I collapsed to my knees from the power loss, biting my lip on a scream. And then wondered why I bothered. This place was soundproofed, right? I let out a heartfelt groan, and immediately there was a knock on the door. That was why, I told myself. You didn't take chances because there was always somebody listening. This time it was Marco. "Cassie, you all right in there?" Why does everybody keep asking me that? I thought, and then I giggled. This did not appear to be the appropriate response. "Cassie!" "I'm fine," I gasped out, because if I didn't, I was going to need another door, and I was trying to go a whole month without trashing my suite. It would be a new record. I was going to get ice cream. I unclenched my body and crawled over to the sink. "You don't sound fine," Marco said, and his tone informed me that my door was still in jeopardy. "We had a thing." "So I heard." Of course he had, I thought, while trying and flailing to get my fumbling fingers to open my damned makeup bag. Vamps communicated mentally. He'd probably seen it in 3D surround sound 4K or whatever the hell. Damn it, I didn't care. I just wanted... There. A little triangular bottle fell out in my hand, strangely and wonderfully heavy for its size. But I couldn't use it yet. Marco would smell it through the door. "I'm fine," I told him again, trying to sound a little more convincing. "Prove it." "What?" I blinked at the door in confusion. "I said if you're all right, prove it." "How? By letting you in?"
because I didn't think that would be such a good idea. I'd washed my hands and face at the consoles, but there was dried blood and God knew what else all over me, including on my bare legs, I noticed with some horror. Splotches of something had dried white and crusty like I'd had a sudden onset of leprosy. I let my head fall back against the cabinet. I wasn't all right.
"No, by joining us," Marco said. "We're having dinner on the terrace."
I swallowed and tried not to stare at the stuff on my legs. I didn't want dinner. I might never want dinner again. But I did want Marco to go away. "Okay, but I have to clean up first." I almost saw the big head nod.
"Don't take too long. There's somebody here to see you."
Great. That was all I needed. Somebody else who wanted something. But Marco finally left, and I had the cork out of the bottle as soon as I heard the outer door shut. I shuddered through half of what was left and did some more head resting. 1,000 questions were whirling around in my mind, but I was too tired to think straight. And smarter heads than mine hadn't done much better. What the hell had we just fought? Why had it possessed the redhead soldier when it could have just laid waste in its real form? What was the small dark thing I'd encountered and hidden out with for a while, and why had the monster been searching for it in somebody else's head? Nobody knew. The best guesses were some kind of demon, because of the possession, although the demons on hand had never seen anything like it and had seemed as weirded out as the rest of us. And that it had taken control of the red-headed soldier to get past the shield protecting the camp, which all I could say was, that must be one hell of a shield. And nobody had any idea about the little dark thing at all. Marlowe had suggested that the idea behind the possession might have been to cause a revolt among the troops by causing them to blame each other for the deaths. The invasion was being rushed to take advantage of the slow time period coming up in Ferry. The last thing anybody needed right now was dissent in the ranks. But that seemed a little far-fetched, too. These weren't normal soldiers. These were vamps. They might get pissed off, even lash out at each other occasionally, but they weren't high-level masters who could make their own decisions. If their masters wanted them somewhere, they'd stay there, and they'd toe the line no matter how much some of them might grumble about it. And most of their masters did want them there. They might not like that a levy had been placed on their households, but let's face it, they weren't sending their best guys. If they didn't get them back, they could always make more, and maybe they'd get luckier next time. And if they did get them back, they'd likely be far more powerful than when they left, due to some of the demons' power leaking over. That had been the big selling point to get people to join the elite force, because no matter what the blonde musician thought, he wouldn't have been forced. The demons couldn't work effectively in an unwilling host, so he'd have likely been sent back or, more probably, given some kind of support position if he declined. Maybe he'd have even ended up entertaining the troops. But not now. I thought again about his little rash, his chewed-up pens, and his general prissiness. I'd liked him in the few minutes I'd had to get to know him, and now he was dead. I wondered how many more would be dead if I couldn't figure this out. I pulled my legs up and let my head drop onto my knees. I could feel the blood vessels at my temples throbbing out a beat. I could smell the thing's blood on me, a weird, peppery, fishy smell. It was gross, and I was gross, and I needed a bath, but it had been a very long day, and even with a shot of liquid strength, I didn't want to move. What was that thing? I sat there for a while longer until the potion did its magic and I started to feel more or less human again. A very old and creaky human, I thought, finally getting up and catching sight of myself in the mirror. Dear God. I took a shower. It took a while because there was a lot of scrubbing that needed to happen. Dried, ancient demigod guts do not come off easily. Not that I knew for sure that they were from an ancient demigod, but that was my personal theory. Everybody else seemed obsessed with what the monster had been doing there, if there were any more, how to detect them, etc., which were all good questions. But they seemed to me to be missing the point. We couldn't fight something we couldn't even identify. Like the Spart toy, I thought, remembering Ares' disgusting children. Nobody had realized that they were still in the world either. Had this been another demigod, some long-forgotten spawn of an elder deity sent to screw with us? It seemed at least possible, especially now. If the invasion had to be delayed and we missed the upcoming window, it would certainly help the other side. Cademan had said there wouldn't be another opportunity like this for a decade, forcing us to fight on a more or less even playing field thereafter. I didn't want an even playing field. I wanted a damned advantage for a change. I was tired of this war. I wanted a chance to finish it quickly, and so did everybody else. Denying us that? Yeah, maybe it would be worth burning a demigod. I rubbed the back of my neck. I actually kind of hoped that was the answer, because that would mean this was a one-off. Otherwise, I didn't want to think about otherwise. The fish guts finally came out of my hair, which I didn't bother blowing dry. I also didn't bother getting dressed unless you counted panties, an oversized t-shirt, and my big fluffy pink bathrobe. I was being petty, I knew that, but damn it, this wasn't just my office, it was my home. If petitioners didn't like how I looked, maybe they ought to make a goddamn appointment. I didn't want to see anybody anyway, I thought sulkily while running a comb through my wet hair. I wanted to go to bed, pull the covers over my head, and forget today ever happened. I wanted a bolt hole like Billy had, where I could just disappear and lick some wounds. I wanted to be left alone. But I knew how likely that was. I finally left my bedroom and walked down the hall, still fuming, only to run into Fred, coming from the direction of the kitchen, and almost weighted down with trays. "Here, hold this," he told me, shoving one of them into my hands. "Are you feeling okay?" I asked after getting a look at the contents, because the silver serving dish appeared to contain cooked broccoli, mushrooms, and asparagus, which was absurd. Fred considered vegetables and arsenic to be essentially the same thing. "Yeah, the smell was making me nauseous too," he said, agreeing with the point I hadn't been making. "But don't worry, I got the good stuff." "What good stuff?" I asked, trailing behind as he headed for the terrace. "All sorts." He grinned at me over his shoulder. "We're having s'mores." Broccoli s'mores? I thought, but followed him out anyway. And then stopped dead, and almost dropped the tray. Because we did not have a visitor. We had Pritkin! A blonde head looked up, and for a long moment I just stared. Not only because he looked good, although he did. He really did. The green eyes were bright and lacking the bloodshot quality they'd had lately. The face had filled out slightly, back to its usual square-jawed stubbornness, instead of being gaunt and full of unfamiliar shadows. And the hair? Well, the hair was a disaster, but I probably wouldn't have recognized him otherwise. In short, he looked fully healed instead of like the hollow-eyed, half-dead man I'd been visiting when he stayed put long enough. But that wasn't why I was staring. I was staring because he was sitting on an armchair that looked like the one from Ria's room, helping a tiny child put something on a skewer almost as long as she was. I think my brain broke. People were moving about, putting things on various tables and rearranging the chairs, stools, and ottomans that had been dragged out of the suite and clustered around a fire pit, while I just stood there holding broccoli and staring at Pritkin, the big, bad, muscly war mage, and the teeny tiny tot. She had a head full of red curls and big gray eyes, and despite the fact that she couldn't have been more than 3, she already boasted a face full of freckles. It was a very serious face, though, because there was serious stuff happening. Stuff involving what appeared to be every ingredient on Earth. "What is all this?" I asked Rhea, who came over to take the veggie platter. She sighed and shook her head. "Victory!" Fred crowed from behind a table crowded with ham and sausages and various meats on platters, and what looked like every cheese on Earth. "And that means s'mores for dinner." I raised an eyebrow, or at least I tried to. "S'mores are a dessert." I looked at Rhea. "We're having dessert for dinner?" She sighed again. "It's complicated." "It's nothing of the kind," Fred said, and the next thing I knew, he'd bustled over with something that he popped into my mouth before I could protest. It wasn't dessert. I wasn't sure what it was, but my stomach suddenly woke up to express vigorous approval. Huh? Fred asked. "What about that?" I swallowed. "What was it?" "S'mores."
"We're stretching the term,"
Pritkin informed me, green eyes amused as he studied the marshmallow on a stick that the little girl was holding. It went over the fire, and I watched it slowly brown. There were other sticks with other offerings already there, cubes of cheese getting goopy and melty, cherry tomatoes with their little bottoms turning fatter and redder, pieces of bread getting toasty, tiny party sausages bursting with juices that sizzled and popped over the open flames, and chunks of black and red pepper starting to smoke. And laid out on the tables was an amazing assortment of other ingredients for the truly crazy concoctions that I guessed were passing for dinner. There were a lot of them. "Are you in on this?" I asked Tammy, who'd just come out of the suite with a platter of gingerbread, homemade chocolate chip cookies, and graham crackers. She rolled her eyes. "I was outvoted." I know the feeling, I thought, when I suddenly found myself plopped down onto a hassock with a stick and a plate and told to get creative. So I did. Hot honey, brie, thin-cut figs, and prosciutto on a toasted baguette was nice. Salami, tapenade, mozzarella, and roasted tomato on an herbed cracker was better. And mushroom, blue cheese, and bacon in a potato skin was to die for. Of course, things got a little crazy when the guys got involved, with Marco pretending to be mortally afraid of the fire, which resulted in him lounging on a chaise and being fed a steady stream of marshmallows by concerned little girls. Roy was trying to mix the adults' cocktails to go with their crazy creations, and doing surprisingly well at it. Ophélie and Anais, the 2 French girls, were wafting around looking very sophisticated with the Shirley Temples he'd concocted for them. While Tammy's son Jesse and Zhao, one of the kids who had come with Tammy's group, were attempting to outdo each other with the weirdest combinations possible. Chicken, dark chocolate, and hot sauce on a waffle, anyone? And then came the Guess the Recipe game. Fred was obviously going to win. Fred always won any game that involved food. But tonight he had some competition. The setting sun had been turning the balcony orange and gilding the undersides of the clouds when I'd first come out, but it was full-on dark now, and the vamps were feeling frisky. The flames of the fire pit were splashing everyone's faces with light, from the excited, overly stuffed children still staring at the barely diminished treasure trove on the tables, because when Fred put out a spread, he did it right, to the indulgent faces of my guards, which was why I wasn't too surprised when Rico plopped down on one of the straight-backed chairs being dragged into a line for the game. And so did Safi, who ended up being paired with Roy, and then another witch joined in, who went by Vi, probably because her given name was Violet, and I'd never seen anyone who looked less like a violet. I was starting to ponder if witches deliberately chose baby names that played against type, or if kids saddled with girly monikers just tended to rebel, but Vi was not exactly a shrinking violet. Covered in tats and piercings, she was taller than some of the guys and looked like she ate nails for breakfast. Of course, she also had beautiful olive skin, big warm brown eyes, and a booming laugh that tended to be infectious. But it usually took people a while to notice the latter, considering that, like most witches I'd met, she also had an in-your-face attitude on first acquaintance, and second acquaintance, and very often third. She was paired with Reggie. He was a skinny, jug-eared, sandy blonde with a buzz cut who looked perpetually startled and unsure of himself, but he'd nonetheless ended up the lone circle mage assigned to my court, since the others had been dicks. He was currently looking less than enthusiastic about all this, maybe because Vi had just grabbed his shirt in a fist and jerked him up from the chair. "We're gonna win, right, War Mage?" He nodded, his prominent Adam's apple bobbing worriedly. Sure. You don't sound sure. Positive. Make me believe it. We're going to win, sir. Ma'am. Vi. She grinned, showing a lot of large, healthy teeth, and let him go. Then Pritkin sat down next to Fred, who'd claimed the fourth seat, prompting me to do a double take, and to wonder if he was feeling all right after all. Joining in wasn't really his thing. He gave me inscrutable war mage face back, and then me, Rhea, and Tammy were volunteered to be the remaining chefs. Okay, this is sudden death, all right? You guess wrong, you're out, Fred said, tying on a flimsy blindfold. It looked like he'd borrowed a scarf from one of the girls, a suspiciously see-through one. Oh, I don't think so. Marco, who was somehow still mobile after eating maybe 50 marshmallows, draped a thick woolen number over top of that one and handed me a second. I guessed for Pritkin, since he was closest. I got behind him and wrapped it around his eyes. "Never knew you were a foodie," I said softly into his ear. He tilted his head back, exposing a strong, tanned throat. "I'm not." "You're going to lose, then. Fred's practically an Iron Chef." He gave me a strange, slow smile. "We'll see." I didn't know what to say to that, so I went over to the chef's table where the guys were laying out a cornucopia of ingredients. I laughed suddenly. I didn't know why, maybe at the sheer abundance, and Tammy shot me a look. "That's better." "What is?" She lowered her voice. "You go away to that damned court, and you always come back the same way, exhausted, pale-faced, and traumatized." "We had a problem today," I said, because I didn't want to discuss it in front of the kids, or at all. But she just frowned. "There's always a problem. This damned world's full of them, and they don't stop coming." I noticed. I'd spent all summer climbing one mountain after the other, only to find a vista of bigger peaks waiting on the other side. It never ends. Which is why you can't let it get to you. That way lies the men in the white coats, you hear me? I hear you. A hand with a sparkly pink manicure, the girls had been at her again, suddenly grasped my arm. "Do you?" I looked at her in surprise. The dark eyes were reflecting the flames from the nearby fire pit, and her cheeks were flushed and rosy, but it was the concern on the familiar face that truly warmed it. "Yes, but I can't stop stuff from happening." "No, you can't. None of us can." She put a glass of beer in my hand, so here's to the times in between. I clinked glasses with her and stupidly felt myself tearing up. To the times in between. "Are we going to start or what?" Fred said impatiently. "I'm starving." "I'm not sure how this works. Are we supposed to try to fool you?" Rhea asked, looking a little concerned to find herself in front of Rico. "You're supposed to feed us." "I'm beginning to suspect this was just a way to get us to do the hard work for them," Tammy told her. Rhea frowned, and a glint of steely determination flashed in her eyes. "Then I say we fool them." I grinned. Game on. Chapter 18.
Pecans, bacon, and brie on a stroopwafel. Seriously, are you even trying? Fred demanded.
"I didn't think you'd know the brie," Tammy said, scowling.
"Not know brie?"
The part of his face I could see looked confused.
"How does a person not know brie?"
"It's one of those weird French cheeses," she said, reading the label on the little round box.
"It's not weird, it's brie. Not all of us grew up in a la-di-da mansion, all right?"
There was a hint of irritation in her voice.
"But brie isn't... that's not... No,
Fred said, waving his hands around in a way that successfully conveyed impatience, embarrassment, and something that I guess was passion. Because if there was anything Fred loved, it was food.
"Brie isn't la-di-da. Brie is..."
He searched for the right words.
"It's sunlight on a pretty girl's face while she stomps grapes with legs purple up to the knees. It's bells clinking around cows' necks as milkmaids drive them home beside golden wheat fields. It's an old man playing sad songs on a ragged accordion to a long-lost love. It's..."
Tammy smacked him on the head with a roll of paper towels.
"It's cheese. You have no poetry in your soul."
"But I got cheese on my cracker," she said, and took a bite.
It's okay. I'm judging you right now so hard, if you could only see my eyes."
"Ria's turn," I said, grinning, because she'd asked to be skipped over as she finished up something a little different. Rico opened his mouth, and she popped a bite-sized piece inside, blushing a little for some reason. He chewed thoughtfully. "I call it the Elvis," she told him, and Fred freaked out.
"What?"
He pointed wildly in her general direction.
"That's cheating. What do you call it?" "That's cheating."
"I wasn't." Ria looked appalled. "I wouldn't."
"Banana, peanut butter, and bacon," Rico said, "on a graham cracker." "Oh, brilliant work," Fred told him sourly. "I could have told you that and I didn't even taste it."
"My turn," I said, and fed Pritkin my offering. His tongue grazed my fingers for a moment, almost as if he was trying to taste them, and a little shiver went through me. I snatched my hand back and caught Tammy watching me. I hoped I wasn't blushing as much as Ria.
"Strawberry, steak, and balsamic on a baguette,"
Pritkin said, as if nothing had happened. Yes, right."
No, Fred said. "Not right. These are s'mores. If you're not gonna have marshmallow, then you have to have something ooey-gooey that subs for it. Cheese or jam or dulce de leche."
"Hear that? You owe me some ooey-gooey," Pritkin said, and I stared at him in disbelief. I must be more tired than I'd thought.
"Or something, or else it's just an appetizer. You made an appetizer."
I'll keep it in mind," I said, staring at Pritkin's blindfolded face. I suddenly really wished I could see his eyes. And then I thought, no, I don't wish that at all. I swallowed and turned around and started making up the next bite, with plenty of ooey-gooey. 3 more rounds took place, with Rico finally missing cinnamon, cayenne, and dark chocolate on a potato chip and going out to the sound of Ria's apologies. He laughed and kissed her hand and told her he'd liked it. She offered to make him another. 2 more rounds and Safi bit the dust, or rather the cheese, on an avocado, sriracha, and fontina offering that she mistook for provolone. And then, in the very next round, Vi missed the boat on a combo of crab, cream cheese, artichoke, and capers.
"What the hell's a caper?"
she demanded. Reggie swallowed and held out a handful.
These?"
She picked one up, looking at it suspiciously.
"I still don't know what the funny thing that is." Ooh, close one, Marco said, grinning. You got me twice yesterday, fat boy, she told him. I've donated enough to the cause. Marco patted his belly. This isn't fat, it's muscle. You ate like 100 damn marshmallows. And then she realized what she'd said. Son of a... She cut herself off, pulled a wallet out of the back of her jeans, and handed over a 20. It's fat, she told him sourly. Cop a feel and find out, sweetheart. You'd like that too much. And I wouldn't, Safi said, draping an arm around her girlfriend's waist. What I'd like, Tammy said loudly, is to finish up sometime tonight. You're going to be next, Fred told Pritkin, who turned his blindfolded face to look at him. You do realize that potions are my specialty? He asked. What does that have to do with anything? To properly mix a potion, even a simple one, you have to have what they call a potion maker's nose. I'll put it up against a foodie's palate any day. Fred started to look worried, and sure enough, Pritkin kept up with him, bite for bite. Threw cherries, Nutella, and marshmallow on cinnamon bread, cheesecake, dark chocolate, and raspberries on a graham cracker, broccoli, melted cheddar, and chili on bacon. Almost made broccoli palatable, according to Fred. Peaches, honey, and brie on a crostini. Asparagus, ricotta, and caramelized onions on phyllo. Ricotta, honey, figs, and crushed pistachios on a chocolate wafer. The pistachios almost got me, Fred said, looking panicked. And white chocolate, pineapple, and marshmallow on a graham cracker. All right, it's getting late, Tammy finally announced. Last round. No, wait, what if he gets it? Fred demanded, because his title was on the line. Then it's a tie. A tie? I can't go down in a tie to a war mage. I'll never hear the end of it. Got that right, one of the guys said. Better get it right then, Tammy warned. Shit, I mean poo. Don't try to save it now, Marco said, snapping his fingers. Fred sighed but ponied up a 20. At this rate, we were going to be able to buy the Corda limo just from the swear jar, I thought, and then I noticed Pritkin looking smug. Don't expect me to go easy on you, I warned him. The blindfolded face turned unerringly up to mine. Actually, I prefer it rough. I dropped a spoon and came up scowling. So that's how it was, huh? Because the first time might have been an accident, but that had been deliberate. Okie dokie then. I went to the bar. While I was gone, Fred correctly guessed blackberry, lemon curd, and white chocolate on shortbread, and looked like he was making a mental note for future reference. I grabbed a toasted marshmallow from one of the guys, put a naked knee on the seat of Pritkin's chair, between his legs, dipped the ooey-gooey item in Bailey's, almost burning my fingers, and fed it to him. Slowly. All right, that's my idea of a s'more, somebody said. I didn't see who. The balcony abruptly receded, the kids talking and laughing, Rhea and Hilda coming and going, taking the smaller ones to bed, and the vamps drinking and clandestinely smoking, because Tammy was distracted and the fire pit covered the smell. For a moment, there were only Pritkin's lips, wet and shining from the alcohol, the warmth of his mouth, closing around my fingers, and the feel of his tongue, working the last remaining sticky marshmallow off my skin, making sure to get every last bit. Okay, Tammy said dryly, shocking me back into myself. Time for bed. Couldn't agree more, I thought dizzily. Wait, we're not done, Fred said, looking at Pritkin. You didn't guess that last one. What was that last one? I have no idea. It was rough. Woohoo! I won! I think he won, somebody said. And then dinner was over. But unfortunately, my responsibilities weren't, because Augustine, who'd come in late, wanted to bitch about the mess we'd supposedly made in his workroom and get his key back. And Rhea cornered me to talk about one of the girls, who was acting out by stealing everybody's stuff, which had been found under her bed. And then Hilda followed me in my room to talk about Rhea, and she wasn't taking any hints. "I don't understand it," she said, striding back and forth in front of my bed. "The girl has the talent. I know she does, but there's some mental block in the way." "I'm sure she'll, deal with it eventually," I said, pondering my sleepwear. It consisted of old t-shirts and a pair of flannel PJs I'd bought in anticipation of cold winter nights. I picked them up. They had little moose on them. Mooses? Meese? And were about as unsexy as it was possible to get. I'd had some nicer stuff, but it had all been bought for me by Sal, one of Tony's vamps who'd been trying to refine my look in order to butter up Mircha. She'd hoped that he'd take her on since her boss had gone screwy and joined the other side in the war. Mircha was Tony's master, so technically he could appropriate any of his vassals' vamps if he wanted. Although, since Tony was emancipated, that was seen as bad form. But then, so was turning traitor. But the changeover had never happened. Sal had ended up being used against us by her master, and I had been left with a bunch of slutty nightwear I couldn't have used in this case anyway, for obvious reasons. Not that it mattered. It had been tossed along with everything else that reminded me of Mircha in the post-breakup fury, leaving me with this. I sighed. "That's the point," Hilda said sternly. "She isn't dealing with it. With her background and having grown up at the Pythian court, seeing the power being used on a daily basis, but not trained in it," I pointed out. "Agnes didn't allow that. Not formally trained, perhaps, but she saw it, and as you know perfectly well, a good deal of the Pythian power is instinctive. At the very least, she should be picking up some of the simpler spells, refining her spatial shifts, perhaps even attempting a short time hop by now. But instead, she isn't even trying," I guessed. "It's ludicrous!" Hilda plopped down in a chair with the air of someone who planned to be there a while. "It isn't as if she's a lightweight magically. She can switch between normal magic and the coven variety with ease, and has enough power for a war mage. But ask her to do the simplest of time spells and she falls apart." I frowned, and then remembered Rhea's panic when I had first made her an acolyte. I'd expected her to be pleased, intending it as a reward for all the help she'd given me, and as a way of making up for the fact that the position had been unfairly denied her in the past. But instead, she'd looked like someone headed for the gallows with a noose around her neck. She'd calmed down after a while, and I hadn't thought about it again. But now... "What's wrong with her?" I asked, and Hilda threw her hands up. "Who knows? She won't talk to me, acts evasive, sometimes even snappy or annoyed." "Rhea?" I frowned some more. "That doesn't sound like her." "She doesn't like me," Hilda said flatly. "Thinks I'm pushing too hard, and not only her. She wants to wrap the girls in cotton wool instead of teaching them self-defense. That would be dangerous at the best of times, but in the middle of a war. Most of them aren't old enough to learn that much anyway," I pointed out, "and they've been through a lot of trauma lately. They'll be through a good deal more if our enemies get to them." "They're not going to get to them." "Of course not." Hilda's shrewd old lady eyes met mine. "You're going to be here every moment of every day." I crossed my arms at her. "We're not doing this again." "Oh, but we are. We have to. The covens are obviously not giving us any girls, and even if they did, it would take ages to train them properly. Whereas the old acolytes are already trained.
Yes, so you've said. Many times. And I'm saying again, you have to face facts, Cassie. We need competent help. I slammed the drawer, and I need to know that I'm not bringing more Joes in here, or Lizzies, or any of the rest of them. Cassie, every single one, I said, stalking over to her. Every single one of Agnes's acolytes went bad. Every one of the current crop, Hilda said stubbornly. The ones the gods were targeting. She had plenty of other acolytes through the years, sturdy, well-trained girls, well, women now, not to mention a few of us old bats from my sister's court. And how do we know they haven't been turned as well? I demanded. Or that they'd even want to join a wartime court in the first place. Hilda brightened. I'm glad you asked. Oh, God. I've been in touch with a few old friends. Hilda! Who I have since spoken to some more. So far, I have 3 from Gertie's court and 2 from Lady Fimino's. We'd have more there, but many of them are married now, and I didn't tell you to speak to anybody. You also didn't tell me not to, and in any case, we need them. We need to be safe. And here we are. Back to it again, Hilda said. Back to what again? The same argument I've been having with Rhea. As counterintuitive as it may seem, sometimes the only path to safety is to take a risk. Otherwise, one day you are going to be away on circle business or helping those vampires or tracking some miscreant through time, and I am going to be here alone. I started to interrupt, but she just raised her voice. Except for those guards of yours who are good for many things but who can't handle some of the challenges we face. And what do you think is going to happen then, I started to respond, and then I saw that thing that had been at the consoles again. I'd had plenty of help there, and it almost hadn't been enough. What if something similar was sent against my court, against my girls? The very idea made my stomach clench painfully. No, that couldn't happen. But it could. That thing had walked right into the middle of a vampire army, right through every checkpoint and security measure put in place to keep something like that from happening. And it had just started slaughtering people. It had killed over 100 in its assault on the consul's home, a quarter in the initial attack, and 3 times that many in the battle in the hallway. Maybe more, since they'd still been trying to pick up the pieces when I left. Literally, I thought, remembering a servant hurrying by with a basket of squirming body parts. I sat down on my bed, my legs like jelly. It could happen here, and I couldn't stop it. I'd barely stopped it there, and only because I'd had some of the most powerful creatures on Earth battling alongside me. My guys were good, and against any normal danger they'd be deadly. But today, they would have been shredded right alongside everyone else. But what was the alternative? I still see Jo sometimes, I told Hilda. Her eyes, the way she looked at the battle, the way she enjoyed it. We don't even know if she's really gone, and all the more reason to be prepared. Hilda was relentless, like a river running over stone, wearing it down. She'd been after me for 2 weeks to bring in some of the retired acolytes, and I'd been refusing because I hadn't wanted to bring a potential viper into the nest. But a viper had saved my life today, had saved all our lives. I didn't like the consul, but when push came to shove, she'd put her life on the line and bled alongside the rest of us. That's what a leader did. And if I'd been wrong about her, was I wrong again now? I don't blame you for being cautious, Hilda said. But there's such a thing as being too careful. We have a war to fight, and we need soldiers. A veined and age-spotted hand covered mine. And you've fought alone long enough. Time to accept some help. I thought about Jo again, that lovely, hateful face. And then I thought about the other acolytes I'd seen with Gertie, like a flock of delicate, white-clad birds. What would it be like to have my own team behind me, strong, capable, loyal. What would it have been like today had there been others who could wield the Pythian power besides just me? The tarot card had screamed strength at me for a good 5 minutes. Was this what it had meant? Because strength was usually found in numbers. God damn it. They'd need to interview with you, of course, Hilda said. And any you didn't like? Well, that would be that. I narrowed my eyes at her. How had we gotten from the question of whether to consider the old acolytes at all to discussing interviews? And why couldn't I do shit like that? Talk about magic. Have them come by, I said sourly. But not here. I'll talk to them downstairs. They voluntarily gave up the Pythian power when they left the court, Hilda pointed out. The only ones allowed to retain it were the fail-safes. Even if they had another Joe among their number, they'd be no threat to us. Even so, and there's not a downstairs so much anymore. Are you going to interview them in a construction zone? Fine, I'll talk to them here. I got up. Now if there's nothing else, other than you having a chat with Rhea, no, I believe that covers it. I hung my head. Why did people want to be Pythia again? I honestly didn't know. I sighed. Where is she? Chapter 19. I found Rhea in the kitchen, helping Tammy and a bunch of the guys and gals clean up. Of course, that was a relative term, considering that there was more than one sink, and they each came equipped with spray hoses, neither of which was being used on the food. I'm breaking out the mops, you think I won't? Tammy yelled before she saw me. What are you doing here? Why shouldn't I be here? She rolled her eyes. Seriously? And then a spray of lukewarm water hit us both, prompting me to duck behind the counter and Tammy to charge. Mops! She yelled, while Rico came in the door loaded down with dirty dishes, all of which got a pre-soak a second later. You will pay for that, he told Safi, who was on the other end of the hose. And then he saw me. What are you doing here? Why does everyone keep asking me that? Mage Pritkin left half an hour ago, he noted. What does that have to do with anything? Rico just looked at me, and then he did that thing, that damned annoying, almost sociopathic thing that all Mircha's vamps could do except for Fred. I swear it had been part of their training or something. Don't give me the eyebrow. Rico started to say something, but then Rhea came in and he pulled her down out of harm's way just before a spray of water sailed overhead. What's happening? She asked as somebody squealed and somebody laughed and Tammy yelled, I've got 'em, and you're all getting one, from what sounded like the walk-in pantry. They are playing their little games, Emilio said, passing by with some clean dishes. He paused and blinked at me. Hey, what are you... Never mind, I told him and looked at Rhea. I need to talk to you. We ended up in her room a few minutes later, which got us both out of mop duty. We'd even managed to snag some tea on the way because it was in the butler's pantry, where the chaos had yet to spread. Sometimes things worked out. Like the living quarters for the court, which were even more spacious than those at the old Pythian court, where everybody except the acolytes had to double up. These bedrooms had been designed for the consul's servants, ostensibly, so of course they were nice. Most of the girls had a decent-sized bedroom and an attached bath of their own. Rhea's was bigger still, and also boasted a small sitting area. We sat there, in front of a dark fireplace over which a mantle was strewn with pics of the girls, and one of Agnes in a garden laughing over some roses. And I guess she wasn't the only one who liked flowers, because Rhea had added some watercolor prints to the walls, and a vase of preserved pale pink specimens, the old ruffly kind, sat on a side table. They looked like the ones in the photo, but I couldn't be sure. Otherwise, it was the same tasteful beige and white room it had been when we moved in, either because she liked it that way, or because none of us had had much time for decoration. Well, with one exception. I'd brought a mug of tea along and almost spilled it all over me when my feet abruptly went up. "What the—" I said, staring down in the darkness between the chair and the coffee table, and saw not someone but something, the little hassock from this morning. "Oh, how cute," I began when something wonderful happened. "Oh, my God. Oh, my God." "What is it?" Rhea asked, sitting forward and looking concerned, probably because I sounded like a dying water buffalo. I didn't even care, because the small thing was massaging my feet. How, I didn't know, since it didn't have hands, and I didn't care. I lay back against the cushions of the overstuffed wing chair and decided I'd died and gone to heaven. Best purchase ever. "It was running around all over the place, tripping people up, so I shut it in here," Rhea said. "I hope you don't mind." We sat there in silence for a moment, Rhea drinking tea and trying to hide a smile, and me thinking about just sleeping here. My libido was battling a full stomach and a seriously fine foot massage. My libido was losing. But I had a job to do, and after a while I managed to woman up. "Rhea?" And then I stopped again because I didn't have Hilda's gift of gab and wasn't sure how to phrase things, and because we had more than a training issue to discuss. I hadn't said anything before because Rhea had had a pretty hard recovery from her injury, having lost a lot of blood, and like the rest of the girls from Agnes's old court, she'd been thoroughly traumatized lately. I hadn't wanted to add to it, but at the same time, there were things I needed her to understand. I sighed. I hated this kind of thing. "Lady?" Rhea had started looking a little concerned. "You know I'm not good with diplomacy, right?" I said. It was why Mircha's vamps and I got along okay. He'd sent me his blunt, hopeless causes, the kind who sucked at tact on their best day, but who could still handle themselves in a fight. It had been good for them, giving them a renewed sense of purpose after feeling like the odd man out in his otherwise suave, urbane family. And after a lifetime of vampire misdirection and out-and-out lies, I'd found them oddly refreshing. And maybe because I was kind of like them. "I don't like to hurt anybody's feelings," I said now. "But you won't," she told me, setting down her teacup. Welp, I guess we were doing this. "Okay, here's the deal," I told her. "I want you to know that I'm very happy with you and extremely pleased that you are a part of this court." "But," she smiled gently, "but we need to talk about what happened on the drag." I thought back to how I'd felt, seeing her trapped against that dark mage's chest. It reminded me of how I'd felt tonight, when I'd thought that creature had killed Caedmon, only worse. I wasn't responsible for Caedmon. Some dark mages had lured Rhea outside by pretending to be from her old coven, who had some girls who wanted to join my court. The ruse was one of the things that had prompted my visit today. I'd been thinking about it ever since. But unfortunately, it hadn't been a bunch of little girls waiting for Rhea. The Black Knights, as they liked to style themselves, had grabbed her to force me to give up a prisoner they wanted. Elizabeth Warrender, or Lizzie as she was better known, was the last of Agnes's rogue acolytes left alive. I'd taken her captive after she tried to kill me, but I hadn't kept her. I'd turned her over to the Circle's hands for safekeeping, so I couldn't have given the dark mages Lizzie even if I'd wanted to. But they hadn't known that, and wouldn't have believed me if I'd told them. They'd been hopped up on stolen magic, almost drunk with it, manic and fuzzy-brained and eager to use the power buzzing in their veins. I wasn't even sure that they wanted me to agree. They wanted a fight, and if I didn't give them what they wanted, the first casualty was going to be Rhea. I'd stood there trying to formulate a plan to save her while battling a tide of unusually strong emotions. The tie between a Pythia and her court is strong, and right then I'd wanted to rip the leader's freaking head off. I'd wanted to feel his blood on my hands. I'd wanted to hear him scream in anguish as I... Cassie? Rhea was looking seriously freaked out now, so I made an effort to moderate what was on my face. I wanted to kill him, I told her honestly. That dark knight who grabbed you. I wanted to do a vamp thing and pull his heart out of his chest, or at least shift it out and watch him twitch and jerk and die. But he had you, and a couple hundred guys to back him up, and I was running on empty. I had to think it out, not fight, but I wanted him dead, so damn bad. You're Pythia, she told me a little hoarsely. You're the head of your own coven. That's what the Pythian court is, whatever some may say. And a coven leader... She stopped, swallowing. The old title was Great Mother. It's still used sometimes. It came into being as a result of the bond between coven members and their leader. At its best, it is like a family. And you feel that here. She touched her breast. And yes, I did. I had ever since they first came to me, all those bewildered, frightened little girls. They'd already lost one family when their gift caused them to be sent away from their homes for training, and then they'd lost another with Agnes's death and the subsequent chaos it had brought to the court. They hadn't known what to do or where to go, and bad men had been trying to kill them. And the very people supposed to be protecting them, the acolytes, had sided with their enemies. The acolytes had fallen, one by one, as the gods used threats and promises of power and immortality to lure them away, while their Pythia lay dying, too weak to oppose them. The war had started a long time before the first shot had been fired, inside the Pythian court itself, and Agnes had fought it, all alone. Yet while she couldn't save her acolytes, she had saved the court by locating me, a new successor far from the gods' influence, one whose mother had been one of them, and who was therefore not so susceptible to their lies. She had thereafter died defending her court, as a Pythia should, her last act being to get rid of Myra, her former heir, buying me some much-needed time to grow into my office. She'd been my hero for a long time, the shining example of what a Pythia should be. But as I'd recently learned, she'd also been a flawed human woman who'd made mistakes. Maybe that was why I liked her so much. I could relate. But Rhea didn't seem to see it that way. My mother did not complete that bond, she said quietly, looking at the picture on the mantel. She wasn't a coven witch, but it wouldn't have mattered if she had been. She didn't win her court as you did. It was gifted to her. A true coven bond requires blood, not that of others but of yours, or at least the willingness to spill yours, to sacrifice everything for the coven you represent. You did that, not her. Rhea, I saw you that night, she said, looking back at me, her voice shaking. The night they came for the court, for the children. You held them off while we escaped. You had nothing left. You knew you didn't. You'd die if you stayed. Yet you stayed anyway. While I ran with the others, while I ran. I told you to, I said, because I didn't know where all this had come from. You couldn't have helped me. She laughed suddenly, and it was bitter. Oh, I know that. I knew it then. Like my mother, I could never... She broke off, biting her lip, and then looked at me seriously. I'm sorry for what happened on the drag. Another battle. And I was as useless as before, worse, because I didn't listen to you. You told me not to do anything, to let you handle it, but I was so afraid. It's all right. It's not all right. I should have listened. You're my Pythia, and I should have listened. Like I should have stayed with you in London. I should have stayed to help you get out. There was nothing you could have done, and the Demon Council pulled me out. As much as they'd hated and feared my mother, who had decimated their population, hunting them for sport and for the power boost they gave her, they'd also realized that a new war was coming, and that I was the closest thing to a goddess they had left. And while that wasn't really all that close at all, they'd proven to be remarkably pragmatic beings who would take what they could get. So I'd been rescued at the last second, with a burning bolt of magical energy literally inches away from my face.
"But you didn't know they would,"
Rhea said vehemently.
"You didn't know they'd been watching you, and neither did I. Yet I ran."
I stared at her. I'd never known that Rhea had been this bothered about that night in London. We'd won. The kids had gotten away, with the coven leaders and Rhea hurrying them from the building, while I used what power I had left to slow down our attackers. It had been a close shave, but it had worked. I counted that as a victory. But clearly, Rhea didn't. She'd also said something else I didn't understand, something about Agnes. "What did you mean, you're like your mother?" I asked now, even while worrying that maybe I didn't have the right. But it had almost sounded like Rhea blamed her mother for the situation we were in, only that couldn't be correct. But I guess it was, because her face crumpled.
"She wasn't strong enough. She knew how to use the power, but she was blind to what was happening all around her. She let this happen."
"Rhea, no."
"She did. She and my father both did. They were too wrapped up in each other to see the growing threat before it was too late. They let people find out about their affair. Not many, but enough for it to undermine the neutrality of the court. And if that wasn't enough, she couldn't even tell that one of her own acolytes was poisoning her until—"
She broke off and jumped up. Her face anguished and turned away from me.
"And what did it get them? What was the result of all that? Me, and I'm even weaker than she was. I can't use the power at all, and I shouldn't. I'd just screw it up, just like she did, and—"
I got up and put my arms around her, because she looked like she needed a hug.
"If it hadn't been for you,"
she began, but I cut her off. "If it hadn't been for your mother, I wouldn't be here," I told her firmly. She saved my life, warned me about an assassination that would have succeeded without her. She brought me back a copy of my own obituary to prove it. I didn't know anything about this world then, but that got me to run and saved my life.
"I didn't know that."
"We should have talked about your mother before," I admitted. "But there never seemed to be enough time. I sent you to Francoise, but I should have explained myself."
"She wouldn't talk to me,"
Rhea said.
"What?"
Rhea shook her head. The neat chignon she was wearing had partly come down, and that finished the job, causing her hair to fall messily around her tear-stained face.
"I tried to talk to her, as you suggested, but she wouldn't. She said she couldn't say anything good about my mother, but she wouldn't say anything bad either, to a grieving daughter. She wouldn't say anything at all."
I stared at her, hearing a record scratch in my head. She didn't know, I realized. She didn't know the truth about Agnes's death, or the crazy, brilliant, and dangerous game she'd played, and played alone to help me. For a moment, I just stood there, frowning in shock, and remembering a woman who looked so like Rhea that it broke my heart every time I saw her. I remembered how Agnes had used the last of her power to shift back to me in time, to a grubby old dungeon in Carcassonne, France. how she'd given me what information she could, while she could, even knowing that she wouldn't have the power left to shift back, that she would likely die there. Only no, someone else would have died there. But Agnes was cleverer than that, and she had one last errand to do, and one more trick up her sleeve to allow her to do it. Her rogue heir Myra, with more power than all the acolytes combined, was still on the loose, and she had years of training I lacked. Someone had to help me deal with her, and Agnes knew it. A young French witch named Françoise had been about to get kidnapped and dragged off to Ferry, just another missing person in the long-running Fey slave trade. That would have happened regardless. Agnes didn't change anything there. She just hitched a ride. She'd shifted to me in spirit form, an old Pythian trick to preserve energy by possessing someone in another time. She'd had no choice, as she hadn't had enough strength to bring her dying body along, which wouldn't have allowed her to do what was needed anyway. I could still close my eyes and see her, a ghostly presence pirouetting in the dark, looking for a brief moment like the dark-haired girl she'd once been. And being there in spirit form had given her more than just freedom. It had allowed her to possess Françoise and wait out the centuries in Ferry, where time flows so differently than here. After what seemed like only a few years, she helped Françoise engineer an escape from the Fae and return to Earth, where she possessed another body, Myra's body, using all her power for one last burst of strength, and slit her throat. I could still see her falling gracefully to the floor, the white flutter of her Pythian gown like angels' wings around her, the brilliant crimson of her blood a spill of rubies. I could see their two spirits rising up together, because Agnes had known that Myra would try the same trick she had. But she'd denied her that. She had fought her to the very end, grabbing hold and dragging her spirit away with her, to wherever we go after death. No one had bled more for the Pythian court than Agnes. No one at all. I thought her daughter had a right to know that. "Sit down," I told her hoarsely. "It's time I told you about your mother." Chapter 20. I schlepped back to my room sometime later, leaving Rhea looking shocked and thoughtful behind me, but not teary-eyed. Hell, I'd cried more than she had. Maybe I'd explained it wrong? I didn't know how I could have explained it wrong. There were only so many ways to... A huge yawn almost cracked my skull. Damn, I was tired, and no longer remotely in the mood for anything. Even assuming Pritkin was up for that. He'd seemed pretty interested earlier, but maybe I'd read him wrong. I seemed to be doing that a lot lately. But I needed to explain what had happened, not to mention that I just wanted to talk to him, damn it. I hadn't seen him much at all these last few weeks, and while tonight had been fun, it was just like it had been all those days visiting his sick room. Half the time he'd been sleeping, and the rest there'd been other people milling around, usually war mages, because he kept having these weird dreams, and conjuring stuff out of them. Like a bunch of little fire sprites that had poured out of a portal he'd called into being from some hell dimension. They hadn't been as bad as you might expect, but there'd been about 1,000 of them, and everything they touched went up in flames. And of course that meant the vamps couldn't round them up, so the mages had their hands full. That had been fun. The casino manager had loved that. Although it hadn't been as bad as the huge fireball Pritkin had thrown at somebody in a dream, and in real life, because his magic hadn't seemed to know the difference. Magical types were supposed to have a mental lock on their gifts at night, like humans did on their movements, so they weren't constantly throwing spells in their sleep. But, like with sleepwalking people, something in Pritkin's brain seemed to have been off, and it wasn't applying the brakes hard enough. Anyway, he'd needed babysitting while he recovered, and that had meant no alone time. Or at least, very little alone time. And his brain had been foggy through most of that. And then he'd run off on some errand for Jonas, and I hadn't seen him at all. But things had seemed better tonight. Not normal, exactly. Pritkin didn't flirt, so I didn't know what the hell had gotten into him there, but at least he'd seemed healthy. So maybe his babysitters weren't around anymore? I bit my lip. I should go say goodnight at least. It was the polite thing to do. And find out what the heck he'd been doing in Britain for a week, or Hong Kong before that, or just talk a little. I'd missed him so damned much. Why was I even debating this? Just go say goodnight, Cassie, God. I shifted, and for a moment I wasn't sure I was in the right room. It was a generic hotel suite, nicer than the tiny bolt hole he'd had before, because these days there were plenty to choose from. The hotel was closed for renovations following the recent attack, and while there were still members of the local supernatural community milling around, waiting for the new magic, their version of the UN, to be completed out in the desert, there was plenty of extra space. Which meant that Pritkin might have decided he preferred another room? Because there was no messy potions bench stuck in a corner, strewn with horrible-smelling ingredients and little bottles. There was no clothing cheerfully flung about, as if hangers had never been invented. There was no trunk full o' weapons overflowing onto the floor, or combat boots peeking out from under the bed. Pritkin might be a war mage, but he'd somehow missed the whole military precision thing. Shit, I thought. I bet I had the wrong room. And worse, the current resident was in the shower. I prepared to shift away, to go find out where Pritkin had moved to, when the bathroom door opened and somebody came out. He had a towel around his waist and another was covering his head, which he was using to scrub his wet hair. But that didn't matter. I'd know those abs anywhere. There were some new scars, I noticed, and a bruise on his side as big as my fist, causing the tat of a sharp-edged sword to bulge oddly in the middle, because the swelling hadn't gone down yet. But the lightly furred chest was unmarked, and the scars over one bicep and at his rib cage were well on their way to being healed. They weren't even discolored anymore, although I could still feel the raised ridges under my fingertips. I realized that I'd crossed the room and started feeling him up without saying a word, which was weird, but I didn't stop there. The body under my hands was hard and solid and warm and alive. And that libido thing? Yeah, that was back. With a vengeance. I thought you weren't coming, he said as I slid my arms around his neck and then hopped, wrapping my legs around him too. Got caught up, I murmured, my teeth on his bottom lip, which was plumper than I remembered. Of course, I didn't have a lot of experience trying to eat Pritkin. Need to change that, I decided, and tightened my legs. I could feel him respond, in more ways than one, and I laughed and mangled that delicious lip some more, and then went on to nibble along the jawline, and to worry his earlobe. And God, I would eat him if I could, a raging hunger suddenly ripping through me. I landed on the bed a moment later, with him on top of me, and that was even better. That was perfect. I rubbed up against him, found his lips, drank him down. Much better, but not enough. The hunger seemed to grow with every movement instead of satiating, my tongue in his mouth, his in mine, warm, sweet, stroking. No, not what I wanted. Thought you liked it rough, I growled, and saw his eyes catch fire. What followed was not a sweet kiss. It was not gentle and romantic. It was almost a fight in kiss form, and if that didn't say everything about the man, I thought, and rolled over, getting on top, using a move he'd taught me. I was vaguely surprised that it had worked, but he was distracted, or maybe he let me win. He didn't look upset, despite the small oof he let out before I kissed him back. Mine wasn't gentle either. It was full of weeks of terror and worry that I'd lost him, that I'd never see him again, other than as an empty shell of a body with the soul it should have housed having been cursed and sent tumbling back through time to his birth in order to snuff it out. That had been a gift from the Demon High Council, who viewed Pritkin as a dangerous renegade, a stubborn son of a bitch with a temper and more magic than was good for him, who they couldn't control. And they were right. Nobody had ever been able to control him. Of course, the same could be said of me, which is why I'd immediately taken off after him. And found him. Just. And brought him back, and gotten less time with him than anyone. I was going to go slow, he told me, his hands expertly working me out of the damned robe. Take you to dinner, buy you flowers. I already ate, and I have flowers upstairs, I panted, ripping off the t-shirt. Then what can I do for you? I can only think of a couple hundred things, I said, and pounced, and promptly found myself on my back, a war mage between my legs, sliding my panties down. No, he said, pointing a finger at me as I tried to move. What? Stay there. No, I can't. I don't need foreplay, damn it. Well, that's unfortunate, the impossible man said. Because I do. Liar, I thought, catching sight of a healthy bulge. At least somebody looked happy to see me. But it was covered by damned terry cloth and wasn't getting any closer. In fact, the opposite was true, as Pritkin slid down my body. Damn it, I was Pythia. Why did nobody do what I told them? Wasn't I supposed to be in charge? Wasn't I supposed to be... My brain broke, descending into garbled, incoherent thoughts, because Pritkin wasn't as blasé as he seemed. Instead of kissing his way up my thighs, torturing me as I'd feared, he'd decided to torture me in another way. A far more direct one. I almost came off the bed when his mouth closed over me, and I did arch up and make a sound that I probably would have been embarrassed about another time. Right then, I didn't care. Right then, I just wanted him to... Yes, there, right there. Pritkin looked up at me and laughed, the bastard, the utter bastard. What are you doing? I panted. Go back to work. Go back. I love an appreciative audience, he said, letting me wait until I was throwing pillows at his head. And then he went back to work. And God, the man missed his calling, I thought. No way should he have been a war mage. No way in hell. He had a goddamn gift, and I was so ready anyway that every stroke felt like literal magic. They shuddered through me like a possession, like sparkling rivers of sensation, like bright fingers of sunlight illuminating the darkest corners of me, filling me up with... Oh! Brilliance burst over me, through me, like a star suddenly going supernova, sending me shuddering, and then thrashing, and then screaming. And it just went on and on. It was like riding a rushing river that kept swelling and swelling. Whenever I thought it was done, that it had to be, it climbed higher still, until I wasn't sure if I was going to come apart at the seams or just explode. And then I did both. The river ended in a waterfall of sensation, not the swift dive over the edge, but the churning, crazy, jumbled-up stuff at the bottom of the falls, where everything seems to hit you at once. There was joy there. Oh, yes, a sparkling world of it, and passion, and the warm, all-encompassing hug of a feeling that I'd started to label love. But there was pain, too, and the desperate fear of the chase, of almost losing him. There were the nights of exhaustion and crippling anxiety where I cried myself to sleep, sure I'd never be enough, that I couldn't do this. There was guilt and pain and fury over Mircea, because I loved him too. I loved him still. But the betrayal cut so fucking deep, and there was worry over the future, of where this was going, of if it would just crash and burn too. I didn't know where it was all coming from, or why it was coming out now, but it was, and suddenly I was sobbing gut-wrenching, body-shaking sobs in the arms of a man who was probably really fucking confused, but who was holding me anyway, letting me get it out, letting my nails cut into him as I held him so tight, too tight, but I couldn't seem to let go, afraid that if I did, he'd disappear on me again, and I couldn't go through that. I couldn't. It finally stopped, the shaking reduced to slight shivers, my body exhausted and warm and safe in what felt like the first time in forever. I yawned, right in his face, and was mortified, but he only laughed and kissed the top of my head. "Go to sleep, Cassie." "I can't. I haven't. We aren't. Don't you want—" "I want you to sleep. You're exhausted." "I'm not exhausted. That's ridiculous," I said, and then spoiled it by yawning again. "Then let's just lie here a moment," he said, tucking my head against his chest. "All right?" I nodded, because it felt so good. He pulled the covers up over us, and it was like being in a warm cocoon, one that smelled of soap and clean sweat and sex, which was not at all a bad combination. And him. It smelled like him. A scent I'd never thought I'd encounter again, like I'd never thought I'd have him so close, hard and warm and undeniably there. There was this weird sensation in my chest as my breathing slowed down. I didn't know what it was at first, but then I realized. It was lightness. The heavy ball of anxiety and dread I'd carried about for so long that it had become almost normal had just gone. Untangling and smoothing out somewhere and all that, until it just wasn't there anymore. I felt almost weightless suddenly, which was stupid. I had 1,000 problems, most of which I had no idea what to do about, and those were just the ones I knew of. I needed to. I yawned again, and a hand smoothed my hair. "Sleep," someone said. "I'm not going anywhere." And then the tide was carrying me under. I awoke to sunlight flooding over an unfamiliar bed, in an unfamiliar room, with an unfamiliar guy bending over me. Because it was Pritkin, but it wasn't. I blinked up at him, sleep blurring my vision, pretty sure I was still half under, because the man I knew was starched, buttoned down, and as proper as it was possible to be in his usual uniform of a t-shirt and jeans. He wasn't stiff exactly or stuck up, but he was careful, guarded, watchful. He didn't smile easily, or at all most of the time. He didn't trust. He didn't volunteer. Getting personal information out of him was like trying to break into Fort Knox. It had come as a surprise that he was half demon. It had come as a surprise that he was highly ranked in the Corps. Hell, if it hadn't been for the accent, it would have come as a surprise that he was British. And then there were our interactions, where he went out of his way not to touch me, not to notice me, not to even look at me some days. For a long time, I'd just thought I wasn't his type. There was a chance I'd been wrong about that, I thought dizzily, as his eyes swept over me. They were different eyes than I was used to, hot, possessive, and more black than green. He moved differently, too, more unconsciously graceful, more fluid, almost predatory. And he felt different in some way I couldn't quite define. I knew what my Pritkin would do, at least in most circumstances. I wasn't so sure about this one. But that bottom lip was too tempting to resist. I arched up, taking it between mine, felt it give between my teeth a swollen heat. My body reacted, but the desperate, almost painful desire of last night was gone. In its place was a languid heat, a dreamy sort of craving, a lazy, satiated kind of feeling, like staring at a dessert cart after a generous meal. You're no longer hungry, but still, you could eat. I've had fantasies that began this way, he told me, smoothing a calloused hand over a breast, watching the nipple peek excitedly under his touch. A liquid pulse went through me. What way? You, sprawled in my bed. Of course, you were wearing the slave girl costume at the time. It took me a moment, and then I remembered that awful I Dream of Jeannie ensemble I'd worn when Caleb, a war mage friend of Pritkin's, and I had gone on a rescue mission into hell. Not one of the nastier hells, but the desert world where Rosier had his main court. Is that what it was? I asked, trying to keep my voice steady, because that damned calloused thumb was stroking, even though my nipple was already as hard as it was going to get, leaving the other feeling strangely cold and neglected, until a warm mouth closed over it. It was the only thing they had in my size. He raised his head for a moment, the green eyes half drunk, half sardonic. It was not in your size. It was not close to your size. Are you complaining? No. He went back to his former occupation, feasting on my breasts until I swear he'd mapped, licked, and sucked every inch of them, until I was squirming underneath him and panting slightly, failing the half-hearted attempt I'd been making to act cool and collected. I wasn't cool. I was definitely not collected, especially not when he moved over top of me with obvious intent. But then he just stayed there, motionless except for the faster rise and fall of his chest, letting me look, letting me touch, letting me run my hands over hard muscles and soft hair until they grew a little rough, stroking possessively over the big, firm body, as I'd never been able to do before. Pritkin didn't check me out, so I'd never been able to do it to him. Well, not often. We'd even switched bodies once, through the kind of universal joke that only seems to happen to me, and I'd still behaved. Partly because I was too freaked out to take liberties, but still, that's the kind of opportunity that only comes around once. Kind of like this, I realized, and I wasn't going to waste it. Did you touch me? I asked, pushing him over and climbing on top. An eyebrow arched. When we switched bodies that time, did you do anything? Did I take advantage of a metaphysical accident to molest the woman I was sworn to protect? He asked, rephrasing in that annoying way of his. I sighed. That sounds like a no. And that sounds like disappointment. You could have looked. I didn't say I didn't look. Hands found my hips, steadying me, if clenching on my ass counted.
You did?
I had to get dressed. That is difficult on an unfamiliar body if the eyes are closed. His head tilted. Why do you look absurdly pleased about this?
I'm not.
It would have been more convincing if I could have stopped grinning. It sounds as if you want exculpation.
What?
Did you do anything?
No, but I'm about to make up for it now, I warned him.
You're not.
I tried to arch an eyebrow, but as usual, they both went up. And why is that?
It's my turn.
He growled and rolled us again. Chapter 21. And just like that, the atmosphere changed, from light banter and slowly awakening arousal to whatever this was, I thought, staring up at him. Suddenly, it was all very real. I was on my back, and Pritkin was braced over me with one arm, the muscles standing out from the strain. He used the other to position me, his eyes holding mine as he moved, slowly and deliberately, letting me know what was coming. Yet I still didn't believe it until I felt him at the entrance of my body, warm and hard and thick and heavy, until he bent his head to mine and whispered,
"Say yes,"
against my skin.
Yes.
He closed his eyes but did nothing else for a long moment. It was like he wanted to prolong this too, like he wanted to remember every whisper, every sigh, every shiver that broke over my body, every small movement that I made because I just couldn't stay still, every breath against his lips that had turned into something closer to gasps when he just stayed there, immobile, with almost inhuman control. And when he did move, it wasn't what I'd expected at all. The kiss he pressed against my lips was sweet and gentle, almost chaste, until I opened beneath him with a faint whimper of need, and it turned into fire, the heat of it sinking into my bones and setting me alight. I arched up, and he deepened the kiss, taking my lips in a long, slow, lingering exploration before taking everything else. He pushed inside, filling me up until I thought I would burst, until I thought I would die from the perfection of it, the warmth of the heavily muscled body over mine, the hot, thick glide of him inside me, the knowledge that he was back, that he was safe, that we were together and nothing was going to change that. Finally, finally, finally. It resonated like the beat of my heart, like the shout of victory I wanted to give, like the laughter that bubbled up to my lips and came out as a groan instead. I put a hand behind his head and pulled him farther down, farther into me as our tongues dueled, as our bodies intertwined, as the scent of our arousal flooded the air around us, until his heartbeat pulsed at the core of my being. It was perfect. It was absolutely perfect. For a moment. And then my own heart was threatening to beat out of my chest. Sweat was slicking my skin, and my breath was coming quick and ragged in my throat. This wasn't the first time we'd done this, but it felt like the first time, because the other time had been on a battlefield while an angry god tried to kill us along with the rest of the world. Whales had been colors and sights and sensations, but not the right ones. Passion had been mixed with pain, desire with desperation, and pleasure with the certainty that the world was about to end. To say that I'd been distracted was to put it mildly. But I wasn't distracted now, and it was almost too much sensation,
Too much emotion, too much everything. I'd waited so long, anticipated this so much, and now that it was here, I was panicking for no reason at all. God damn it, what was wrong with me? I didn't want to dissolve into tears again. Pritkin was going to think I had some kind of sex phobia. I didn't. I wanted him, like I wanted to relax and enjoy this, but I didn't know how. It felt like it had last night, with so many emotions suddenly bubbling up that I didn't know what to do with any of them. And then it hit me, and I really freaked out. This was Pritkin's first time in more than a century, and I was screwing it up. When we had first met, he'd been that strangest of strange things, a celibate incubus, or half of one with the half in question thanks to an overbearing demon lord of a father, with ambitions he'd expected Pritkin to help him fulfill. Specifically, by having sex with other formidable demons, an act that allowed members of the incubus royal line to create a feedback loop that magnified power, giving both parties more than they'd started out with. A lot more. Power Pritkin had been expected to use to secure his father's delusions of grandeur. Imagine Rosier's peak when his son decided that he didn't want to be a glorified prostitute and told the old man no. I assumed that had something to do with why Rosier never bothered to warn Pritkin that his pretty fiancée was a power-hungry demon in her own right, and planned to gain what birth had denied her by instigating the feedback loop on their wedding night. Something that hadn't gone well. Pritkin had never had sex with a fellow demon before and didn't know how to stop the spell once it had begun. And Ruth, his fiancée, didn't get the chance, not being strong enough to participate in a loop in the first place, something that Rosier should have known. The result had been Pritkin draining her dry before she ever got anything back, leaving the horrified bridegroom with a dried-up husk in his arms instead of a warm, living woman. At least it did until he got up, strapped on his weapons, and went to find Daddy. That hadn't gone well either, since the Demon Council takes a dim view of those who attempt to slaughter one of its members. Pritkin had been sentenced to death, something that Rosier, who'd realized he'd screwed up, managed to get commuted to banishment on Earth. That had suited Pritkin, since he hated the Hell regions anyway. What didn't suit him was the other part of the deal. No sex. Of any kind. I wasn't sure if Rosier had been the one to include that, but I was suspicious. He had hoped that Ruth, who had loved the Hell regions as much as Pritkin had hated them, might be good for his son, or at least that she might be good for him by persuading Pritkin to give his father's realm another try. And when that blew up in his face, he'd gone with Plan B. He'd assumed that his son would come running back in no time, desperate for the very position he'd once refused. Because, for an incubus, no sex equaled starvation, pain, and a slow, lingering death. But Pritkin was only half incubus, the other half being an amalgamation of human and fae, and stubborn as all hell. So he survived. But freedom had come at a price, including the loss of all the power he'd once gained from his incubus nature, which was slowly starving. Not to mention the lack of any kind of a normal life. No wife, no kids, no close friends who might notice that he just never aged. It was a lonely and bitter existence, and one that left him with no chance to grow or escape, or do anything except endure. But now he could. Now he could finally have a normal life again, except he was with me and I was a mess who'd repressed my feelings for so long that I didn't know what to do with them now that I couldn't. And I couldn't. I stared up at him, my breath coming faster, tears filling my eyes. This was important and I was screwing it up. This was important. Pritkin took my face between his hands and regarded me soberly for a moment. His palms were big and warm and rough, and the green eyes were steady and calming. He'd showered but not shaved, and at least a day's worth of stubble clung to the cheeks and jawline. Along with the serious case of bedhead he was currently sporting, it made him look rumpled and real and young, like the much younger version of him that I'd encountered on my search, and fallen in love with, because apparently my heart knew Pritkin no matter the time or incarnation. And just like that, I felt my pulse settle down a little. Then I saw it again, the mischievous grin of that boy I'd met in Wales. "It's all right," he told me. "I understand." "You do?" "Of course. Many have found it to be somewhat intimidating." "Intimidating?" "My size." I stared at him, caught completely off guard. What? And then I realized what he'd said, and I felt my cheeks flush. "How many?" The grin tilted toward Smug. "I'll give you a moment to adjust, shall I?" "I don't need a moment." "You know, there's no shame in admitting," he said as I rolled us, while kissing him furiously to shut him up, because it was either that or beat him to death, and I discovered that anger and passion weren't a bad combination. Not a bad combination at all, I thought, sitting up and finding my seat. And proving my point by getting used to the feel of him, stretching me, filling me from a new angle. My breath caught a little, but it was a good ache, and I slapped at his hands when he looked concerned and moved to reposition me. "Not a chance," I told him, and inwardly grinned at his surprise when I started to move, biting my lip a little because he was big. Not that I'd ever admit it, and it had been a while. But the burn felt good, too. A strange mixture of pain and pleasure, like the look on Pritkin's face as he stared up at me. I held his eyes as I rode him, feeling self-conscious at first, although that didn't last long. Calloused hands came up again, but only to my hips to steady me and help me find a rhythm, until I pushed them down to the bed and put my knees on top of them. "No touching until I say." The lips quirked slightly, but he stayed where I'd put him. He was obviously humoring me. "Yeah, keep thinking that, big boy," I thought, and got to work. I don't know where the idea came from. Maybe the hot green gaze that followed my every movement but couldn't actually touch me. Only it felt like a touch. I swear it had both weight and heat. And I suddenly thought, why not do the touching for him? So everywhere he looked, my hands followed. He caught on to the game fast. I guess there's not that many an incubus doesn't know, but it seemed that I'd picked one he liked, because his gaze fairly sizzled over my skin. Here a finger followed a collarbone, causing me to remember how he'd once traced it with his tongue. There a bead of sweat rolled down the valley of my sternum, only to get trapped by my navel as I undulated above him. Here I steadied myself with hands on his chest, stroking hard pecs and straining abs for a moment before removing them again, because I never said I couldn't touch. There I cupped my breasts, and Pritkin's eyes flashed purely black for a second. Ah, I thought so. He'd always liked my breasts, even when we were pretending to hate each other. I'd had to quit wearing a certain tank top, which was cut slightly lower and was slightly thinner than my other ones because he'd stopped interacting with me at all when I had it on. Other times he'd made comments I'd brushed off at the time, but seeing the heat in that gaze, I was pretty sure they'd been deliberate. Let's test a theory, I thought, and brushed my nipples playfully with my thumbs. He made a noise from somewhere lower than his chest that resonated through me, making me bite my lip. and tighten around him for a moment before remembering who was supposed to be in charge here. And then I did it again and again, until I was straight up playing with them, until they were rosy pink and fully erect and I was pulling sound after sound out of him, until he was trying to come off the bed and I was having to grind my knees down to keep him in place, until the game had turned into something else entirely. I stared down at him, quietly amazed by the look in his eyes, the one I'd never thought I'd see. The naked hunger, the raw desire, and something else that made my stomach twist and my heart clench, and my body flash hot and liquid and strangely bold. I finished off with a butterfly brush of fingertips, like lips on my skin, down, down, down to where our bodies met and merged. But I wasn't watching me. I was watching him. And the fascinating way his eyes got darker and darker, until I wasn't sure if they were deep jade or pure black. They stared at me as if he wasn't sure he knew me anymore, and maybe he was right. I felt different, bolder, exhilarated, a little crazy. Maybe because I was moving easily now, riding him hard, sending pulses of pleasure through me and ringing out more of those sounds he kept making. It was like the reverse of the touching game, like he was vocalizing for me. A shudder tore through me, but came out of his lips. A pulse of pleasure almost threw me off my rhythm, and he groaned in sympathy. My breath started coming faster, shallower, but he was the one panting. A girl could get addicted to this, I thought dizzily.
"Cassie,"
he finally gasped. I tossed my hair saucily and didn't answer.
"Cassie."
It had been pleading a moment ago. Now it was an order. I grinned. Too bad I don't take orders.
"Cassie."
It was desperate, hoarse and strained, and cords were standing out on the heavily muscled arms, as if he was having to grip the bed to stay still. "1 more minute," I told him, and watched him shiver. And defy me, although I'm not sure he knew it. The eyes were a little crazed, and he'd started bucking up to meet me, making me feel like I was an actual cowgirl, riding a barely controlled beast. A big one, with rough hands that freed themselves and then slid up my sides to grip bouncing softness, gently at first, and then hard enough to bruise, although I was past caring. Way past. All I needed was a hat to wave around, I thought, feeling a strange urge to laugh. Until I looked down at Pritkin's face. He'd been laughing too a few moments ago, or as close to it as he ever got, joking and playful, almost like the boy he'd once been. But now, there was something leaking through the cracks, something he couldn't seem to control, something raw and real and... I didn't know. I wanted to see more of that look, wanted to see how far it went, wanted to know what he might be hiding in there. I wanted to see that perfect stoicism ruined and smoking on the ground. I wanted to see him laid bare as I had been when I sobbed in his arms, not to hurt him, but to heal. Because whatever I had pent up inside me, Pritkin had far, far more. But this wasn't the time. Today wasn't about reliving trauma, even to ease it. Today wasn't about lessons to be learned or trials to be overcome. Today was about rediscovering pleasure, about ending a century-old fast, about the end of a very long road. Today was about love. "Now," I said softly, bending over him, and was on my back before I could blink, momentarily breathless from a move he made that shot sparks straight up my spine. A purely wicked face looked down at me, flushed and panting and sweaty and strained, but wearing the tiniest of evil grins. Uh-oh, I thought. And uh-oh it was, because oh, how he made me pay. He proved really freaking fast that he understood how to play this game better than I did. Way better. Oh God, so much better. Every time my body started to shiver, every time I began to gasp with every stroke, every time I felt myself tightening helplessly around him, oh God, so good, oh God. The bastard eased off. Just as he knew how to drive me crazy, he knew how to make me wait for it, beg for it, demand it with flashing eyes and snarled speech, while he denied me again and again, until I couldn't think at all, except for oh, and ah, and help, and please, until I was grabbing the bedsheets, gripping them in knotted fists and thrashing and squirming and trying to hold on, because Pritkin hadn't lied. He liked it rough. And so did I, judging from the way my body bucked and flailed and gripped and hung on. And then practically convulsed when he finally whispered, "Now." I came screaming and crying and laughing and cursing. I came so hard I almost passed out. I came with his name on my lips and his body spilling into mine, his own cry of mingled pain and bliss and strange catharsis echoing my own. Totally wasted in the core, I thought, clinging to him when he finally collapsed on top of me, panting and sweaty and tired and limp. And asleep, I realized a moment later, hearing a gentle snore against my neck. I wore him out, I thought proudly, clutching him against me. I completely wore him out. I was totally going to buy a hat, I decided, and slipped back into sleep. Chapter 22. Wub, wub, wub. I frowned and stirred in my sleep. Wub, wub, wub. Damn it. I hated having an apartment right over top of a laundromat. The machines could shake the walls and wake the dead, especially on Saturday morning when everybody and their dog decided to wub, wub, wub. That wasn't a washing machine, I thought blearily, and then someone was yelling, "Cassie, shift!" I came awake instantly, because that was Pritkin's oh shit voice, and he didn't use it lightly. I opened my eyes to the red and black swirl of a hellmouth at the foot of the bed, and a crowd of huge metallic creatures flooding into the room. Alleux, I thought, recognizing the demon high council's hideous guards. Pritkin was fighting them, and doing a damned good job considering that he was naked and his potion belt was nowhere to be seen. But one of the Alleux went flying anyway, virtue of a roundhouse kick, back into the portal behind him. And backup was already pounding on the door. Not the door to the hallway, as might have been expected, but the closet door, because Pritkin's weapons didn't need a hand on the trigger to be deadly. But they did need a hand on the door, or at least the doorknob, in order to get out, and they didn't have one. So they shot their way out, in a hail of bullets that were absorbed by Pritkin's shields, but that blew various-sized holes in two more of the creatures. Not that it mattered. The Alleux were spirits in armor-like suits to give their attacks more oomph, I supposed, or maybe just to be more intimidating, which worked really well since they looked like a cross between Cylons and Iron Man, with huge burnished bronze bodies that didn't feel pain, because they were basically tanks that the spirits inside drove around in, and drove over people who pissed off the Demon Council. Not to mention that even the Cylons had eyes, but the Alleux didn't. Just blank bronze faceplates that lacked even the outlines of features the Alleux didn't need, since they used demon senses to get around. Like they couldn't be harmed by the bullets tearing through them, although they could be inconvenienced by having their metallic skins destroyed. Which was happening everywhere now, because Pritkin's arsenal was speeding into the room, but also because, "Pritkin!" I yelled. "They're not fighting back!" He looked up from literally ripping the head off an Alu, but I don't think he heard me. He just knew that I'd called out, and he launched himself at me and was almost taken out by his own weapons, because instead of helping him, the majority had sped through the line of the creatures to create a floating barrier in front of the bed. One I didn't need, because the only person going ham right now was my defender. The Alu were just standing there, or what remained of them, since Pritkin had managed to dispose of 3 and his weapons had taken out 3 more, but that still left a good half-dozen just hanging around, looking so out of place in a Vegas hotel room that it hurt my brain. Like the idea that this was starting all over again. "You're not taking him," I told them flatly. The metallic mountains didn't move. "What do you want?" Pritkin snarled, finally understanding that the ones he hadn't attacked weren't fighting him. And finally, that got a response. A bunch of spears raised, not to attack, but to point. And I suddenly realized that maybe they weren't there for Pritkin after all. Because they were pointing at me. And that didn't go down well. Not with me so much, since I was still trying to figure out what I'd done to piss off the Demon Council. But with Pritkin, who had already been looking surprisingly feral, and not at all like the super-controlled man I knew. Of course, the nudity had something to do with that, with the hard-muscled body bare and reflected a bunch of times in the Alu's shiny suits. But it had more to do with the expression in the wild green eyes, which appeared even brighter than usual, and the vicious look on his face, and the way he jumped one of the Alu with a roar. I'd stood up in order to see over the floating weapons, but now I sat back down, feeling more than a little nonplussed. And then I lay down abruptly when a bunch of small bottles came speeding through the air by my nose. It looked like Pritkin had been brewing potions in the bathroom again, judging by the army flying out of the partly open door as if on a mission, said mission being to melt a bunch of demons' faces off. Pritkin still had a workout disposing of the rest of them, because they seemed insistent on not leaving without me. He was just as clear on the idea that they would, and he was winning, which was a surprise because the Demon Council's guards weren't lightweights. Of course, neither was Pritkin, but the numbers were against him, and most of his arsenal was still protecting me. Not to mention that the guards, once their metallic suits failed, were perfectly capable of attacking in their spirit forms, which had me trying to crawl under the floating arsenal to shift us both out of there and tell the council to go hang itself. But a gun butt kept bumping my nose, and when I didn't take the hint, a couple others, along with the hilts of 6 floating knives, combined into a wedge to poke me back into place. I stared at them, nonplussed again, and then angry. I didn't need the help, damn it. But Pritkin did. A spirit had just leapt out of a bullet-riddled suit and twined itself around his forearm, getting metaphysical fangs in and attempting to drain him. I stood back up on the bed, trying to get a clear view to shift him out, only to see his eyes suddenly flash super bright, almost like they were glowing. And for him to flick the incorporeal mass into the portal like an annoying insect. Okay, I thought, a little stunned. That was new. I stood there for a second, watching what looked like a street brawl between the Hulk and a bunch of Keystone cops. Only they weren't. They were 10-foot-tall, burnished bronze, demon-possessed suits of armor that he was obliterating. And then I started looking for my bathrobe, because I'd learned a few things about demons, like the fact that he wasn't the only stubborn one. And sure enough, he'd no sooner tossed the last guard down the portal's gullet than they were back, only this time it wasn't a dozen or even 2. It was a whole damned army, and Pritkin was yelling at me to shift away, and I was now trying to locate his jeans, because I'd found my robe, but he never put anything away properly, damn it. I finally grabbed a pair right before something grabbed me, and a moment later, I was standing in hell. There was asphalt under my feet and a streetlight nearby, so I was pretty sure that this was the realm known as the Shadowland. But honestly, I couldn't have guessed otherwise. For the first time ever, it actually looked like the conventional version of hell. Because it was on fire. The streetlight was burning, the asphalt was threatening to melt under my feet, and a nearby building was writhing in the middle of a conflagration, literally. It looked tortured and off-center, and had strange bulges poking out here and there. Even worse, it couldn't decide what it wanted to be. For a second there, just after the portal coughed us up, it was a stately Victorian, the brickwork a little grimy from coal dust, but the front stoop newly painted and pristine. Then I blinked, and it was a modern skyscraper, maybe 20 stories tall, with the flames that were eating up one side reflected in acres worth of glass. And a moment after that, it was a beautiful old Spanish mission with a bell that was clang, clang, clanging out a distress call, because its tower was going up in flames. This was not normal, even for hell, especially this little hell. The Shadowland was the demon realm that the other demon worlds used as a meeting place, market, and neutral zone for resolving disputes that had gotten out of hand. That's why the Demon Council met here, where violence was supposed to be outlawed, and why it regularly received a steady stream of visitors from all over. To accommodate the many different races, each of which had their own idea of what constituted comfortable surroundings, the city had long ago devised a spell that took images out of its visitors' minds to project over whatever constituted reality around here. They didn't bother with the area beyond the city, which just looked like a twilight desert with long blue shadows even at midday, hence the name, and a lot of rocks. But the city itself? Well, it looked like whatever you wanted it to. Except for tonight, I thought, watching the fiery building change once again. Only this time, it didn't resemble much of anything. Or maybe I should say it resembled everything. A Chinese upturned roof poked out over a sweet old southern porch meant for moonlight and magnolias. A rustic log cabin was perched on top of that, with what looked like dung mortar peeking out from between newly stripped logs, and a precarious third story of Georgian red bricks teetered over it all, while beautiful Middle Eastern tile kept breaking out in patches, here and there, like the house had a rash. A second later, the flames spread across the roof, and the building really lost it, morphing faster than I could blink into things I was pretty sure hadn't come out of my brain, since it couldn't even comprehend most of them. And then it started shaking. "Get down!" Pritkin yelled, knocking me to the ground and covering me with his body. But that wasn't necessary. The guards made a shaking motion with their arms all at once, and formed a wall from the huge shields that popped out of their armor, which must have been 12 feet tall. We needed every inch of them. A second later, the house exploded, sending a powerful rush of magic and strange fiery sludge shooting over us, hard enough to knock some of the guards off their feet. But the ones in front of us held the line, the bottoms of their shields buried in asphalt, which was now cobblestones, I noticed, since my nose was all of an inch away from them, while their bodies braced above. I stared up at the lines of fire painted on the bronze armor the Alu wore, and finally realized that they weren't there to hurt us. They were there to protect us, because it looked like the whole city was going up. Buildings were writhing and morphing on every side. The usually twilight sky was burning with a reddish haze, and the spell that covered this place was getting rents in it, allowing me to glimpse mind-altering things beyond it. Meanwhile, the guards were straightening up again, ripping their shields out of the ground and hedging us around. And as soon as we scrambled back to our feet, starting a quick march forward. "Here," Pritkin told me, handing me a pair of boots. His boots. Or at least they were the same big black combat variety he often wore. "You grabbed boots?" I asked, hurrying along, and wondering how I was supposed to get them on. "Always protect your feet." "And other things?" I asked, because other things were hanging out right now.
Priorities. If you can't move, you can't fight.
Well, you'll fight better in these, I said and handed over the jeans. He pulled them on, then took back the boots and put on those too, because no amount of tight lacing was going to keep them on my feet. And then he picked me and my fluffy bathrobe up because the street ahead was actually smoking. But the area to either side was even worse, so we soldiered on, all but blind once we descended from the hill we'd appeared on into a valley where the guards' huge bodies blocked most of the view. But I didn't feel like complaining because they blocked other things as well, including a vending machine that came running down the street screaming. The spell was definitely getting screwy and assigning completely wrong images to things. Normally, the other people here looked like the somewhat harried city types you could see anywhere from New York to Bangkok. That wasn't true in all cases. There were things the spell didn't seem to work on, or that maybe my seer's eyes occasionally saw through. But for the most part, the denizens of the Shadowland looked like regular Joes, just as I was pretty sure I looked like whatever bug-eyed, tentacle-draped, horn-wearing thing they considered everyday and boring. But not now. Now the spell was losing it and was just slapping any old images onto the backdrop, like it was pulling stuff randomly from my mind but couldn't be bothered to make sure that it fit or not. Hence the flailing snack machine, and the potted people outside the entrance to a building, waving back and forth in the breeze off the fires with creepy fixed smiles on their faces, and the bicycle and taxicab, the latter full of what looked like looted merchandise, throwing down in the middle of the street. I also saw a sapling just uproot itself and walk off, apparently getting tired of the bullshit, and found myself in full solidarity with the tree. What the literal hell was going on?
Some kind of attack, Pritkin said when I asked, although I can't imagine who would be this foolish. The entire council will come down on whoever broke the peace.
Wouldn't want to be him, I said, gazing around. Pritkin started looking worried for some reason.
You haven't been up to anything while I was away? He asked.
What does that mean?
He shot me a look. You know perfectly well what it means. Marco informed me that you went shopping yesterday and then to a meeting with the Senate.
More or less. Now I was starting to get worried, too.
Well,
what?
Did anything unusual happen on either of those two occasions?
Define unusual. Pritkin's frown tipped over into a scowl, but he didn't get a chance to reply because we were being quick-marched into a familiar building. I don't know what the Demon Council's meeting hall actually looked like, but my mind had assigned it the facade of a drab, slightly shabby-looking hotel with the most boring lobby imaginable, and thankfully it was still as boring as ever, because whatever was happening outside hadn't made it this far. The beige carpet that met my bare toes when Pritkin sat me down was still beige and still in need of cleaning. The potted plants were still just plants, ones that looked like they'd seen better days. The reception desk was still a cheap wood laminate that had a few chips in the surface, and a fat little demon on the other side who looked relieved to see us. He waved us on back. Only back to where, I wasn't sure. The only place I knew in here was through the big double doors opposite the entrance, which led down a hall to the dark amphitheater where the council met. But I didn't put up a fuss, because anything was better than hanging around the lobby. I looked at Pritkin, who was staring up at a spot near the doors, which looked as nondescript as everything else. It wasn't. It was where he'd fallen, the spot where he'd been cursed, the place where he'd died. The demon spell that had sent his soul careening back through time and me on my epic journey to try to save him had all started here. Right here. I took Pritkin's hand and squeezed it. You all right? He didn't say anything for a moment, just stared at the spot some more. And then he nodded, a quick up and down movement of the chin that said as loud as anything that no, he was not all right. But I didn't know what to do about it, except to keep hold of his hand as we were guided down a hall. It was on the opposite side of the lobby from the one that held the bathrooms and the ratty old sofa where Caleb, Casanova, and I had sat while Pritkin's trial went on. As bad as this was, it was better than having to sit around for hours waiting on what we all knew was a kangaroo court. The council hadn't wanted justice. They'd wanted him dead, although I'd never understood why. Yes, he was powerful, and that had been before his incubus abilities came back online, so to speak. Based on what I'd just seen, I'd say he'd gotten an upgrade, but even so, he was one man. It didn't make sense to me that a council of super-powerful ancient beings would be so concerned over the fate of any single individual, especially one who hated the Hells and never came here anyway, when they presumably had legions of soldiers under their command. But they had been, and they'd killed him. And even though they'd reconsidered later, when they decided it might be useful to have a friendly Pythia on their side and had given me the counterspell, I still wasn't okay with it. We needed them for the war, so I was playing nice, but that did not remotely mean I was okay. They had better hope this is about me, I thought, as we turned into a small office. Because if they decided to go after Pritkin again, whatever had happened outside would be the least of their worries. And then the heavy door snicked closed behind us. Chapter 23. The man who rose to meet us was not any more prepossessing than his office, which matched the rest of the hotel. There was a desk that looked like it ought to be in a high school classroom facing a couple of hard wooden chairs. There were carpet tiles on the floor under my feet, the industrial kind with no padding, one of which was missing and showing a patch of plain concrete subfloor, and strangely, there was an aquarium. Small and dingy, bubbling against one wall, complete with a small scuba diver in an old-fashioned wetsuit, endlessly waving. And then there was Adra. Adra, a.k.a. Adramelech, was a trans-dimensional being of immense power and, presumably, wealth. Yet his go-to disguise was a discount glamoury that looked like it had been picked up at the magical equivalent of a convenience store, crammed in between the 5-hour energy potions and the Slim Jims. It was not exactly high-end, is what I'm saying. It left him looking like he belonged with the desk, a slightly portly middle-aged high school teacher with a pleasant round face that managed to be slightly creepy because of its complete lack of identifying features. Most people have something at least slightly unusual about them. Acne scars, buck teeth, a bump on their nose, freckled lips, something. But not Adra. He'd tried out a few accessories in the past to dress up the face, like a kid with a Mr. Potato Head doll, a cleft chin, a mustache, some truly scary bushy eyebrows, but none of them had really helped. And I guess he'd been too busy to bother today, because this version had perfectly smooth baby skin, pale, almost colorless eyes, completely average features, and short blonde hair cut in the most boring style possible. A police sketch artist would have had a fit. I, for one, was grateful for the normalcy, and then when Pritkin almost squeezed my hand in two, I realized that this wasn't really normal at all. Because that spot outside? Yeah, that wasn't nearly as big of a deal as suddenly coming face to face with his murderer. Because guess who had thrown that damned spell? But if Adra felt awkward, he didn't show it. Mage Pritkin, kind of you to come along as the Pythia's pitbull? Partner, I said sharply, and sat down without being asked. Pritkin took the other chair, and thankfully the aggressive energy he'd shown with the Alu was no longer in evidence, and neither was anything else. The vibrant man I'd been with all night was shut down and closed off, with only the single vein beating at his temple giving any indication of his feelings. 'Cause, yeah, he had always hated this place, and I assumed even more now. but he'd come with me nonetheless. I promised myself to make it up to him, and looked at Adra. "You wanted something?"
"Indeed, yes,"
he said simply, and casually lit a cigarette. Most of the demons I knew smoked. I wasn't sure why. Pritkin always said it was because it reminded them of home, all smoke and brimstone, but I'd learned not to listen to Pritkin about the hells. My current theory was that the smoke helped to obscure less than perfect glamories, and the actions of fishing out a cigarette, lighting and then smoking it, gave them a set rota of things to do with their hands. That was helpful, because some of them who visited Earth didn't have the usual number, or understand what passed for normal human motions. Smoking gave them an out. Or at least it used to. "That's going out of style," I told him, to give Pritkin a minute. "People don't smoke so much anymore." Adra sighed in what sounded like annoyance.
"Humans live on fast forward," he told me. "It's quite distressing."
"Is it?"
"Terribly. I adopt a habit to help me fit in, and the next time I visit, it's doing precisely the opposite. Snuff, you know."
"Snuff?"
He nodded solemnly. "Your people used to have these pretty little jeweled or carved boxes. I had one of elephant ivory at the European courts. All the nobility carried them, even the women. They went around sniffing and sneezing all day long."
His nose twitched, and something about the combo of the round face and the wide eyes and the rapidly twitching nose reminded me of a rabbit. It made me want to laugh in spite of everything. I wondered if that had been the point.
"But the next time I visited," he continued, "just a few 100 years later, and took out my box, everyone looked at me as if I was mad."
"It must be frustrating," I said, "because what do you say to that?"
"You have no idea. And now you tell me that these," he regarded his cigarette sadly, "are on their way out too?"
"They're bad for your health," I said, and received an eye roll in return.
"As if humans ever cared about that."
He put it out in an ashtray he conjured up, at least I was pretty sure that it hadn't been there a second ago, and looked at me pleasantly.
"I was wondering if perhaps there was a reason you sicked an ancient horror on us."
I blinked at him for a second, having been caught off guard by the question, which had been asked in the same genial tone as everything else.
"What?"
He regarded me for a moment, and then he nodded.
"As I thought. You didn't know."
"Know what?"
"That yesterday morning you shifted an ancient demon into the Shadowland right in the middle of the marketplace."
"What?" Pritkin said, suddenly coming back to life. Adra stopped and considered.
"What was the marketplace?" he amended. "As you may have noticed, the damn thing destroyed most of it."
I looked back and forth between the two men, feeling seriously confused. "Adra, I don't know what you're—" And then I did. It said something for the way my life worked lately that I'd actually forgotten all about that. "Oh, shit."
"Yes," he agreed. "That's what we said, among other things." "And how do you know Cassie had anything to do with this?"
Pritkin asked harshly.
"Ah, yes, that's right, isn't it?" Adra asked him. "Unlike most heirs apparent, you never bothered to attend the meetings."
"Adra," I said, but he held up a hand.
"There are safeguards to protect the city. They were needed in the dark times and were never dismantled afterward due to the number of delicate issues regularly discussed here. Among other things, they do not allow one of the great dangers to simply transition in."
He'd been looking at Pritkin, but now he glanced at me.
"At least, not without help."
"How—" I stopped and swallowed, feeling sick. I'd shifted away the creature at the Coven's version of Grand Central Station to protect the people there, without bothering to consider the ones here. I'd been attempting to help, but instead I'd just passed the buck. How many had paid for it? "Were there many casualties?" I asked, because I had to know.
"None, as far as I know."
"None? But how—"
"It was targeting merchandise, not people. The creature appears to have had a disagreement with the family who used to control this world long ago, before the council settled here. They also had a market, and it seemed to believe that if it destroyed enough of their wares, it would draw them out. However, the council was drawn out instead."
He lit another cigarette.
"It was an interesting fight."
I swallowed some more and decided I didn't feel well. Relief was warring with guilt, and they were both being put in overdrive by a rush of adrenaline. It was making me want to bolt out of my chair and pass out at the same time, and the combo was making me nauseous. I settled for sitting there miserably instead. "I'm really sorry," I said, because Adra was looking at me, and tried not to wince at how inadequate that sounded. But he shook his head.
"I am less concerned with apologies than with where you found it. We thought we had the ancient horrors safely locked away."
"In a book," I said, and told them about my shopping trip, which felt like 100 years ago now.
"A fae released it?" Adra asked when I'd finished. "You are sure?"
"Pretty sure," I said, remembering the merperson's otherworldly appearance. He'd been amazing, mesmerizing, like he'd been formed out of the water itself, as if the currents had decided to sculpt something, but couldn't decide whether to make a man or a fish. He'd been beautiful, in a murderous sort of way. And didn't that just sum up fairy perfectly? "Make that absolutely sure," I said, in case Adra didn't get sarcasm.
"This is troubling,"
he said, but his face didn't reflect it. It had fallen into the blank, almost dead look he got when he was too busy to remember to animate it. So instead of a bad glamoury, it looked like what it really was, a mask hiding a terribly old, terribly powerful, terribly intelligent being, who suddenly snapped out of it and smiled charmingly at me.
"Could I see this book?"
"You could if I hadn't left it behind," I admitted. "The Covens have it now, if they haven't destroyed it, which they might have. They don't like demons, and right now I'm not much more Hey," I said, because he'd reached out a hand only to have Pritkin jerk me away. He'd pulled me completely out of my chair before I realized what was happening, and got between me and Adra. And he didn't look so closed off now. He looked furious.
"You don't touch her."
"Ah," Adra said, studying him. Maybe because the green eyes were definitely glowing now. I'd thought that might have been a trick of the light back in his room, but in the dim little office there was no question. He suddenly looked like what he was, a powerful demon lord in his own right. One who was ready to throw down. I caught his arm because no, not again. We didn't need a replay of last time, and I was pretty sure that that's what we were about to have, because Pritkin might have gotten an upgrade, but Adra wasn't head of the Demon High Council for nothing. And this was his turf. Unlike us, he had plenty of backup. But Adra wasn't looking angry. If anything, he looked the opposite, with a strange little smile flirting with his face.
"Pitbull, indeed," he murmured, and then glanced at me. "With your permission, of course."
"Permission for what?"
"A different way to see."
He looked at Pritkin, who hadn't moved, and sighed.
"Sit down and stop acting like the maniac everyone believes you to be."
Pritkin did not sit down.
"I've been called worse than maniac through the years, but hurt her and find out how true it is."
Adra started to look annoyed.
If I wanted to hurt you, either of you, you would be hurt. If I wanted to kill you, you would be dead. I clearly want to talk, which we cannot do if we have nothing to talk about."
The not sitting down thing did not change. Adra sighed again.
"I am using the—"
he began, and then went on to utter a stream of syllables that made my inner ears want to turn inside out and crawl off somewhere. Preferably somewhere that wasn't using whatever language that was. It sounded the way the things I'd seen outside had looked, the ones I'd glimpsed behind the failing cloaking spell. My brain hadn't been able to handle them either, giving me a scrambled egg feeling up there, and this wasn't helping. I was about to ask him to stop when he finally did anyway.
"That is all?"
Pritkin demanded, having apparently been able to follow all that.
"You will swear to it?" "I assume you mean formally?"
And before I could ask what that meant, a series of what sounded like bells rang out, loud enough to make me jump. I just really want to go home now, I thought, clinging to Pritkin.
"He swore a formal oath. He can't hurt you,"
Pritkin told me.
"He will be using an ancient spell to allow us to see what you saw. If you agree."
I nodded. I wanted to get this over with. We all sat back down. Adra reached over the desk again to hover a finger above my right temple.
"Concentrate on this book," he told me. "See it clearly in your mind."
And the next thing I knew, there it was, sitting in the middle of the desk, as perfect as when I first saw it, the black cover shining in the low lighting. Only that wasn't right, was it? There should be 6 or 7 large ruptures, I thought, jumping a little as they suddenly appeared in the surface, almost before I'd finished the thought. They exploded out of the leather like someone had shot it, only they weren't from a gun. Damage from the Fae's spear, I realized. Man, he'd really done a number on it. And then the cover grew swimmy and faint, almost blurry.
"Concentrate," Adra told me. "See it as you first did, when it was whole."
I tried. I really did. But I hadn't been paying much attention. I hadn't been interested in the book, but in what it contained. Which was nothing, I realized, as Adra began flipping through the pages, all of which were blank.
"You didn't open it, I take it?"
he asked. No, I mean I saw inside the front cover, but I wasn't paying attention, which was probably why, although the first page had color and some faint lines on it, none of them were readable. Adra closed the cover again and looked at it instead. It was beautiful in a gothy, I am probably evil sort of way, a little scuffed up, and one of the buckles on the straps was missing. But there was about an acre of beautifully tooled black leather, a ring of shiny black jewels, each as big as my thumb, and the other straps, all of which were undone at the moment, I guess because that was how I first saw them. There was also a title in faded gold, but I couldn't read it either. Every time I tried, it writhed and morphed, showing different things that might be letters, although not in English, or sometimes just squiggles that weren't letters at all. I tried to focus, to recall whatever it had been, but I couldn't. The words simply hadn't registered.
"It's all right," Adra said. "You've done well."
Funny, it didn't feel that way. And what was so important that it needed an ancient horror to guard it anyway? And how had somebody trapped one of them? From what I understood, even the demons themselves were scared of those things. I thought the ancient horrors were super powerful old demons that scared the bejesus out of everybody, so you locked them all away, I said.
"That is a strangely accurate assessment," Adra agreed, smiling slightly.
Then how could one have been in there? The shop owner... I stopped, because evil Santa had just materialized too, along with his oily smile and beringed hands. I hadn't realized I'd even noticed those. It was like my brain was more observant than I was. Adra sized the man up, and then he waved a hand and the weird little guy dissipated like smoke.
"My people shall see him presently,"
he said, after they have spoken with these witches of yours.
The shop owner, I continued stubbornly, said that the ancient horror was imprisoned by some mage in order to secure the book, to create an unbreakable lock or a cipher that nobody could decrypt. Adra nodded. But how could a human mage have done something like that?
They trap our people occasionally for such uses, or to create golems,
he murmured, his hands ghosting over the surface of the book. It felt solid and real under my fingertips when I dared to touch it, too, just at the edge. But like this morning, I didn't get anything from it. Maybe I would have if the cover had been opened, but with the lock spell in place, I'd felt nothing. And it didn't seem to be doing much for Adra either. But they don't trap ancient horrors, I pointed out. The amount of power it would take to do something like that. I stopped, because I didn't know, but I didn't think it was something the average mage would have lying around.
Magic is about knowledge as much as power. It may be that the mage knew something that our friend from the market did not.
He looked at Pritkin.
And that I do not.
He didn't ask for help, but he didn't have to. Pritkin was already bent over the desk, examining the book, his legendary curiosity getting the better even of his suspicious nature. A finger traced the intricate designs in the cover.
This is fey work, he told me, but old. It's not in any of the styles currently in use by the major houses, but you can see bits of them here and there, such as the shape of this leaf, like those on the Alrestri royal seal, or that curlicue, like one the Sforestri use on their elite armor. And that flourish was designed after the shape of the Irental, one of the main rivers that flows through the south. It's the one House Varys has above there. But it is fey, Adra broke in. You are sure? Pritkin looked up. Yes, I don't need a title to tell me that. No, you wouldn't, would you?
So maybe that was why a fey could break it? I asked, because the two men were sparking off of each other again. Pritkin looked back at me and nodded.
And these stones, they are in the form of a fairy ring, a common pattern used to build a ward around an area to keep something inside safe, or, in this case, to trap it.
I frowned. So the mage knew fey magic.
Or was fey himself.
But why would that matter?
Magic is about knowledge, Cassie, he said, repeating Adra's words. Knowledge that the ancient horror didn't have.
Yes, but
think of it like a Chinese finger trap. You've seen them before? They're common as party favors.
The kind you stick your fingers in the ends of and then can't pull them out?
He nodded. You are far more powerful than the trap, which is usually made of flimsy bamboo. But unless you know the secret, to push inward instead of the natural instinct to pull your fingers apart, it can hold you for a very long time.
Then you're saying the demon was tricked?
Not precisely. I can't imagine a scenario in which a mage, any mage, summoned an ancient horror on purpose. Even if he was mad enough to try, most of their names have been lost to time. More likely, he called it up by accident. A syllable off, you know, Adra agreed, taking some snuff. It happened to me once.
A mage summoned you by accident? I said.
He nodded. Well, I assume it was by accident. He seemed quite surprised.
He sneezed prettily.
For a moment.
I didn't ask him to elaborate.
But the mage in this case was lucky, Pritkin continued. The monster he summoned had no familiarity with the kind of magic he was using.
Adra ignored the implied insult, maybe because Pritkin had actually helped out, and sat back in his chair. He looked thoughtful.
The ancient horrors were imprisoned millennia ago, in some cases before we encountered the Fae, and thus know little about them. This one doubtless tried to escape using every means at his disposal, ones that would have worked easily against human or demonic magic, but which left the Fae spells untouched. We sat in silence for a minute, thinking, or at least I was, about the awfulness of being trapped for so long, when he had the power to escape all the time. He just hadn't known it. And then I thought of something else. I wonder if that's what happened to the other one.
Chapter 24. I shifted back into my suite at Dante's an hour later, walked out onto my balcony, stripped off my robe, and face-planted onto my nice, soft chaise. I just stayed there for a while, breathing and feeling the sun sink into my skin. I needed to get up and get some sunscreen or I was going to burn. But right then, I didn't care. Right then, I had bigger things to worry about. Pritkin looked at me and then he licked his lips. What? He stopped for a moment and the vein was back. I noticed pounding away at his temple. He tried again. What other one? I said. The one she helped to slaughter yesterday at the consul's home, Adra said helpfully, because I guess there wasn't much he didn't know. Pritkin looked at me some more. I didn't know it was an ancient horror, I told him. I don't even know it now. Oh, it was, Adra put in helpfully as the book disappeared. And in its place? God damn, it was ugly. I'd been so terrified that I hadn't had a chance to fully take it in before, but it really was a horror. Half of its head seemed to be razor-sharp teeth, like some anime villain come to life. And the slitted eyes, slitted nostrils, and misshapen bony claws didn't help. You fought that? Pritkin asked, staring at the model Adra had conjured up. I was just glad the creature didn't have anything beside it to show scale. It was bad enough as it was. If he saw it next to a person. Like that, I thought, as a tiny man appeared, looking around the desk in confusion, before stopping like somebody in a horror flick and slowly looking up, right before being impaled on one of those huge claws. Well, shit. Kululu! Somebody screamed, accompanied by a lot of splashing. Kululu! Kululu! I jumped and looked over at the aquarium, only to see that the water was sloshing over the sides, and tiny scuba guy had gotten a friend. I couldn't tell much about it, just that it looked small and dark, more like an eel than a fish. But it didn't matter. I'd heard that voice before. He was in the dead vamp's head, I said, and Adra nodded. Yes, and is one of the reasons you are not currently facing the council. He credits you with his survival. What dead vamp? Pritkin interrupted, still staring at the thing on the desk. The one whose head she invaded to retrieve the ancient horror, so that she and the Senate could kill it, Adra said placidly. Yeah, that had gone over well, like trying to explain that it wasn't such a terribly dangerous ancient horror, really. While the damned model was busily devouring its kill, Pritkin had been, well, let's just say that his temper seemed to have gotten an upgrade, too. Ow! In the course of one fucking day. Did you meet up with two ancient horrors? Adra finished for him. That is what I was going to ask. I don't know, I said, looking back and forth between the two. The book I found, well, it looked like there was a ghost in there and I couldn't just leave it. You could damned well just leave it, Pritkin snarled. I couldn't. I stared at him. The shopkeeper said the mage who had trapped it was dead,
It could have been stuck in there for—" Pritkin grabbed my shoulders. "And you could have been killed. If that damned thing hadn't decided to be grateful, it could have done to you what it did out there." He flung an arm in the direction of the burning city. "I was just trying to help." "And I'm just trying to keep you alive," he rasped. "But that's a little difficult when you insist on—" "I can take care of myself," I said heatedly, wishing I hadn't downplayed everything quite so much. Not that it should have mattered. He'd seen me take on worse things. "You've seen me take on worse things." "And I've seen you almost die to them. I can't—" Pritkin suddenly pulled me out of my chair and up against him. My face was mushed flat against his chest. His hand was on my head and gripping really hard, and overall, it was just seriously uncomfortable. But I didn't pull away, because he was shaking. He was actually really upset. "I'm okay," I said, my voice muffled. "I'm all right." "And you're damned well going to stay that way." I pulled back enough to look at him. "What does that mean?" "It means you're Pythia, not a damned foot soldier. You shouldn't have even been there, battling that thing." "If she hadn't been, the Senate would have lost," Adra said mildly. "Stay out of this," Pritkin hissed, and Adra raised a brow. He used to have trouble with that. He must be getting better with the glamoury, I thought, before Pritkin started shaking me. "Listen to me. These insane risks you've been taking have to stop. Do you understand?" My forehead wrinkled because it wasn't like I had asked for any of this. "We're at war." "This wasn't about the war, any more than risking your neck to save me was." I stared at him. "That wasn't about the war? Did you somehow miss the huge freaking god—" "Who you didn't know would be there when you went after me. You had no business going after me." "I beg your pardon?" "Like you had no business doing what you did today. Leave dangerous magical artifacts alone. Let the damned vampires fight their own battles. None of that is your job." "I'm Pythia." "Yes, you are. And did you see Lady Femino running about taking on monsters? She stayed in her goddamned court." And that was about the time I got pissed, because Pritkin didn't know Lady Femino. He'd met her and clearly had respect for her, but he didn't know her, any more than Rhea had seemed to. Agnes didn't stay home and knit or whatever the hell they thought she was doing with her time. She was a warrior. They all were. All those crazy, quirky, powerful Pythias I'd recently met, ironically enough on the search for Pritkin, but he didn't know that. He didn't know them, any more than the rest of the circle did. They saw the parties and the receptions, the formalities and the audiences, maybe even some of the training, but they didn't see what really went on, because Agnes had usually left her guards behind when she shifted, and I was betting the others had done the same. That was probably why the corpsmen thought she was in her court so much. She wasn't. She just didn't want them causing even more trouble by shooting up the timeline. "Hey, girl, are you—" "Oops, sorry," Tammy said, coming in the door, and probably seeing the pale moons rising over the balcony. I raised my head. "It's okay. I needed some sun. You want to join me?" She brightened, and then her face fell. "I have to start dinner, and there's some laundry on, and the accounts have to be brought up to date." "Serve leftovers. The hotel has a laundry, and tell Fred to do the books. That's what he used to be, an accountant." "Is that what he told you?" She laughed. "He can't even add in his head. He had to ask me what to tip the pizza guy the other day." "Well, maybe he was head of the accounting department or something." She shook her head in disbelief. "He still can't add." And then she left. I assumed to get a suit. I got up and put on a bikini, in case anybody else popped in. Fished out an old tube of sunscreen and slathered it on, and went back to slow roasting. The sun was better than a masseuse, and I gradually began to feel some of the stress of the day fall away, despite having no reason for it. Like, none at all. "The ancient horrors were locked away for thousands of years, and yet 2 show up in one day," Pritkin said, finally resuming his seat.
They do get loose from time to time, Adra conceded. However, 2 at once is cause for concern, particularly the second.
Kululu,
the creature in the fish tank cried. It seemed to be all it could say. What do we know about it? Pritkin asked, and Adra did the eyebrow thing again, probably because of the we, but he didn't comment. He sat back in his chair and steepled his fingers, as if he'd been watching old Sherlock Holmes movies. Only he had more of an air of Mycroft about him. Pudgy, unassuming, easily overlooked, but with a devastating intellect behind the facade. Not to mention that Mycroft didn't have who knew how many thousands of years of experience on his side. There is a legend, we were told, from long before even my time, and not only among the demons. Greek, Roman, Scandinavian, and Babylonian mythology all tell a similar tale. A group of elder gods and a group of younger ones fought a war for dominance, and the younger gods won. The Titans and the Olympians, Pritkin said. The blonde head inclined. In one version of the story, the Vanir and the Aesir would be another. In any case, during this titanic struggle, if you will, both sides attempted to gain an advantage. But there were only so many gods to go around. Where was one to find extra troops? The Fae, I said, because this was finally a question I could answer. There are stories that say that's how the Dark Fae came into being, the gods tinkering with Fae genetics. Yes, Adra agreed. Although not just with the Dark. The one who calls himself Caedmon, for instance, the king you fought alongside yesterday, is believed to be the result of a pairing between a Fae princess and one of the sky gods, although we have not been able to determine which one. I didn't say anything, but I was pretty sure I knew which one. Those streaks of lightning on the painting hadn't been artistic license. That was often their way, Adra continued. The gods scattered children everywhere, then took any who showed promise into their service while discarding the rest. Yeah, it was something the Fae had emulated, I thought, thinking of the part Fae children I'd seen in Old Wales on the search for Pritkin. Because the stories of changelings weren't just a myth. The Fae took human children, mostly girls, to use as breeding stock, since human fertility was legendary in their world, and because sometimes those half-Fae kids ended up inheriting their father's abilities and could be useful as frontline troops, to spare the full Fae children that their families actually valued. But those who took after their mothers, well, their fate was even worse. They had been tossed back onto Earth as rejects, so-called half-breeds who often looked like monsters to the human population, who shunned and, in some cases, hunted them. While even those who could pass for human never really fit in. Like Pritkin. And then it hit me. I suddenly realized that I'd never told him about his mother. It had been more than 2 weeks since I'd found out about her, and I hadn't told him. I'd meant to, but we never got any time alone anymore, and it wasn't something you brought up in front of a crowd. Of course, he knew part of the story already, that she had been a part Fae, part human woman who Rosier seduced, hoping for a child. Demon birth rates were even worse than those of the Fae, so he'd been trying to have a child with human women for a while. But the half-incubus fetuses had drained them all dry before they could give birth, resulting in the deaths of both mother and child. So he'd opted for a hybrid instead, hoping that Fae hardiness coupled with human fertility would finally be the winning combination. And he'd been right. What Pritkin hadn't known was his mother's name, or much about his true heritage. Rosier had carefully kept that from him, wanting his son in hell with him, not roaming about fairy. So Pritkin had only discovered her identity right before the last crazy battle against Ares, and I didn't know how well his memory was after that, and a mind wipe, and 1,500 years. But I'd actually met her, and, God, I had so much to tell him.
But Adra wasn't done. He did something that caused the bloody monster to disappear and to be replaced by a pretty Greek vase. It was black and orange and painted with a lounging woman on the side. She was pretty too, in a jaded, seen-it-all sort of way.
"This is the goddess Tethys, as she was known to the Greeks," he informed us. "She is shown here alongside her fish-tailed husband, Okeanos."
"Fish-tailed?" I asked worriedly.
And sure enough, as the vase rotated, here he came. I braced myself, but he looked more like a conventional image of a merman. Not the beautiful ethereal creatures I'd seen in the Coven's version of a train station, but also not the hideous, misshapen thing we'd fought at the consoles. Basically just a guy with a fish tail instead of legs. It was a serious relief. Adra nodded. "Our research indicates that Tethys was among the gods who believed that the path to victory was through sourcing additional troops from among the supposedly lesser species. We believe her to be directly responsible for the creation of the Mer people, who still live in Fairy, for instance."
"Like the one who opened my book?"
He nodded. "Exactly so. But her experiments there did not prove powerful enough for her needs, and the war was trending against the elder gods. She therefore chose to broaden her horizons."
I sat there waiting for the punchline, but it seemed that Pritkin already had it, because he was back on his feet again, his face furious.
"That's absurd."
Adra looked up at him blandly.
"Is it? The gods killed demonkind. They didn't. It's absurd."
"War makes strange bedfellows," Adra murmured. "Wait," I said, finally catching a clue. "She married a demon?"
"It would be more accurate to say that she experimented with a demon," Adra qualified. "With a number of them, in fact, although some exchange of genetic material does seem to have occurred."
He glanced at the tank, but the small creature was currently silent.
"She started with the Apkallu, like our friend over there, a race inhabiting one of our water worlds, but she did not end with them. Tethys was known as Tiamat to the Babylonians, who told stories of the many fearsome children she birthed."
The scene changed again, and now it showed a whole grouping of creatures, some so hideous that I could hardly bear to look at them.
11 children, from 4 different demonic races, each more powerful than the last," Adra said. "We believe that some of the other gods followed her example, although it is possible that the other ancient horrors could be children of the original 11.
Pritkin just stared at them, looking gobsmacked. Because, yeah, goddess plus anything equals demigod, didn't it? And goddess plus powerful demon lords, well, what the hell was that? I felt sick suddenly, and the room seemed to close in, until all I could see were Tiamat's little horrors on the table. "How many in all?" I finally asked, my lips numb. Adra looked up, the bland face as expressionless as always, like the voice when he said, "Hundreds."
"Look who I found," Tammy said, breaking into my thoughts.
"And look who we found," Safi and Vi said, pushing Rhea through the door. She was clutching her blouse as if she was afraid they'd rip it off her. I don't have a suit," she stammered, looking at me for rescue. She didn't find it. I was still back in that room, staring at a desk full of monsters, as evidenced by the chills flooding my arms, despite the sun's heat. I wasn't in any mood to rescue anybody. "I have one that ought to fit you, in the top drawer of the dresser," I told her. "See?" Safi said and went to locate it. It was just a plain red maillot, not a bikini, but Rio looked at it like it might have been a snake. "Go on," Safi said, giving her a little push toward the bathroom. "Go change." But the children are fine with the boys for a while," Tammy said. I already told them this is big girl time. But you need a suit, Rhea told Safi, and I don't mind if— Suit, Vi said, putting down the collapsed chaises she'd brought in with her and starting to strip off. Who the hell needs one of those? You'll just get tan lines. Okay, Safi said, smiling at Rhea's horrified expression. I mean, if you want to go commando. Rhea stared at her blankly for a second, and then snatched the suit and fled. Vi laughed. I'm too much woman for her. Safi grinned and slapped her ass. You're almost too much for me. They proceeded to lather up, and the smell of coconut butter drifted over the balcony. It smelled good. I turned over before my buns burned and put a hat over my face because I didn't need any more freckles. Of course, cutting out distractions was a mistake.
Hundreds. Pritkin was still on his feet. We have one demigod, in case you haven't noticed. The Fae also have one, if your information is accurate. Perhaps my math is faulty, but is that not 2? Against hundreds?
Oh, we have at least one more than that, Adra murmured, if the rumors are true. What rumors? I asked. Those that speak of Lady Nimue of the Fae. They say she also had a goddess for a mother. He had been tracing something on his desk blotter with a finger, but at that he looked up at me. I looked back, and suddenly everything made a lot more sense. I need to talk to Pritkin, I whispered, but Adra shook his head. I have need of him. For what? The eyebrow quirked again. What do you think? It could be mere coincidence that 2 of our ancient enemies return on the same day, and if they were both like the creature you released from that book, I would tend to think so. But this Kululu disturbs me. Why? Because he decided to attack the consuls? I said, wanting another answer. Any other answer. We'd barely overcome one of those things. What the hell were we supposed to do against hundreds? Maybe he had a grudge like the first one. Maybe he just got loose. Maybe. And maybe not. We must find out. He looked at Pritkin. If you will accompany me. And Pritkin nodded. I stared at him, an even more horrible feeling coming over me. What? This has nothing— You're not going anywhere. It makes sense, Cassie, Pritkin said, because apparently he was insane. How does this make sense? How does any of this— We must investigate. If there is even a chance that our enemies are attempting the same thing that the gods once did, and looking for extra troops among the demons. I stared from him to Adra, who was sitting there with that same little non-expression on his fake face. Then take someone else. Jonas won't believe someone else. That was Pritkin. He pulled me off a little way, like Mircea had in his office, and why people kept doing that I didn't know. I didn't need privacy. I was perfectly happy to say everything to Adra's face. Cassie, he said softly, try to understand. The Circle was not pleased about the bargain the Demon Council struck with the Senate. They fear that a demon-vampire force may give the vampires an advantage over them after the war is over. In fact, they are not pleased about working with the demons at all. Strange bedfellows, Adra repeated, not even trying to pretend he couldn't hear. Pritkin shot him a purely evil glance, and would never trust their word on something like this. Then he can take another war mage, someone Jonas will believe, such as anyone else. Anyone else would be virtually defenseless here. My magic works in the hells, theirs does not. Remember Caleb? And for a second there I did. I'd brought Caleb with me to rescue Pritkin from his father's court, and it had worked. Barely. Because as formidable of a mage as Caleb was, his magic had run out quickly in the hells, where his body could process no more. And even what he had brought with him had been muted, inefficient. And I didn't care. I threw out an arm at Adra. He just tried to kill you. He did kill you. And he gave you the counterspell, or I wouldn't be here now. Yes, and have you wondered why that is? I clung to his shoulders. They killed you in front of me, then decided, hey, you know what? Maybe we could use a Pythia in the war after all, and gave me a counterspell they didn't think I'd be able to use. They thought I wouldn't get you in time. Adra even said so. They used that particular spell because it was supposed to be foolproof, and now that I got you back anyway, Cassie, they've come up with a new way to kill you, somewhere far away, where I'll think it was an accident, only I won't, I said loudly, glaring at Adra. I won't! Cassie, Pritkin told me gently, I promise you, I will be fine. And that was just so typical of the man, so infuriatingly, glaringly typical that I couldn't. Words, all the torrent of words jumbling around in my head, couldn't seem to make it out of my mouth. I stood there, speechless for a moment, still staring at Adra, staring hard. He looked back for a moment, and then made a small gesture to the fat little demon who had come in without me even noticing. My assistant has some clothes and weapons for you, he told Pritkin. If you will follow him.
Chapter 25. You look like my mother, Rhea said softly. I'd gotten up to get myself a drink at the bar cart the guys had set up for me. Really? I don't think I look anything like her, I said absently, and took the glass Tammy held out to get her a refill. Tammy adjusted her shades and sighed. I could get used to this. You need to hire in some help, I told her. You're not a housekeeper. Half of what you've been doing around here isn't even your job. Yeah, but her cookies are bitchin', Vi said, grinning. I'm making snickerdoodles tonight, Tammy promised. I bow down. And then she did, actually genuflecting. I was glad to see them getting on so well. There'd been some tension when the Coven women first arrived, which had included Tammy draining the crap out of Vi and a war mage after the two started threatening each other. For a while there, I'd been worried that our little blended family was going to rip itself apart. Fortunately, the sole war mages currently on staff were Reggie, a.k.a. Jug-Ears, who was pretty laid back for the breed, and an old guy named Stimson who didn't live in and who mostly showed up once a week or so, probably to debrief Reggie. Meanwhile, the Coven girls, Safi, Vi, and a redhead named Fern, who was off for the weekend, appeared to have been won over by Tammy's cooking. That wasn't surprising. Even Fred couldn't find anything to complain about there, and was frequently seen going back for seconds. Yeah, but who else is going to do it? Tammy asked. The guys make more mess than the kids, and the hotel's staff. She shook her head in disgust. The old Pythian court must have had help, I pointed out. Sure, I tried them, but they all have families in Britain. They don't want to come out here. Maybe if we sweetened the deal? At least for the tutors and such? She rolled her eyes. I could see them past the shades. Cassie, their old house blew up. If the Circle hadn't been paranoid and refused to allow live-in staff, they'd have gone with it. A lot of them decided they could find safer positions elsewhere. Point. But we still needed more people. There were 24 little girls who had to be fed, played with, listened to, nursed when sick, and taught their ABCs. There was a vastly bigger suite that needed to be cleaned, and Tammy was right. The hotel's staff did the bare minimum, when the guys would even let them in here. Plus, I needed an appointment secretary like yesterday. If I didn't start seeing people soon, we were going to have them beating down the door. War or no war, we needed staff. There have to be people in Vegas, I said. There's a whole supernatural community out here, and with magic out of the picture. But that's just it, Tammy said. Magic's being rebuilt. They're mostly expecting to get their old jobs back, and the ones who aren't don't pass the Marco test. I know I'm going to regret this, but what's the Marco test? She sighed and lifted her braids off her neck, because it was hot, and then decided to twist them up into a bun. He used to do background checks for Mirtra before he got assigned here, and I don't mean just credit checks, but real PI-type stuff.
It was his job to make sure that anybody employed by the family was completely legit. I think he also checked on anyone the family was doing business with. But that's a good thing, right? She grinned ruefully. Sure, it's a good thing. Until it gets ramped up to an 11 on a 10-point scale 'cause he's not letting anybody suspicious near his girls. Got a traffic ticket when you were 16? Next. Ever late on a credit card bill? Later. Got a hangnail? I'll talk to him, I promised. She rolled her eyes again. Good luck. Oh my God, we've got tequila, Safi said. She'd been rooting through the small bar cart, and now she pulled out a bottle that had been hiding behind the rest. She took Tammy's beer glass, which I'd just filled up, away from me. Forget that, I'm making margaritas. I looked at Tammy, who grinned. I'm not turning down a margarita. Have both, I told her. Now there's an idea, Safi said. I'm going to be putting sugar in the meatloaf again, Tammy said obscurely. I decided not to ask and went over to the railing with my beer. I didn't want a margarita. I wanted not to think for a while. It didn't work. I whirled on Adra as soon as the door closed. If he dies, I assure you, that will not happen. There were times when I wished for Mircha's glibness of tongue, his pretty turn of phrase, his honeyed words. This wasn't one of them. Bullshit! You already tried to kill him once. And now you know why. I stared at him in disbelief. He isn't one of those things. Even if the rumors are true, Nimue was his great-grandmother. At most, he's a 16th god. And his father was a powerful demon lord of the type Tethys and her sort targeted. They were trying to make super soldiers. They didn't go after the weak. And with the Fey blood added in, then you admit it, I said, my body going cold. You think Rosier accidentally recreated the gods' experiments. You think... Accidentally? Adra's brows grew together. Yes, that is what he claimed. But he needed power to help him hold on to that rickety throne of his. He could have gone after any of the half-breeds in Wales, hundreds, perhaps thousands of them. Instead, he chose her. That's not Pritkin's fault. No, it wasn't, he agreed, surprising me. And killing the heir to one of the great thrones is no small thing, which is why we watched and waited until he killed one of us in a duel, showing his strength at a time when he was barely an infant to our eyes. Many wanted him dead then, and more agreed when he returned to the Hells, searching for his father, determined to take the life of yet another member of council. He paid for that! My voice was breathy, even a little squeaky. I didn't care. He was exiled, almost powerless for a century. Yes, he was exiled. To Earth, where he met the daughter of Artemis. His eyes met mine steadily, and I stared back, feeling like I'd just been turned into a block of ice. And suddenly, my harried, frantic, desperate thoughts slowed way down. Some part of me that I barely recognized, some more logical, unemotional part, took over, because if I got this wrong, I didn't think it would be a good idea to get this wrong. The very idea of a daughter of the great huntress, Adra continued, she who had hounded some of my people to near extinction, that was bad enough. But the thought of you with the scion of the incubi, whose abilities magnify power. We're not a threat to you, I said, almost eerily calm. Adra's sharp eyes narrowed. You can generate the energy of a god between you, but not hold on to it. It almost burned both of us up before I used it to help slay Ares. The gods could channel that kind of power multiple times in battle. We barely managed it once. We are not a threat. Perhaps, he murmured, the near-colorless eyes still narrowed and thoughtful. "Perhaps not. But I admit I acted rashly."
"Rashly?" I stared at him but didn't see him. I was seeing Pritkin instead, suspended in midair, the light of Adra's spell limning his body, his eyes shocked and pained and terrified. And then blank. Just blank as he crashed, lifeless, to the floor. And as suddenly as they'd gone, all of my emotions came flooding back. "You killed him!"
"And you brought him back. You are your mother's daughter, Cassie Palmer, but our ally. Your strength is now our strength. I would not deprive you of any part of that." He glanced at the door that Pritkin had just passed through. "Whatever form it may take."
"I hope not,"
I said viciously, foolishly. But at that moment I didn't care.
"I consider you an ally as well. I would hate to have to kill you."
He smiled faintly, but for the first time, it looked genuine.
"More like her every day."
"I wasn't talking about appearance,"
Rhea said, pulling me back to the present. I'd been staring sightlessly over the rail down to where the usual Vegas traffic was snarling the street. But at that, I turned to look at her. "What?"
"When I said that you reminded me of my mother, I didn't mean physically. But that look, the one that says you're carrying the weight of the world on your shoulders, I've seen it before and I—"
She stopped, biting her lip.
"If I can help—"
I hesitated, because Rhea had enough on her plate. But she was right. I didn't have anybody to talk to, not anyone who would get it. I had Pritkin back, but while he understood a lot of things, he didn't understand how it was to be Pythia, and I didn't know how to get through to him. He'd railed at me for taking chances, yet there he was, off in who knew what kind of black hell, with a creature who had killed him the last time they met, and that was somehow perfectly all right. I was supposed to be fine with that, because to Pritkin, his life didn't matter, only mine did, and that made me so furious that honestly, beer spurted everywhere, and I realized that I'd crushed the can. Crap.
"I'll get some napkins,"
Rhea said, and rushed off to fetch them. She got me another beer, too, bless her. I preferred bottles, but they didn't fit as nicely in the little fridge under the cart. Just as well. I'd have probably sliced my hand open. I cleaned up and we popped the tops and got to drinking. It had come as a surprise that Rhea could drink. I guess it was the British in her. Didn't they start them over there at 5 or 6 or something? She laughed when I asked, and a little beer might have come out of her nose.
"I think that's the Germans,"
she said, grinning.
"Oh, good to know."
We stood there with the sun on our faces for a while, and I slowly began to feel better. Not good. I wouldn't be good until Pritkin was back in one piece. But better. Which I guess was why I decided to unburden myself on poor Rhea, not the part about Pritkin. I couldn't afford for anyone to know about that, not after what had just happened at the consul's. He wasn't one of those terrible things, but the Senate was no more trusting than the council, so they could stay in the damn dark. It was none of their business anyway. But other things, maybe she would understand those. "It feels like nobody sees me," I blurted out. "Not like I really am."
"Sees you?"
I searched for words, because it was hard to explain. When I started this job, people mostly saw me as either evil or a complete idiot who was going to doom us all, when in reality, I was just bumbling around, trying to figure things out and not get killed. I didn't have any training. I didn't know anything about the Pythian court. Hell, for a while, I didn't even know there was one, not to mention that I'd landed in the middle of a war.
"You've done a brilliant job,"
Rhea told me fervently. Absolutely brilliant. I shook my head at her, because Rhea had a habit of only seeing the good in people. It was nice, but it wasn't true. Not this time. I haven't, though. I've made mistakes. A lot of them. But I guess I thought people would understand, that they'd realize it would take anyone time to find her feet. But instead, they saw what they wanted to see. Rhea frowned. They usually do. But that's just it. They still do. I thought that eventually everyone would figure out who they were working with and things would calm down a little. And in some ways, I guess they have. The Circle's old leadership was trying to kill me, while Jonas has just been trying to manipulate the shit out of. I caught myself, but not soon enough. I'm sorry, I told her, slightly appalled. I didn't mean... Why shouldn't you have meant it? She asked evenly. It's true. Everyone is always trying to manipulate the Pythia. The Circle is merely proven particularly adept at it. There was some bite to that comment. I guess she and Jonas hadn't had a chance to mend fences yet, assuming he'd even tried. I knew he was busy, but he hadn't stepped so much as a foot in here since he visited her, once, while she was recuperating. And that had been partly because he had war business to discuss with me. But then Rhea hadn't gone to visit him either, so I didn't know. We made up recently, I told her. Jonas said he realized that he hadn't been treating me fairly. Good of him to acknowledge that. Only the tone didn't match the words. The tone said, he's a bastard and you're crazy if you ever forget it, which, fair enough. Jonas was kind of an old bastard, but he was also head of the Silver Circle and one of my chief allies, and when he wasn't trying to maneuver me into being his little puppet, he was a damned good one. It was kind of the same deal I had with Mircea. We'd been allies, then lovers, and now I wasn't sure what we were now. But whatever was going on in our personal lives, we still needed each other. Life was complicated, which sucked because I wasn't. I'd grown up in a vampire's court, in the middle of constant intrigue, so you'd think I'd be better at it. And I was. Sometimes. When I had to be. But I'd never learned to like it. I didn't want to manipulate anybody. I just wanted all the people I cared about to be safe and come hang out and drink margaritas. Seriously, that was everything I wanted in life right now. Was that too much to ask? Guess so. I drank beer and wondered if having a margarita on top of it would get me smashed. Considering that I hadn't eaten all day? Probably. I sighed. You said that people don't really see you? Rhea prompted because, yeah, we'd gotten off the subject. No. I mean, there's one who does, but his frame of reference is a little out of date. Hopefully he'll come around. But the rest? I'd been looking at traffic again, but now I turned to look at her. They're making statues, did you know? At the consul's house, these huge 16-foot-tall marble things, one of which is of me. And I know it's just propaganda, all right. I know that, but it's not only propaganda. People keep expecting things of me. I thought back to what Adra had said, which had so thrown me that I hadn't even had a reply, because he was wrong. I had my mother's abilities, but not her power, and that wasn't going to change. I told him the truth about what had happened on that battlefield. Together, Pritkin and I had made one big godlike move, and that had been it. I'd used everything I had, plus everything he'd been able to give me, to rip open a path between realities and let loose a god, who, even drained almost dry, even basically a ghost, had still been more of a threat than me. Ares hadn't been looking for me that night. Ares could have given a crap about me, but as soon as Apollo showed up, he'd been seen as a threat, and Ares had been right. because I wasn't my mother, but if everybody kept expecting that and worse, if they made actual war plans based on that, well then I was going to freaking doom us all, and I didn't know how to get them to see it. I also didn't know how to explain all that to Rhea, or want to give her a burden that wasn't hers to bear. They think I'm more than I am, I finally said. She didn't say anything, but I saw her biting her lip again. It's okay, I told her. You can say whatever you want. She hesitated and then came out with it in a rush. Is it possible that it's you who doesn't see? What? She immediately looked horrified. I'm sorry. It wasn't my place. It's all right. If not yours, then whose? But she just shook her head. Mother used to tell me things sometimes, and I wanted to help her so much, but I didn't know what to say. You didn't need to say anything. You being there was enough. Was it? She had on sunglasses, too, but hers were darker than Tammy's, so I couldn't see her eyes. But her voice sounded so hopeful that I couldn't do anything but smile. She was your mother. I'm sure that having you there was a big help. And am I a help to you? She asked, grabbing onto my forearm, almost making me spill my drink. Even a little? I looked at her in surprise. Of course. The kids... But that's not... That's a help to the court, yes. But an acolyte's job is to help the Pythia, and I can't... She broke off again, and even though I could see only half her face, it suddenly looked chagrined. And here I am, laying my problems on your shoulders as well. I'm making things worse. You're not making things worse, I told her. You never. And then somebody started yelling. I'm not looking. I'm not looking. Don't freaking hex me, all right? I'm blind. I'm totally, completely blind. That better not be that flimsy-ass scarf you were trying to cheat with last night, Tammy said, to Fred, since that was his voice, like it was his curses after a bump, which sounded like somebody running headfirst into a bedpost. I couldn't see him, since Rhea and I had ended up behind a potted palm, but when I looked around, there he was, blindfolded and clutching his forehead. Damn it! Are you convinced now? He demanded. $20, Tammy said, and Fred's scowl grew worse. Don't give me that. There's no kids in here. But some of us have delicate sensibilities, Vi said, prompting him to laugh even while still wincing. You're about as sensitive as Marco, he told her, or rather the bed, because he was still facing the wrong way. He course-corrected, hands out in front of him this time, although there was nothing to run into. Speaking of which, I need to talk to Cassie. She's not here, Safi said, licking salt off the rim of her glass and grinning at me. She took the afternoon off. Well, shit, Fred said. That's great. That's just perfect. Looks like you're gonna have to deal with whatever it is yourself, Tammy agreed, putting a hand on my arm when I started forward. I can't deal with it myself, and he's already packing. The only person who can maybe do anything is Cassie, and if he's gone by the time she gets back... Packing? I said. Who's packing? Cassie? Fred's head came up. That you? Can't you tell? Tammy asked. I thought you guys were like bloodhounds. That's only some of us, and it was never my gift. All I can smell is coconut oil and booze and... Hey, are those margaritas? Concentrate, I said, throwing the nudists a couple of towels and going to take the blindfold off Fred. Thanks, he said, blinking. The call just came through. I said he was packing, but it's more like trashing his room. The guys are downstairs with him, but I came up here because... Look, I know things aren't great between you and Mircea right now, but you're still Pythia, so I thought maybe... Fred, what are you saying? Sorry, I'm just kinda emotional. It's weird, you know? None of us were exactly thrilled to get this assignment,
but now we're almost like a family, and to just lose somebody. Fred, lose who? He took a breath. Marco. He's been recalled, like Polly and the others. We were told that Mircea needs him for the war, and we're not getting him back. What? Fred nodded. It's not fair. He's what keeps this whole group together. With him gone, I don't know who's supposed to make everybody toe the line, because I'm telling you, He trailed off at whatever was on my face, I guess, because I was momentarily speechless. And then I felt my cheeks start to burn. You're telling me that they're taking Marco? That's what I'm telling you. Oh, hell no! Chapter 26. The new Senate chamber was really something, even for vamps whose motto was go big or go bigger. The floor was brand new and shining with a gorgeous sunburst mosaic that covered most of the huge space. The yellows, oranges, and whites, with little flecks of gold here and there, faded to blue near the edges under a marble colonnade. The color bled upward, blurring the lines where floor met walls and walls met ceiling. First a pale cerulean, then azure, and finally cobalt. The ombre ended in midnight high overhead, on a cavernous vault where 1,000,000 little stars glimmered across the sky. Taken as a whole, it looked like the huge sun was floating in space, as if I'd shifted into the middle of the void. The illusion was so good that it left me feeling a little unsteady on my feet. I stared dizzily up at the stars for a moment, wondering how they did that. Maybe lights? Maybe tiny mirrors that caught the diffuse lighting from under the colonnade? Maybe I should be thinking about something else right now, I thought, because everybody was staring at me. It looked like Batman had been wrong this time. The latest Senate meeting didn't appear to be over yet, after all. I was suddenly grateful for the people I had backing me up these days, like Tammy, who'd forced me to eat some toast with peanut butter before I left, because I hadn't had anything but a beer all day, and Fred, who'd given me some arguments to use on Mircea instead of grabbing him by the collar, still the current favorite choice, and the girls who'd done my hair and dressed me in the gown they'd picked out the day before, when they were raiding Augustine's. I was pretty sure it was the one he'd meant for me because it practically screamed modern Pythia. It was a pale blue chiffon with a flowy skirt and gathered sleeves, but with a bodice that would have done Boudica proud. Silver metallic strips molded to my torso, forming an armor-like creation that stood out from the soft material underneath, like I was about to go into battle and hadn't finished getting dressed yet. It was over the top. It was in your face. It was full-on goddessy, and it had made me feel more than a little self-conscious. Or it had, until now. Because now there were at least 100 equally overdressed people staring at me from around a slab of mahogany that looked like it had taken a whole forest to build. The huge length of dark, shiny wood was covered in papers and report folders, and a hazy hologram-type map hovered in the air above it. The map was oversized and 3D, with what looked like a mountain range poking upward into the air. It was also partly see-through, allowing me to note the surprise, annoyance, and, in a few cases, fear on the faces of the powerful creatures sitting around it. Daniel the ditzy vampire wasn't the only one to find the Pythian power a little disturbing. What I found disturbing was that, once again, I hadn't been invited to an obviously important meeting. From what I could tell, every mover and shaker in the supernatural community was there, except for the covens, of course, and except for the Pythia, who had yet to attend a single discussion about the war, probably because I hadn't been told they were happening. I don't know why I reacted the way I did, possibly the fact that I was already pissed off about Marco, or worried about Pritkin, or that I was just over it. Plenty of people in this room were fast enough to remember my existence when they wanted something,
but could give a damn otherwise. And there was only one way to fix that.
Lady Cassandra,"
Mircea said. He was on his feet as if he'd been speaking before I popped in. So he didn't rise, but he did smile at me.
"What a pleasure."
"I'm sure." I looked around for a spare seat but didn't find one, so I shifted one from beside the wall where a bunch of extras were lined up, and where several guards had been standing, although they were halfway here now, looking grimly determined, until I did a Hilda and shifted them, too, about 5 miles away. "Sorry I'm late," I said, shoving the chair toward the table. It was an ornate thing of gilded wood that made a loud screech, scratch, squawk on the pretty new mosaic. But I finally got it wedged into a too small spot between a guy in a burnous and a woman in a business suit. "I don't have a secretary yet," I said, climbing over Burnous Guy. "And my bodyguards are terrible about reminding me of appointments. What were we talking about?" I sat down and looked around brightly. All that had taken only a few seconds, but everyone's expressions had already shifted back to neutrality, except for the consul, who looked like she'd been sucking on a lemon, and Caedmon, who was grinning openly, and Mircea, his dark good looks on display in a suit so finely cut that it would have made Augustine weep with envy if he wasn't already having a breakdown. Strangely enough, Mircea had looked almost relieved for a second when I first arrived, or maybe I'd imagined it. The expression had vanished so fast that I couldn't be sure, and I didn't have time to wonder about it because another vamp, a woman, hit the table hard enough to cause all the papers to jump.
"Finally! Maybe we can get some answers around here."
I didn't recognize her, but I suspected who she was, and not only because of the ebony beauty on display in a low-cut, stark white gown, but because of the broad gold necklace she wore that matched the armbands hugging her biceps, and the golden net around her hair. The necklace looked like something an old-fashioned knight would have worn to protect his throat, yet it didn't quite manage to hide the jagged red line that appeared sometimes when she moved, an ugly reminder that the lovely head with the Nefertiti profile had once been completely severed from her body. Ismida, I'd been told, had been ambushed right before the war began, presumably to get her out of the way. Our enemies had been right to fear her. Attacked by overwhelming odds and decapitated, she had nonetheless risen up, tucked her head under her arm, and fought her assailants to a standstill. Badass didn't quite cover it. She'd been away for a while recuperating, but I guessed it was all hands on deck these days. I briefly wondered why she hadn't used a glamoury on her terrible wound. There were plenty that would have covered it without any slip-ups. But then, maybe she wanted people to see. Maybe she wanted her enemies to see. I felt a shiver go across my arms, which wasn't helped when she leaned over the table, glaring at me.
"Well, did you talk to the demons or not?"
Demons? It caught me off guard. How did you know I was talking to demons? Mircea swiftly cut in.
"I did not expect you to be back so soon," he said smoothly. "It was a constructive meeting, I take it?"
It took me a second, because I was having a small fit at the thought of being spied on, but I didn't think that was it. There was a small muscle twitching at the edge of his jaw, the tiniest of tells that he was hoping I'd pick up on. What, exactly? Some kind of bluff? How bad had the reaction been to what had happened yesterday, anyway? I didn't know, since I'd cut out early, but it didn't look like it had been fun. So he'd told them I was checking on it, probably to calm everybody down, and in usual Mircea fashion, he'd gotten lucky, because the Demon High Council had decided to kidnap me. I wondered why he hadn't just talked to the council himself, but couldn't very well ask under the circumstances. I stood up, since that seemed to be what people did when they wanted to talk, and because the ones down the table wouldn't have been able to see me otherwise. Yes, sort of."
"Sort of?"
Possible, Ismida asked.
What does that mean?
It means they're checking on it.
On what? What the hell is there to check on? It was either demonic or it wasn't.
I just stood there reflecting on the fact that 4 months ago, having a senior vamp yelling in my face would have had me peeing myself. Right now it was just really annoying, and I was annoyed enough already.
Well, she demanded, Lord Mircea assured us that you would have some answers about that thing we fought yesterday.
We? I don't remember you being at the fight, I said. There was a sudden, stunned silence around the table.
What Lady Cassandra means is,
Mircea began, but Ismida held up a hand. There was no smile twitching at the corners of her mouth, or any other indication I could see, but she somehow gave the impression of mild amusement anyway, as if somebody's pet dog had just done a cute trick.
No offense taken.